Across countless lifetimes, the cycle never truly broke. He was a soul who had journeyed through hundreds of reincarnations, a legend who had once stepped into the Murim world, armed with nothing but nascent techniques and unyielding spirit. Yet, in that very first life, before his legendary prowess could even awaken, two menacing shadows emerged from the mist. A vicious strike connected, his breath torn from his lungs as pain exploded across his face. Another brutal kick sent him sprawling, blood blossoming across his vision as he hit the ground. His first life, a tale of nascent martial arts, ended in tragedy beneath a bandit's boot. Yet, the cosmic will spun again, and from the cold embrace of death, he was reborn, a fragile life cradled in new hands. Each death was a new birth, each body a temporary vessel for a soul burdened with the complete tapestry of its past lives. Then, a chance, a flickering beacon in the endless cycle, presented itself, and the young warrior seized it with fierce determination. He poured his very essence into that single, glorious pursuit, believing it his heaven-sent destiny to become the undisputed martial emperor, exploding with raw, surging power. And so, he reached the pinnacle, standing solitary atop the highest peak, the greatest under the heavens at last. A vibrant yellow butterfly danced effortlessly through the vast mountain air. It settled softly upon his outstretched hand, a delicate touch in a world he had conquered. But even at the zenith of his power, a profound weariness pulled at his soul, a deep sigh escaping his lips. He confided in the butterfly, revealing the truth of his existence, a life repeated as many times as its wing beats, a burden beyond exhaustion. He had achieved everything, ascended to the throne of the true Murim world, becoming the greatest under the heavens, but found only an echoing void. Now, with nothing left to strive for, he questioned if this relentless cycle was merely a cruel cosmic jest. From the precipice of his existence, he gazed out at the vast, mist-shrouded peaks, his long journey seemingly at its end. His fist clenched, a silent vow of his deepest desire echoing amidst shimmering particles. All he yearned for now, after centuries of striving, was the quiet peace of true rest. A soft rustle of movement stirred within the dimly lit, decorated chamber. From the encroaching shadows, a hand slowly extended, reaching for clarity. He woke with a jolt, his mind reeling as he realized he was in yet another unfamiliar body and bed. His hand trembled, his eyes wide with a terror that clawed at his very soul as he questioned this cruel new reality. From within the peaceful traditional home, his desperate cry echoed, why had it started again? Seok Jin-ho roared, his fury erupting as he declared his profound weariness and desire for the endless cycle to simply cease. His nanny's hand suddenly seized his, her voice urgent as she tried to calm his panicked outburst. As his nanny's concerned words reached him, a torrent of foreign memories surged through his mind, overwhelming his senses with the original body's pain. The agonizing memories of this new body crashed over him, leaving him racked with sobs as his nanny anxiously asked if he was all right. He realized the depth of his nanny's love, seeing her as much a mother as his own, her face etched with unwavering concern. Then there was his adoptive brother, who clung to him, his sorrow a testament to the profound bond they shared. Staring into his own reflection, a chilling truth surfaced, the original Seok Jin-ho had ended his own life. The irony was crushing, the original owner of this body, who spoke of ending his life, found his soul replaced by one who truly desired eternal rest. He offered a forced smile, apologizing to his nanny and dismissing his outburst as merely a bad dream, but her gaze remained unconvinced. Her hand gripped his tightly, her concern deepening as she insisted his illness and skipped meals were the cause, suggesting a doctor should be called. He gently pushed her hands away, reassuring her he was fine and merely needed a quiet moment of rest. Despite their pleas for him to eat, he turned away, insisting he was not hungry and wished to be left alone. Deep in thought, grappling with the trajectory of this new life, he was startled when his adoptive brother's voice sharply broke through his contemplation. He quickly tried to backtrack, forcing a cheerful smile and waving his hands dismissively, assuring them he wasn't crazy. The nanny's silence was deafening, her gaze sharp with suspicion and a raised eyebrow that spoke volumes. His adoptive brother innocently added to the nanny's doubts, pointing out Seok Jin-ho's unusually strange manner of speech. Internally, he chided himself for his awkward speech and undeniable commotion, admitting he had little room to argue. Finally, he offered a reassuring smile and a promise, he would eat soon, and nothing would go wrong. The nanny's expression softened, her initial surprise melting into a gentle, understanding smile. With a warm smile, the nanny promised to prepare his favorite dishes, then gently left the room with his adoptive brother. As they departed, his adoptive brother urged him to stay calm, to which Seok Jin-ho offered a forced, slightly awkward reassurance. The door clicked softly shut behind them. Now alone, Seok Jin-ho lay back, hands behind his head, seeking a moment of respite. His mind churned with a single, troubling question, was his agonizing cycle of reincarnation still not over? He silently cursed the heavens, demanding to know why it had all begun anew. For several days, amidst the serene beauty of the snow-covered estate, he diligently sifted through the body's ingrained memories. His own vast memories now inextricably linked with those etched into this new, younger body, creating a profound, complex tapestry. The original owner of this vessel was Seok Jin-ho, the illegitimate son of the formidable Seok merchant clan, one of the wealthiest families in the Central Plains. Despite the immense affluence, his status as an illegitimate child rendered him small and vulnerable against the looming, shadowy figures of his birth family. The family's relentless contempt for an illegitimate son suffocated him, rendering all the surrounding wealth meaningless. Seok Jin-ho succumbed to pessimism, wasting away until he finally relinquished his earthly ties, a fading candle in the dark, allowing the protagonist's soul to take his place. The protagonist, now Seok Jin-ho, stood resolute, silently chastising the former occupant for choosing death when he craved it, dismissing the family's contempt as a trifle. As his adoptive brother greeted him with unbridled joy and his nanny offered a gentle smile, Seok Jin-ho internally noted the undeniable love surrounding this body. His adoptive brother chided him for being lightly dressed in the biting cold, but Seok Jin-ho playfully dismissed the concern, claiming more layers would hinder his movements. His adoptive brother, with a warm smile, offered to escort the slightly surprised Seok Jin-ho back to his chambers. The nanny rushed forward, her voice laced with worried concern as she chided him for his late return in the chilling evening. He admitted, with a sheepish scratch of his head, that he had been so lost in thought, the darkening sky had escaped his notice. A sudden, internal jolt made him clutch his chest, a flicker of surprise and frustration crossing his face. Playfully, the nanny and his adoptive brother pulled a reluctant Seok Jin-ho toward the table, insisting he eat before the food grew cold. As he ate under their loving gazes, Seok Jin-ho internally admonished the original owner for abandoning such devoted souls, calling him a foolish boy. Since his reincarnation as Seok Jin-ho, he found himself absorbed in a profound contemplation unlike any he'd known before. These were thoughts entirely new to him, profound reflections he hadn't experienced even across hundreds of lifetimes. Perhaps it was the unearned kindness he now received, or the profound emptiness of having achieved all, that sparked these unfamiliar feelings. Observing the swaying bamboo, he, who had fought and endured countless lives, refused to comprehend the original Seok Jin-ho's choice to surrender. Yet, their genuine affection was a powerful current, making it impossible for him to simply ignore their feelings and live only for himself. His eyes closed, he sought answers from the departed soul, what unfulfilled desires, what lingering attachments, had bound him even beyond death. On behalf of the departed soul, he sat in potent meditation, ethereal smoke coiling around him like a shroud of nascent power. With glowing eyes, he resolved to channel his remaining spiritual power to understand and fulfill the deeply etched will of this new body. A smirk played on his lips as he acknowledged the body's small vessel, and the incredibly stubborn will of its former occupant. As the former martial emperor, he found the original Seok Jin-ho's desire to prove oneself pitiful, yet he vowed to fulfill that wish. The quiet majesty of the winter landscape settled over the traditional rooftops, a cold beauty that hinted at the profound history embedded in the land. As a new day began, Seok Jin-ho stretched with a profound yawn, yet the unyielding will of his current body continued to demand that he prove himself. With a soft, deliberate slide, he closed the door behind him, sealing away the last remnants of his quiet contemplation. To fulfill the body's deeply etched wish, Seok Jin-ho began his rigorous training, recognizing that as a prominent merchant, an outstanding martial artist was crucial for protecting vast wealth. His focus narrowed intently, for the initial step was to master the Taiji heaven-flipping technique, a crucial foundation for his unparalleled knowledge. This body enhancement technique, the ultimate art of the original Seok Jin-ho, was a vital precursor to unlocking the divine martial arts he had honed across countless lifetimes, manifesting as swirling energy around him. Seok Jin-ho cried out, his body churning with profound agony, a painful but unavoidable metamorphosis required to master the divine arts. Though he had anticipated the suffering, the immense pain still burst forth from his clenched fist, a stark reminder of the body's limits. An unseen rupture of internal pressure racked his bandaged arm, blue energy flaring from the intense process. Every muscle in his lower body tensed and strained, protesting against the profound physical overhaul, a symphony of cracking and tearing as his form reshaped. Seok Jin-ho groaned through clenched teeth, urging himself for just a bit more, his will overriding the agony. With profound inhalations and exhalations, he pushed for just a little more, his internal energy churning as sweat dripped from his focused face. With his hands, he successfully manipulated a swirling, hissing blue energy, a testament to his breakthrough in control. Serene and powerful, Seok Jin-ho stood with eyes closed, his entire being radiating intense blue energy, a clear sign of his newfound mastery. He shuffled forward, a subtle glow of energy accompanying him, satisfied that while internal energy accumulated slowly, the ability to gather it in motion was a precious blessing in itself. A powerful burst of blue energy flared around Seok Jin-ho, a culmination of his arduous training. Seok Jin-ho's intense focus shattered as he was suddenly startled by the nanny's urgent call, his eyes wide in surprise. Pattering towards him with a cloth, the nanny cried out, deeply concerned by the amount of sweat on him, fearing for his health in the chilling cold. Agitated with worry, the nanny reached out to check him for injuries, but Seok Jin-ho stood calmly, seemingly unfazed. The nanny winced slightly at Seok Jin-ho's light-hearted, almost dismissive tone as he gently chided her. He offered a confident, calm smile, his expression directly refuting any idea of lingering pain. Hesitantly, the nanny conceded his calm appearance, but warned him that pushing himself too abruptly could still lead to serious, unforeseen consequences. A subtle, pleased smile played on Seok Jin-ho's lips, a silent acknowledgement of the nanny's concern. Seok Jin-ho declared with a pleased smile that his efforts were no mere workout, but the serious practice of martial arts, a revelation that surprised the nanny. With a firm resolve, his energy thrumming, Seok Jin-ho explained his powerful motivation: he needed to grow stronger to protect her. The nanny insisted she could protect herself and wished only for his health, but Seok Jin-ho knew that might be difficult, as he had a favor to fulfill for the departed soul. The nanny pondered with growing confusion, wondering who could possibly have requested a favor from him, given his limited interactions. With a decisive affirmation, Seok Jin-ho instructed the nanny to send Yoon to him, eager to share his knowledge and teach his adoptive brother. The nanny watched him, her gaze still carrying a hint of her lingering questions about his transformation. A profound realization settled over the nanny: it was time to trust rather than question, for she had never seen her young master so completely assured. With a firm nod, the nanny openly declared her unwavering support, promising to be his steadfast ally. Punches cut through the air with sharp exhalations, a testament to the sheer, relentless discipline of his training. With a powerful blast, his fist connected, shimmering with glittering particles born from pure exertion and focus. Seok Jin-ho observed his adoptive brother's training with a keen, discerning eye, assessing his inherent capabilities. With a confident nod and a satisfied smile, Seok Jin-ho affirmed his judgment: Yoon possessed the ideal physique for the heavenly extreme iron defense technique. Seok Jin-ho clapped his hands, signaling the disciplined end to their training for the day. Laughing and exhaling from his efforts, Yoon eagerly asked for an assessment, hoping his progress was evident. Seok Jin-ho patted Yoon's shoulder, acknowledging his surprisingly quick progress, even if he still had much further to go. With an encouraging smile, Seok Jin-ho motivated Yoon, explaining that diligent practice would make the heavenly extreme iron defense technique impenetrable, even against the strongest external arts. Grunting with renewed resolve, Yoon clenched his fist, expressing disbelief at such dedicated effort for him, and pledged to work diligently to assist his young master. With a warm smile, Seok Jin-ho affectionately dismissed Yoon's self-deprecating words, declaring him to be like a younger brother. A wave of emotion chimed through Yoon, his eyes closing as he blushed, deeply touched by Seok Jin-ho's words. Yoon cried out, overwhelmed by emotion, and suddenly embraced Seok Jin-ho tightly, clinging to him with profound gratitude. Awkwardly, Seok Jin-ho patted the sniffling Yoon's back, a faint smile on his face despite the internal groan at the unexpected stickiness of the hug. With a warm smile, the nanny offered refreshing water, a small comfort accepted with gratitude by both young men. While drinking, Seok Jin-ho's calm broke with a slightly annoyed protest at someone moving an unseen object. The nanny's voice cut through the bustling noise, sharply demanding that everyone hurry and move faster, reminding them of tomorrow's arriving guests. Seok Jin-ho inquired about the commotion, prompting the nanny to exasperatedly remind him of the Supreme Elder's 70th birthday celebration the day after tomorrow. A sudden realization struck Seok Jin-ho, and he gave an awkward smile, admitting he had completely forgotten about the celebration. With palpable concern, the nanny asked if he would be all right, prompting Seok Jin-ho to question the specifics of her worry. The nanny's concern deepened, envisioning the looming confrontation with his sinister, shadowy brothers at the celebration, believing it would be tough for him. Seok Jin-ho looked intently at the nanny, challenging her assumption of his vulnerability and asking who she truly believed should be worried. A confident smirk played on Seok Jin-ho's lips, his eyes gleaming with a knowing intensity as he declared that his brothers were the ones who should truly be worried. The nanny's eyes widened in surprise, her slight fear evident as Seok Jin-ho confirmed his confident assertion. Yoon pondered the profound mystery of his young master's dramatic change since that incident, wondering how it could have happened. Yoon's face hardened with resolve, inspired by his young master's renewed spirit, he knew he couldn't afford to fall behind. The nanny cheerfully announced she had prepared a gift, surprising Seok Jin-ho, who immediately questioned if they weren't short on money for such expenses. With a proud smile, the nanny countered his concern, revealing that she had personally made his outfit, a thoughtful gesture that resonated deeply with Seok Jin-ho. Seok Jin-ho's eyes held a serious, contemplative depth as he reflected on how surprising it still was to experience such selfless affection. He thought of the nanny's gentle, loving smile, a powerful embodiment of the affection he was now receiving. Yoon's devoted smile, even with a hint of embarrassment, represented the unwavering loyalty of those who chose to follow him. With a confident smile and arms outstretched, Seok Jin-ho expressed his certainty that with the dependable nanny and Yoon by his side, he would return safely. The nanny's smile beamed brightly as she excitedly told him that distinguished figures from the 9 great sects would attend the celebration, hoping he might catch their eye and become a disciple. With a dismissive smirk and a quiet harumph, Seok Jin-ho confidently declared that the 9 great sects were hardly a big deal to him. The day of the 70th celebration was finally upon them, a grand occasion that seemed to take the very breath from the air itself. With precise, rustling adjustments, the nanny and Yoon meticulously prepared Seok Jin-ho's attire, ensuring every detail was perfect for the momentous occasion. Seok Jin-ho playfully asked if the nanny was too excited, to which she brightly replied that it was the day to showcase his incredible transformation and surprise everyone. Seok Jin-ho playfully reminded the nanny of her constant compliments, but she adamantly insisted he had truly changed a lot, with Yoon enthusiastically affirming her words. The nanny observed how his eyes had become intensely gleaming, reflecting a profound inner change. She continued, noting his physique had become stronger, his muscles subtly flexing, and that he exuded an undeniable new confidence. With a soft, pleased smile, Seok Jin-ho acknowledged his imperative to change, driven by the profound belief others held in him. A magnificent pagoda swirled with mystical energy, hinting that many profound changes, far beyond mere appearance, lay in Seok Jin-ho's future. This day marked the first step into an unpredictable future, filled with powerful booms and shrieks, where profound transformations and ominous figures awaited. With a confident and intense smile, Seok Jin-ho directly addressed the nanny and Yoon, asking if they would continue to trust and follow him into the future. Without a moment's hesitation, the nanny and Yoon gasped with enthusiastic loyalty, promising to follow their young master wherever he went. "All right, then," Seok Jin-ho declared with a confident smile, leading the way as the nanny and Yoon eagerly followed him into their new adventure. A magnificent pagoda soared into the sky, its ancient grandeur presiding over the central plains. With each deliberate stride, Seok Jin-ho moved through the bustling crowd, his adoptive brother's worry a subtle contrast to his own serious demeanor. Whispers rippled through the onlookers as they questioned the 4th young master's unexpected appearance, wondering why he was not holed up in his quarters. The murmurs continued, skeptical of the rumors that his personality had changed, questioning how easily one could truly transform. Seok Jin-ho, despite his composure, inwardly bristled at the clear whispers, yet he calmly reassured his worried adoptive brother, acknowledging his own past, pathetic life. As they continued, another young man stepped forward, acknowledging the widespread rumors of Seok Jin-ho's profound change. Seok Jin-ho met the smirking gaze of a young man in white robes, an air of unspoken challenge between them. Seok Jin-ho internally recognized the young man confronting him as Seok Manhwa, a name that resonated with a subtle disdain in his thoughts. Seok Manhwa spoke, his tone condescending, suggesting Seok Jin-ho only appeared for the Supreme Elder's birthday celebration. Seok Manhwa then asserted his own higher status as the 4th young master, chastising Seok Jin-ho for his perceived rudeness. Seok Manhwa continued his arrogant display, invoking the family's principle of meritocracy with a smug huff. Seok Jin-ho's eyes gleamed with contempt as he inwardly dismissed Seok Manhwa's martial abilities as, at most, just a second-rate warrior. Seok Manhwa, with a self-satisfied smirk, defended his own martial progress, subtly criticizing Seok Jin-ho's past idleness. Seok Jin-ho, with a confident smirk, offered a sharp, sarcastic retort. Enraged by the sarcasm, Seok Manhwa lunged, but Seok Jin-ho's swift evasion rendered the attack useless, leading his attacker to warn against a public brawl on such an important day. Amidst the tense confrontation, Seok Jin-ho's adoptive brother watched anxiously, his concern clear. With an unwavering smirk, Seok Jin-ho confidently challenged Seok Manhwa to a fight soon, even offering to make time for it tomorrow, much to his adoptive brother's worry. Seok Manhwa's face contorted with seething rage, his teeth gnashing as he furiously warned Seok Jin-ho not to back out of their coming confrontation. Seok Jin-ho calmly dismissed Seok Manhwa's anger, then waved him off and walked away. Seok Jin-ho chuckled subtly as he reflected, realizing Seok Manhwa was a useful spark to signal his own transformation to the family, despite his objective mediocrity. A deep desire for vengeance flickered in Seok Jin-ho's eyes as he recalled a brutal beating from approximately 2 years prior. A vast crowd filled the sprawling courtyard, their collective presence creating a vibrant hum of anticipation. Seok Jin-ho's adoptive brother commented on the immense gathering, noting it seemed even larger than the previous year, to which Seok Jin-ho calmly confirmed. The murmuring crowd exchanged information, pointing out the presence of the Murim 5 flower and even representatives from the Central Plains' top 10 escort agencies. Observing the crowd, an older man noted with surprise that some guests had traveled from the distant Jongnan and Manhwa regions. Seok Jin-ho's adoptive brother continued to marvel at the high stature of the Supreme Elder, impressed by the caliber of guests attending the celebration. The adoptive brother suddenly realized the immense weight due to the sheer number of guests, his surprise echoing through the long line. Seok Jin-ho made a blunt statement about family ties applying mainly to direct descendants, causing his flustered adoptive brother to hastily clarify his point. Seok Jin-ho hinted at an interesting spectacle to pass the time, his subtle smile confusing his adoptive brother. Seok Jin-ho's inner thoughts revealed the spectacle to be Seok Manho, intimidated and bowing alongside other cringing direct descendants, demonstrating a clear power dynamic. Seok Jin-ho's adoptive brother expressed surprise at Seok Manho's sudden change in demeanor, prompting a mocking chuckle from Seok Jin-ho. Seok Jin-ho looked confused as two older men unexpectedly praised his appearance, remarking on his surprising sturdiness and comparing him favorably to other younger generations. His adoptive brother, equally confused, questioned why the older men were so intently observing Seok Jin-ho. The first older man, realizing their rudeness, immediately offered an apology, explaining his reaction was instinctive due to Seok Jin-ho's exceptional physique. Deeply intrigued, the older man barraged Seok Jin-ho with questions about his lineage, his name, his martial arts foundation, and his training history. Seok Jin-ho introduced himself simply as Seok Jin-ho, the fourth young master of the Seok family, then, with a dismissive humph, refused to answer any further inquiries. The second older man indignantly insisted Seok Jin-ho did not know who they were, attempting to assert their importance while the first elder tried to quiet him. Seok Jin-ho surprised both elders by revealing he knew their identities, calmly identifying them as elders from the Manhwa sect and the Jongnan sect. With a dismissive sigh, Seok Jin-ho implied the esteemed elders were lost and offered to send a servant to guide them away. The surrounding crowd and Seok Jin-ho's adoptive brother reacted with confused murmurs, shocked by his audacious dismissal of such important figures. The first older man cleared his throat, regaining his composure after the surprising encounter. Before Seok Jin-ho could leave, the Manhwa elder, regaining his composure, made a bold, sudden offer for him to join their sect. Both elders eagerly tried to recruit him, with the Manhwa elder promising top-notch martial arts training and the Jongnan elder boasting about the famous 36 swords under heaven. Seok Jin-ho politely but firmly declined their offers, stating his lack of interest in joining any sect. The Manhwa elder persisted, emphasizing the limitations of solo training and promising personal mentorship to develop Seok Jin-ho's swordsmanship if he joined. Seok Jin-ho adamantly reaffirmed his commitment to his current martial arts, advising the elders to stop wasting their time, then declared his intention to leave to see his grandfather, ignoring the Jongnan elder's desperate appeals. The Manhwa elder suddenly reached out, attempting to grab Seok Jin-ho's arm to stop him. Seok Jin-ho deftly moved, his agile evasion making him a blur as he slipped from the elder's grasp. The Manhwa elder looked on in stunned disbelief, his empty hand betraying his shock. As Seok Jin-ho walked away, the Manhwa elder mentally questioned if the youth had deliberately dodged his hand. The elders mused over Seok Jin-ho's incredible potential if his evasion had been intentional, acknowledging such talent had not been seen in a long time. The Manhwa elder resolved to consult the supreme elder regarding this extraordinary young man. Seok Jin-ho inwardly grumbled about the time wasted on the pointless encounter, his feet continuing their purposeful march. Seok Jin-ho's adoptive brother voiced his concern about his master's dismissal of the influential elders, but Seok Jin-ho remained calm, pointing out he wasn't their disciple. An older man approached, questioning Seok Jin-ho's presence, to which Seok Jin-ho calmly greeted him as uncle. The stern older man questioned Seok Jin-ho's place in the guest line, implying he did not recognize him. The older man instructed Seok Jin-ho to follow him, and Seok Jin-ho immediately, boldly asked if they could see the supreme elder right away. The older man, with a slight smirk, acknowledged his branch family status and led them forward, receiving a slight bow and thanks from Seok Jin-ho. Seok Jin-ho cynically reflected on his uncle's sudden change in attitude, attributing it to the recent interest shown by the Manhwa and Jongnan elders. Seok Jin-ho's eyes narrowed with a calculating smirk, the sudden attention confirming his growing influence. The elaborate, geometrically patterned ceiling of an opulent chamber hinted at the grandeur within. The supreme elder, a figure of formidable authority, sat regally upon a grand, golden throne. A nervous man bowed deeply, exhaling with relief as he retreated from the imposing presence of the supreme elder. The supreme elder scowled, expressing his contempt for those who had just left, lamenting that even the elite descendants could not hide their fear in his presence. A servant announced that Mr. Seok Myung-woo and Seok Jin-ho requested an audience, which the supreme elder granted. The rhythmic sound of footsteps echoed as two figures advanced across the ornate carpet. Seok Myung-woo introduced Seok Jin-ho, explaining they had come to pay their respects to the supreme elder. Seok Jin-ho wished the supreme elder a happy birthday, presenting a gift and crediting Nanny and Yoon for its preparation. Seok Jin-ho humbly downplayed the gift, a sincerity the supreme elder noted as unusual for someone who would normally claim sole credit. As the gift box emanated a soft glow, the supreme elder reflected that sincerity itself was a rare and precious offering. The supreme elder expressed his delight, holding aloft a beautiful piece of green silk. The supreme elder noted the interest shown in Seok Jin-ho by the Manhwa and Jongnan elders, which Seok Jin-ho calmly confirmed. When asked which sect he was considering, Seok Jin-ho's thought bubble revealed his blunt response: he had no interest in either. Seok Jin-ho firmly reiterated his decision, stating he intended to fully master the martial arts he was currently studying, a resolve he had already shared with the elders. The Supreme Elder laughed heartily, approving of Seok Jin-ho's ambition for the Murim world, to which Seok Jin-ho replied philosophically that while life rarely went as planned, ambition was still necessary. The Supreme Elder offered his assistance to his grandson, but Seok Jin-ho politely declined, suggesting they discuss it another time. Seok Jin-ho formally announced his departure, bowing respectfully. The Supreme Elder remained on his throne, his authority lingering in the opulent chamber. The Supreme Elder reflected on Seok Jin-ho's impressive composure in his presence and the attention he garnered from two prestigious sects. A calculating smirk spread across the Supreme Elder's face as he decided Seok Jin-ho was someone he wanted to test. The Supreme Elder called out for the Sword Emperor, who appeared immediately to answer the summons. The Supreme Elder instructed the Sword Emperor to covertly observe the departing young Seok Jin-ho. The Supreme Elder revealed his ultimate goal was to assess Seok Jin-ho's potential to take over the Seok family. Seok Jin-ho felt a wave of profound relief wash over him, grateful to finally be free of a task he found bothersome. As whispers rippled through the courtyard, Yoon, his attendant, cautioned Seok Jin-ho against careless talk, but the young master casually dismissed the notion that anyone was listening. Seok Jin-ho, with an air of annoyance, sharply called out, eliciting a confused response from Yi Jongkak. A deep creak of irritation escaped Yi Jongkak as he furiously demanded to know the meaning of Seok Jin-ho's insolence, only to be met with a mocking echo of his own words. Seok Jin-ho sharply questioned why Yi Jongkak blocked his path, eliciting a sarcastic exclamation about conversation, but the air thrummed with unspoken challenge. Conversation? Yi Jongkak scoffed, as Seok Jin-ho's piercing gaze cut through his pretense, exposing the true, confrontational intent behind his demeanor. As hushed murmurs spread, the onlookers recognized Yi Jongkak of the Hebei Yi family, wondering why he was acting so aggressively, sensing an abnormal tension between the two. Yu nervously offered to summon guards, but Seok Jin-ho remained utterly composed, simply telling his attendant to stay put, understanding that Yi Jongkak had a personal grievance. Seok Jin-ho's calm analysis of Yi Jongkak's jealousy, that he sought to defeat him for the attention of Manhwa and Zhongnan, sent the man into a furious, teeth-clenching rage, denying the insult vehemently. Seok Jin-ho sighed, a subtle smirk playing on his lips, as he continued to poke at Yi Jongkak's pride, questioning any other motive for such an abrupt confrontation. Yi Jongkak's hand trembled uncontrollably, his knuckles white as he clenched his fist, a silent testament to the rage boiling beneath his skin. With a guttural cry, Yi Jongkak lunged, his fist flying towards Seok Jin-ho in a raw burst of fury. Seok Jin-ho effortlessly slapped away the attack, scoffing at Yi Jongkak's immaturity and his predictable fall for a shallow provocation. Yi Jongkak cried out, landing with a painful thud as he crumpled to the ground, utterly defeated. Yi Jongkak gasped, utterly shocked by his swift defeat, as Seok Jin-ho calmly remarked on his obvious surprise. Seok Jin-ho, with an unnerving intensity in his glowing eyes, provocatively claimed his quick deflection must have surprised Yi Jongkak, before sternly reminding him that starting a fight on someone else's turf came with consequences. Enraged by Seok Jin-ho's arrogance, Yi Jongkak roared in disbelief, drawing his sword with a sharp whoosh, preparing for a deadly response. With a swift thrust, Seok Jin-ho struck first, coldly advising Yi Jongkak not to feel wronged, as this was purely self-defense. A powerful impact slammed into Yi Jongkak, stealing his breath as he gasped, shocked by Seok Jin-ho's incredible speed. Yi Jongkak was violently thrown backward with a sickening thud, his body a helpless projectile. Still flying backward, Yi Jongkak cursed him, gagging from the brutal impact, yet Seok Jin-ho remained utterly unbothered. Seok Jin-ho, a taunting smirk on his lips, questioned if Yi Jongkak still believed he couldn't be hit so easily. Seok Jin-ho effortlessly countered the incoming attack, dismissing it with a rumble of disdain as utterly trivial. Yi Jongkak, bruised and disbelieving, reeled at the realization that Seok Jin-ho had dodged his attacks not once, but 3 times, while Seok Jin-ho internally scoffed at such crude and predictable moves. With a dismissive sigh, Seok Jin-ho coolly stated that Yi Jongkak's moves were entirely predictable, implying only a fool would fail to dodge such obvious attacks. Yi Jongkak trembled with a furious indignation, unable to bear the utter humiliation of being defeated by someone he considered a mere novice. With a sharp rasp of steel, Yi Jongkak decisively drew his sword once more. "I'll kill you!" Yi Jongkak shrieked, lunging forward with his drawn blade, his rage eclipsing all reason. Panic erupted among the onlookers as they realized Yi Jongkak had unsheathed his sword, murmurs turning to shouts as they desperately called for warriors to intervene. Seok Jin-ho's eyes glowed with an otherworldly intensity, humming with latent power as he focused. With a precise tap, Seok Jin-ho blocked the sword with his bare hand, the impact rippling outwards with astonishing force. Yi Jongkak's eyes widened in utter shock as Seok Jin-ho's voice cut through his distraction, asking him where his focus truly lay. A forceful strike connected with Yi Jongkak's face, eliciting a sharp gasp of pain. Seok Jin-ho's kick sent Yi Jongkak hurtling through the air with a sickening thud, leaving him gagging. Yi Jongkak screamed in agony as he violently slammed into the ground with multiple heavy thuds. Seok Jin-ho deftly gripped the disarmed sword, moving it with swift, whispering motions. Yoon gasped in disbelief, marveling at the fourth young master's victory, knowing Yi Jongkak had practiced martial arts for years while Seok Jin-ho had only just begun. It was clear to all that Seok Jin-ho was a true martial prodigy, validating the prescient attention from Manhwa and Jongnan. Yoon rushed forward, footsteps echoing, his voice filled with concern for his young master, but Seok Jin-ho calmly assured him of his well-being. A dull thud accompanied the gathering of attendants around the disoriented and defeated Yi Jongkak. Yoon declared with an angry exclamation that this incident would not be overlooked, intending to confront the Yi family directly, but Seok Jin-ho sharply interjected. Yoon looked surprised as Seok Jin-ho firmly stated his intention to personally handle the entire messy situation. A terrified gasp escaped Yi Jongkak as the cold glint of a sword blade pressed inches from his throat. Seok Jin-ho, with a dangerous whoosh of the blade, declared that anyone who drew their sword should be prepared to be cut down themselves. With a horrifying snarl, Seok Jin-ho threatened to carve Yi Jongkak into pieces with his sword, an exclamation of dread escaping the terrified man. Yi Jongkak trembled uncontrollably, stammering out a terrified admission of his profound mistake. The sword clattered to the ground with a resounding clang, signifying Yi Jongkak's utter defeat. A gurgling sound escaped Yi Jongkak as he lay defeated, foaming at the mouth, overcome by shock and terror. With a casual gesture, Seok Jin-ho calmly instructed his attendants to clean up the aftermath. Seok Myung-woo bowed respectfully, swiftly assuring his young master that he would handle everything, leaving no room for worry. Two followers spoke in hushed awe of Seok Jin-ho's utterly precise and overwhelming movements, marveling at how much the young master had changed. From a high vantage point, the elegant Seok Myung watched Seok Jin-ho and his attendants, her gaze sharp and calculating. Seok Myung, with a subtle smile, remarked on Seok Jin-ho's undeniable capabilities. The nanny respectfully advised her young miss to continue their observations for a while longer. Seok Myung, holding her fan, dismissed caution, declaring it better to secure Seok Jin-ho now before another contender could lay claim to him. With a determined gulp, Seok Myung resolved to make the first move, securing Seok Jin-ho before any of her Orobonis could get their hands on him. The nanny bowed, respectfully confirming her understanding of Seok Myung's orders to gather every single detail about Seok Jin-ho. In a past moment, Seok Jin-ho's adoptive brother ominously predicted that his younger sibling would be the one to stir up trouble in their current circumstances. Bathed in an unsettling blue glow, Seok Myung declared her sinister ambition to become the true head of the Seok family. The serene sky offered a moment of calm above the ancient rooftops. Seok Jin-ho's adoptive brother earnestly pleaded with Yoon for a favor, assuring him it was not an impossible request. Yoon politely but firmly refused, explaining to his Hyung that he simply did not possess the capabilities for such a task. Seok Jin-ho's adoptive brother passionately argued, reminding Yoon that despite lacking blood ties, his bond with the young master was already as strong as brothers. Seok Jin-ho's adoptive brother continued his persuasive plea, revealing rumors of Yoon's secret martial arts training and a heroic act where he single-handedly saved a servant from 5 gangs, to which Yoon reluctantly conceded the truth. Clenching his hands in frustration, Seok Jin-ho's adoptive brother lamented his 5 years of mediocre training, his deepest desire to finally learn martial arts properly. Seok Jin-ho's adoptive brother, his voice thick with desperation, pleaded that if the young master refused, it would be his last chance, forcing a look of deep concern onto Yoon's face. With a sigh, Yoon reluctantly agreed to try, warning him not to get his hopes up given the young master's personality, but Seok Jin-ho's adoptive brother overflowed with joyous gratitude. As he approached, Seok Jin-ho coolly inquired about the commotion they were making. After Yoon bowed to greet him, Seok Jin-ho imperiously ordered his attendant to remove his noisy adoptive brother, who was disturbing his training. Yoon hesitated, the weight of the harsh order pressing down on him, as Seok Jin-ho's adoptive brother watched on with mounting worry. Seok Jin-ho angrily demanded to know why Yoon was still standing there, as the immense pressure from his young master made Yoon clench his fists and resolve that he had to do something. Kneeling before Seok Jin-ho, Yoon, whose own relationship with Jong Maryang had been like brothers since childhood, realized this was his final chance. Seok Jin-ho observed Yoon's loyalty to Jong Maryang, noting their close bond with a subtle internal chuckle, before Yoon respectfully affirmed it. Seok Jin-ho directly questioned Jong Maryang's goal, who forthrightly admitted his desire to learn martial arts, asserting his trustworthiness and lack of ill intentions. Seok Jin-ho challenged Jong Maryang to justify why he should be taken under his wing, as Jong Maryang internally resolved to prove his usefulness as a follower. Seok Jin-ho internally assessed Jong Maryang, noting his good character, strong will, and determination, realizing he could be useful for both Yoon's training and menial tasks. Seok Jin-ho noted Yoon's evident trust in Jong Maryang, a bond clearly built over time, yet a decisive disqualification factor lingered in his mind. Seok Jin-ho addressed him directly, asking if his name was Jong Maryang, to which the man eagerly affirmed. Jong Maryang's face grew worried as Seok Jin-ho began a leading question, prompting him to ask what the young master was referring to. With a piercing gaze and a definitive sweep of his hand, Seok Jin-ho delivered a harsh, crushing truth: Jong Maryung possessed no talent for martial arts. Even with the weight of generations of martial skill behind him, Seok Jin-ho humbly acknowledged his deep-seated lack of talent for martial arts. An older man pressed, questioning his persistence despite this stark self-awareness, but Seok Jin-ho steadfastly declared his dream to become a martial artist. The older man cautioned him against the imagined glory, warning that celebrated heroes were often just meddlesome individuals craving honor, as Jin-ho was shown enduring the abstract struggles of that life. He grimly escalated the warning, emphasizing that martial artists were often worse, and life itself could vanish in a single sword strike, an abstract vision of Jin-ho's past lives ending violently. But Jin-ho met his words with unwavering resolve, stating that he held no illusions and fully understood that death could find him anywhere, at any time. He then mused thoughtfully, asking if dreams weren't meant to be pursued regardless, stirring a nostalgic reflection in the older man about his own youth. With a conceding scratch, the older man agreed to observe Jin-ho for a while, making the young warrior's heart swell with anxious hope. Jin-ho's burst of surprised hope was quickly deflated as the older man sternly clarified his terms, stating he had only agreed to observe for now, not to accept him. Seok Jin-ho's adoptive brother tried to encourage him, pointing out that a chance had still been granted, prompting a dry, questioning response from the older man. Jin-ho bowed in enthusiastic gratitude, as the older man set strict boundaries, allowing him access only to the front yard, but not inside the residence or its backyard. Jin-ho vowed he would not disappoint, and the older man, with firm authority, instructed him to deal decisively with any troublesome individuals who might linger. Jin-ho playfully thanked Yoon, who, with a laugh, dismissed it as luck, claiming the young master had simply spoken at the right moment, prompting Jin-ho to retort that his opportunity arose because Yoon hadn't kicked him out. The light-hearted moment shattered as an unidentified man arrived, demanding to see Seok Jin-ho, startling Yoon and his fellow attendant. The man, gripping his sword with impatient sternness, pressed Yoon about Seok Jin-ho's presence, creating a palpable tension in the air. He then strode forward purposefully, announcing he carried a summons from young Miss Seok Myung and ordering Yoon to lead the way, completely ignoring the attendant's hesitant question. The unidentified man's menacing intensity forced Yoon into submission, harshly reminding him that his only job was to lead the way to his master, not to ask questions. Seok Jin-ho grumbled about the constant stream of unwelcome guests, while his adoptive brother nervously cautioned him about being overheard. The unidentified man's sarcastic apology for intruding rang with challenge, startling Seok Jin-ho and marking the clear start of a confrontation. The insolence fueled a furious disbelief within Seok Jin-ho, his jaw clenching with barely contained rage. Seok Jin-ho then coldly demanded to know the man's problem, dismissing his repeated mention of Seok Myung's summons with a biting insult about her choosing to raise barking dogs. With a chilling smirk, green light glinting in his eyes, Seok Jin-ho completed his insult, hinting at the man's inability to discern his true opponent. The man erupted in shocked rage, but Seok Jin-ho calmly escalated his threat, suggesting a beating was the appropriate remedy for a rude dog. Provoked to his limit, the unidentified man accused Seok Jin-ho of arrogance and drew his sword, preparing to teach him a lesson. He lunged forward with aggressive intent, determined to deliver a lesson on behalf of young Miss Seok Myung. As the man aimed a confident punch, believing Jin-ho was too slow to react, he called him a puppy, expecting an easy impact. But the man's punch was met with an explosive counter, a burst of blue energy rocking him with sudden impact. He gasped and choked, eyes wide with the sudden, intense pain of the unexpected strike. With a powerful surge of blue energy, Seok Jin-ho unleashed another potent attack, sending the man violently flying backward. The man clutched his stomach, his mind reeling in pain and disbelief, questioning how his own attack had turned so disastrously. Seok Jin-ho mockingly inquired about his pain, then declared the fight was far from over as he continued to land precise, energy-infused blows. In a painful gasp of air, the man's eyes widened in dawning realization that Jin-ho had precisely targeted his pressure points with uncanny accuracy. Seok Jin-ho then declared the opponent neutralized, as if he had deftly extracted the very fangs that made him a threat. The man's eye reflected Jin-ho's clenched fist, wide with sheer terror as the final, impending impact loomed. With a sinister smile and glittering particles surrounding him, Seok Jin-ho posed the chilling question of whether it was time for some fist therapy. In the sudden silence that followed, two black birds were startled into flight, and leaves fluttered gently to the ground, a peaceful sign that the violent commotion had ended. A shimmering abstract transition marked the shift in the narrative's flow. Seok Jin-ho casually expressed his annoyance at such insignificant fellows acting arrogantly, especially within the confines of his own home. His adoptive brother nervously offered to read the summons, but Seok Jin-ho feigned a headache, blaming the unconscious man for his discomfort, which surprised his brother. Seok Jin-ho then confidently explained his strategy: dealing harshly with lesser envoys would ensure his family would send truly competent individuals next time. A peaceful and vibrant garden, alive with chirping birds and rustling leaves, offered a serene transition. Seok Myung poured tea, then calmly inquired why Jin-ho had responded so aggressively to the visitor. Seok Jin-ho explained his aggressive actions were a deliberate display to deter future disrespect and teach others who underestimated him a harsh lesson. Seok Myung observed his change, stating that Jin-ho had indeed grown, remarking that had he not changed, he would have been long dead. With a satisfied sip of tea and a warm chuckle, Seok Myung expressed her pleased sentiment about Jin-ho's evident growth. Seok Jin-ho, slightly annoyed and feigning confusion, questioned when he had become our Jin-ho, a familiar address he seemingly disavowed. Seok Myung, feeling slightly hurt, attempted to assert her status as his older sister, but Seok Jin-ho curtly dismissed her, demanding she get straight to the point. With a determined expression, Seok Myung cut directly to her urgent plea, asking Jin-ho for his help. Seok Myung then revealed her ultimate request, to help her become the head of the Seok family, a request Jin-ho immediately refused. Shocked, Seok Myung questioned if he had received other offers or was waiting for one, to which Jin-ho calmly stated his complete disinterest in all three brothers and any ambition for family leadership. Seok Myung passionately outlined a grand vision, suggesting Jin-ho could still achieve his martial arts goals while helping her ascend to family head, thereby allowing them to dominate both political and Murim worlds. With a clenched fist and determined gaze, Seok Myung asserted that her plan was far grander than any current ambition he might hold. Seok Myung insisted the plan would benefit both him and the family, but Seok Jin-ho, incredulous, scoffed that it was beneficial only for her, dismissing her claims about his roots. Seok Myung pressed further, suggesting he needed a strong backer, an assertion he unequivocally rejected. Seok Myung then keenly observed Jin-ho's serious expression, seemingly assessing the sincerity of his refusal. She reflected on his impressive past, recounting how he had quickly caught the eye of a major sex elder and effortlessly surpassed martial artists who had started long before him. Seok Myung continued, marveling at his prowess, noting how he could overpower even first-rate martial artists by disrupting their energy flow through precise pressure point attacks. With an appreciative sigh, Seok Myung concluded that Jin-ho's demonstrated talent and potential provided ample reason for his current arrogance. Seok Jin-ho coolly dismissed her need for his help, prompting Seok Myung, with a slight creak of irritation, to attempt to revert to a more familiar tone, asking him to call her Nuna. After Jin-ho's harsh retort about a servant, Seok Myung, with a calculating smile, offered one last favor, to continue having tea occasionally, hinting at his lack of close siblings, and warning him not to beg her. With a confident chuckle, Seok Myung declared her unwavering determination, assuring Jin-ho he should expect more from her, as she was not one to give up easily. The Supreme Elder, seated on his throne, reacted with surprise and disbelief to the news that an audacious young man had defeated the third daughter's bodyguard. An attendant confirmed the bodyguard's defeat, mentioning his vital energy had been blocked, leading the Supreme Elder to ponder whether it was mere luck or genuine skill. Stroking his beard thoughtfully, the Supreme Elder concluded that blocking energy flow was no coincidence, and decided to inquire directly from Jin-ho about the incident. However, an attendant informed him that meeting Jin-ho was currently difficult, prompting the elder to ask if he had been injured in the fight. The attendant clarified that Jin-ho had instead left the manor unescorted early that morning, his destination unknown. Walking through the ancient Taesan forest, Seok Jin-ho remarked on its unchanging nature, grateful that it allowed him to navigate without getting lost. Suddenly, a distinct clinking sound pierced the peaceful air, drawing Jin-ho's eyes wide in surprise and alertness. A powerful, destructive energy attack swiftly slashed through the forest, leaving a chaotic trail of broken trees in its wake. Recognizing the unmistakable sounds of clashing weapons, Seok Jin-ho rushed through the forest with determined speed. He approached a clearing, where two blurred figures, a man and a woman, were locked in intense combat. One of the combatants, a bandit, was depicted with a sinister grin, clutching his polearm, ready for battle. Another bare-chested bandit snarled, his wild expression and reddish hair betraying intense rage. Seok Jin-ho watched the unfolding chaos with a sinister smirk, finding it amusing, while another unidentified man reacted with stark shock. Feet moved with extreme, blurring speed, indicating a swift and precise action. Seok Jin-ho calmly walked away from the immediate scene, observing the other figures, acknowledging the unique nature of the encounter. With a satisfied and mischievous smirk, Seok Jin-ho expressed his deep enjoyment of the thrilling and unpredictable events that only the jin-ho world could offer. The man aggressively demanded their identities, but Seok Jin-ho calmly stated his identity was of no consequence. Seok Jin-ho, with a faint smirk, casually accused the man of attempting to covet a woman in broad daylight, highlighting his brazen lust. The woman, clutching her throat in distress, revealed her exposure to the two-faced devil's insidious energy-scattering poison, a grim reality of the jin-ho. With a sudden, alarming lunge, the man launched a surprise attack, warning Seok Jin-ho to be careful, who could only react with a surprised questioning sound. The man, grinning menacingly, scorned Seok Jin-ho for his distraction as he delivered a powerful, thudding blow. Seok Jin-ho swiftly evaded the aggressive, whistling punch, moving with practiced speed. With a questioning gaze, Jin-ho seemed to ponder if this clumsy attack was meant to be some secret technique. The attacker stammered in disbelief, but Jin-ho calmly attributed his evasion to the man's sheer slowness. Jin-ho declared that to effectively strike an opponent's vulnerability, one needed more decisive impact. With a powerful leap and a resounding crack, he demonstrated the true force required for an effective strike. A visceral impact racked the man with pain, blood splattering from his mouth as shock registered in his wide eyes. The man clenched his teeth, his arm trembling in fury, convinced Jin-ho was merely showing off for the woman. Enraged, the man's eyes glowed with raw power as he swore to end Jin-ho's arrogance with his next, thunderous attack. He lunged with a devastating, explosive strike, vowing to end Jin-ho's life in a single blow. Jin-ho effortlessly deflected the whistling energy, calmly mocking his attacker's slow, amateurish, yet self-assured technique. Jin-ho dismissed the defeated man, now suspended upside down amidst crackling blue energy, as just another loudmouth all bark and no bite. A brutal impact sent him reeling, blood splashing violently from his mouth as he gasped in agony. The defeated man crumpled to his knees, his struggle ended, as Jin-ho observed the quiet aftermath. With an enigmatic smile, Jin-ho held up 2 fingers, a powerful glow emanating as he prepared his technique. Jin-ho purposefully declared he would seal the unconscious man's energy, crackling power flowing from his fingertips. Jin-ho observed the distressed woman, musing that his defeated opponent likely enjoyed a dramatic finish in front of a lady. The woman profusely thanked Jin-ho for saving her, but he modestly dismissed her gratitude, already moving past the moment. A sudden, urgent call startled the woman, breaking the brief calm that had settled. An older man rushed forward, demanding to know what had transpired, and the woman, surprised, recognized him as her uncle. The older man, embracing her protectively, expressed his deep remorse for his lack of vigilance in a caring gesture. As the woman apologized for sneaking out, Jin-ho, observing quietly, deduced her adventurous spirit had led her to explore the Jianhu on her own. The older man, alarmed, noticed her distress, and she confirmed she had been poisoned by the dreaded energy-scattering substance. With a serious demeanor, the older man instructed her to regulate her breath, preparing to channel his internal energy to expel the poison. Vibrant blue energy flowed from his hands into her back, beginning the mystical healing process. As the blue energy subsided, the woman appeared serene and fully recovered, signaling the completion of the powerful healing. The woman expressed her gratitude, and her uncle, relieved, smiled warmly, glad she was safe. The older man then turned to Jin-ho, bowing deeply and formally apologizing for the delayed introduction, expressing profound gratitude for saving the young lady. He introduced himself as Baek Sangin, and the woman as Peng Neian, both from the esteemed Habuk Peng family. Jin-ho, slightly annoyed, urged them to deal with the unconscious man first, having secured his acupoints, while secretly planning his escape from any drawn-out obligations. The older man and Peng Neian, with a jolt of surprise, realized the defeated man was the notorious two-faced devil. Baek Sangin reflected on the formidable reputation of the two-faced devil, a first-rate warrior known for killing even peak masters. The older man marveled at Jin-ho's skill, having subdued the notorious devil in one blow and deflected his yin-yang technique, while the young master discreetly attempted his departure. Urgently, the older man called out, trying to learn the young master's name before he vanished. With a soft gust of wind, Jin-ho had vanished without a trace, leaving the older man startled by his sudden absence. Baek Sangin, bewildered, mused on his astonishment at not sensing the young master's departure, especially given his seemingly youthful appearance. His pensive thoughts lingered on the enigmatic young master. Peng Neian wistfully lamented that they never learned the young master's name before his disappearance, a concern Baek Sangin noted in her pensive expression. With resolved determination, Peng Neian declared she would find him, affirming that a warrior of his caliber, more powerful than even the 6 dragons, would not remain hidden for long. As Jin-ho walked away, the woman's confidence echoed, his distinct appearance would surely lead them to him swiftly. Baek Sangin affirmed the Habuk Peng family's commitment to repaying favors, and Peng Neian eagerly pledged to find their benefactor swiftly. In the serene, magical night forest, Jin-ho gazed up at the illuminated canopy. Jin-ho confirmed his location, the terrain still familiar, affirming it was definitely nearby. Peering from behind the rustling bushes, Jin-ho's eyes widened in curious surprise at what he discovered. A knowing smile spread across his face, confirming his successful search, just as he had expected. His memory, honed over countless lives, proved correct as he located the magical plant. A sudden, sharp cry ripped through the silence, startling Jin-ho into a confused, "Huh?" A black cat with glowing yellow eyes hissed violently at him, prompting his surprised question. Jin-ho wondered if the cat understood him, contemplating using his spiritual eye for a deeper assessment. The black cat, shimmering with ethereal blue energy, was revealed to be a spirit beast, though still in its early stages. The spirit beast's ears twitched, sensing something unseen in the forest. With a soft meow, the cat revealed its ability to perceive his internal energy, surprising Seok Jin-ho with its unusual perception. Seok Jin-ho gently offered the spirit beast a piece of 100-year-old wild ginseng, a valuable treasure he'd been eyeing beyond just this spot on the Taesan Mountains. The cat seemed to question the unprecedented generosity of the offer. 2 prominent 60-year-old wild ginseng roots were displayed, a significant discovery casually remarked upon by the protagonist. With a decisive crunch, the black cat eagerly bit into the offered wild ginseng. Seok Jin-ho, with a satisfied hum, affirmed the potent quality of the spirit herb as he consumed it. A powerful burst of energy surged through his entire body, which he carefully guided towards his dantian using the lessons of his past lives. The immense energetic wave from the 100-year-old wild ginseng was destined to merge with the very essence of the chaotic origin heavenly thunder divine art. The immense energy of the 60-year-old ginseng surged, rapidly increasing Seok Jin-ho's internal energy at a rate few could withstand, yet he, well versed in control, completely absorbed its power. A gentle rub against his leg startled Seok Jin-ho, pulling him from his meditation. Seok Jin-ho asked if the spirit beast wished to follow him, and with an affirmative meow, he accepted its unexpected companionship. With a warm, satisfied smile, Seok Jin-ho named his new companion, Darky, embarking on their shared adventure under the full moon. A vibrant sunset painted the ornate rooftops of a traditional East Asian building, casting a magical glow over the glittering air. With a light leap, the black cat, Darky, gracefully traversed the tiled roof. Seok Jin-ho, with a smirk, playfully challenged Darky, asking if it sought to claim the spot, to which the spirit beast responded with a soft meow. He admitted his uncertainty about his long-term stay but offered a reassuring commitment to remain until the year's end. A loyal attendant called out, his voice laced with concern for his young master. The loyal attendant, his arm still bandaged, declared his frustration at not being given the order to accompany Seok Jin-ho, his footsteps echoing through the grand hallway as he followed. Seok Myung affectionately greeted Seok Jin-ho with a warm embrace, asking about his journey, and he returned her affections, inquiring after Nanny. The attendant pressed further, asking if Seok Jin-ho had accomplished his goals, to which the young master confidently replied that his time had been fruitful. Seok Myung, surprised by the spirit beast's sudden appearance, reached out to observe it. Seok Jin-ho innocently introduced Darky as a new family pet, much to the loyal attendant's confusion and immediate protest that it was his subordinate. Seok Myung, amused, petted the purring Darky, while Seok Jin-ho ironically described the affectionate spirit beast as a dangerous creature. As he stroked Darky, Seok Jin-ho boasted of the spirit beast's power to easily defeat even third-rate warriors, but Seok Myung merely laughed off his claims as a jest. The loyal attendant seethed internally, consumed by jealousy that a mere cat could be recognized as a subordinate when he himself had not yet earned such a distinction. Seok Myung teased him about his serious demeanor, and he chuckled nervously, admitting his embarrassment at feeling bothered by a cat. Seok Jin-ho then inquired about the loyal attendant's training, who proudly affirmed his diligent practice alongside Yoon. A shimmering, ethereal mist floated through the air, signaling a momentary transition. Seok Jin-ho confidently stated his intention to verify their progress later, dismissing his subordinates for the day to rest, a command Yoon and Seok Myung dutifully acknowledged. As he walked away, Seok Jin-ho offered Darky some jerky, receiving an eager "Naya" in response, while Yoon and Seok Myung departed respectfully. Darky continued its contented stroll across the tiled rooftop, each soft pat of its paws barely audible against the clear sky. The loyal attendant's voice tore through the air, filled with exasperation. He let out another shout of frustration towards Darky, who merely stretched and yawned widely in response. A jolt of anger surged through the loyal attendant as he mentally fumed at the spirit beast's audacity, refusing to believe it would so disrespect a human. He scathingly reprimanded Darky for its defiance, but the spirit beast merely turned its back and walked away nonchalantly, eliciting a stifled laugh from Seok Jin-ho. Seok Jin-ho heartily chuckled, asking if the loyal attendant had been quarreling with Darky, much to the attendant's acute embarrassment. The loyal attendant, now thoughtful, noted Darky's unusual nature, and Seok Jin-ho confirmed it was no ordinary cat, warning him that calling it an animal would provoke it. Seok Jin-ho playfully suggested the cat might even strike him, but the loyal attendant dismissed the notion, scoffing at the idea of being disrespected by a mere animal. In a flash, Darky struck with blinding speed, a furious MEW, accompanying the blow that sent the loyal attendant reeling back in pain. The loyal attendant stood stunned, clutching his cheek where a red mark bloomed, as Seok Jin-ho, with a subtle smirk, coolly reminded him of his earlier warning. As Darky spun playfully, Seok Jin-ho suggested the spirit beast might be trying to demonstrate something to the bewildered attendant. With a sharp movement, Darky's paw sliced through the air. The spirit beast moved with incredible agility, demonstrating a series of powerful martial arts techniques, its eyes glowing with arcane energy. The loyal attendant burst into incredulous laughter, completely astonished by Darky's martial arts display. He was left utterly dumbfounded, his jaw slack with disbelief at what he had just witnessed. As the loyal attendant slowly slumped to the ground, jin-ho calmly explained that Darky was a spirit beast, capable of such feats. Though the loyal attendant still struggled to grasp the reality, jin-ho soberly reiterated Darky's extraordinary status and cautioned him to keep it a secret. Then, jin-ho abruptly announced the arrival of a guest, surprising the loyal attendant. A heavy boot landed firmly on the tiled rooftop, marking a new arrival. The Sword Emperor respectfully bowed, then confidently announced that the Supreme Elder requested jin-ho's presence. Jin-ho, returning the greeting, asked how the Sword Emperor had been in the interim. The Supreme Elder, holding a cup, expressed his displeasure that jin-ho had left without a word, deeming it too late for mere reports. When the Supreme Elder questioned if jin-ho was teasing him again, the young master calmly insisted he was simply stating the truth. The Supreme Elder mused about those who couldn't speak the truth, and jin-ho remained thoughtfully silent, a subtle smirk playing on his lips. As he poured tea, the Supreme Elder observed a profound change in jin-ho's aura, and the young master humbly attributed it to good fortune. The Supreme Elder then pressed jin-ho on his unwavering intention to seek greatness through martial arts, to which the young master resolutely confirmed, finding nothing appealing at home. The Supreme Elder reminded jin-ho that this was his home, but the young master countered, asserting that home didn't necessitate staying, a point the elder acknowledged by noting that many had departed before. But then, with striking intensity, the Supreme Elder emphasized that jin-ho was fundamentally different from those who had left. Jin-ho thoughtfully speculated that his current, unique situation was the reason he stood apart. He mused internally if his past self, a mere fool who knew only natural death, could ever have faced the Supreme Elder with such unyielding confidence. Jin-ho candidly confronted the Supreme Elder, suggesting his interest stemmed from utility, a claim the elder conceded but affirmed his genuine desire for Jin-ho to stay. Jin-ho graciously accepted the sentiment but modestly denied being as exceptional as the elder believed. The Supreme Elder laughed heartily, playfully scolding Jin-ho for his unconvincing modesty. With a sly grin, Jin-ho retorted that he believed quite a few would actually find his modesty believable. A profound thought struck the Supreme Elder as he gazed at Jin-ho, pondering the young man's true potential. Jin-ho reflected on the impossibility of his current power being planned by his former self, who was once just a fool destined to die naturally. The Supreme Elder sternly demanded an honest answer, questioning Jin-ho's ambition for leaving a family that offered such a smooth path and whether he found being the tail of a dragon insufficient. Jin-ho let out a subtle chuckle, amused by the elder's comparison to a dragon. He agreed with the dragon metaphor, conceding it might not fully capture the elder's stature, prompting the Supreme Elder to challenge him to become a dragon himself. Jin-ho, looking down at his cup, deflected the immense responsibility of becoming a dragon onto his other siblings. The Supreme Elder questioned his partial lineage, but Jin-ho emphasized that the true task belonged to those with a purer inheritance. With a sigh of resignation, the Supreme Elder asked if Jin-ho truly intended never to return, and the young master confirmed his decision. The Supreme Elder then made a simple request, to attend his birthday celebration before departing and to occasionally speak with his grandmother, leaving Jin-ho in thoughtful silence. The Supreme Elder fixed him with an intense gaze, asking if he would grant this simple favor, to which Jin-ho reluctantly agreed. With an amused expression, the Supreme Elder granted him leave, noting his eagerness, and Jin-ho respectfully departed. The resounding sound marked a departure, echoing through the empty space. The Supreme Elder, stroking his beard, mused on Jin-ho's inherited stubbornness and then sought the Sword Emperor's opinion. The Sword Emperor observed that Jin-ho had changed significantly in a short time, cautioning that his energy, though seemingly nascent, should not be the sole measure of his true potential. A shimmering, ethereal mist once again filled the frame, signaling a momentary transition. The Supreme Elder, with a heavy sigh, expressed his profound and deep regret. He lamented internally that with Jin-ho, the Seok family could have truly ascended to become a magnificent dragon. Jin-ho and Darky walked away from the traditional building, their footsteps echoing softly. The loyal attendant and Yoon swiftly approached Jin-ho, asking about his journey. The loyal attendant then inquired if Jin-ho had spoken with the Supreme Elder, but Jin-ho clarified it was due to Myeong's visit and dismissed any concerns. Jin-ho, with a smirk, explained that Darky had skillfully diverted Myeong's attention, highlighting the spirit beast's surprising usefulness in many ways. Declaring his hunger, Jin-ho instructed Yoon to tell Nanny to prepare a meal, which Yoon eagerly acknowledged. Jin-ho's gaze hardened as he resolved internally that he simply desired a quiet life now. His feet moved with purpose, carrying him forward. The loyal attendant and Myeong walked away together, their figures receding down the hallway. The loyal attendant remarked on the grandeur of the Seok family residence, yet an unsettling premonition lingered in his thoughts, suggesting something more terrifying was yet to come. Baek Sangan, Jin-ho's adoptive brother, exclaimed with a wide smile, marveling at the sheer grandeur of the Seok family residence. Yet, a touch of worry crossed Seok Miryong's mind about their unannounced arrival as Baek Sangin calmly reassured her of their intentions to express gratitude. Announcing himself as Baek Sangin from the famed Habukping family, he demanded to see Seok jin-ho, prompting an astonished reaction from the attendant, Yoon. Suddenly, Seok Jin-ryong, an official of the Seok family, greeted Seok Miryong warmly, feigning surprise at her unexpected visit. But his facade barely hid his underlying annoyance as he stated his intent to see young master Seok Jin-ho. Baek Sangin then explained their true purpose, to thank Seok Jin-ho, their benefactor, for saving the young Mrs. life. Seok Jin-ryong's thoughts swirled in surprise at the mention of Seok Jin-ho as a benefactor, but he quickly composed himself, agreeing to guide them. Footsteps creaked and crunched rhythmically on the tiled path. Seok Jin-ho felt a vague sense of unease, a premonition of something unsettling on the horizon, as his black cat, Darky, meowed beside him. Meanwhile, Baek Sangin, Seok Miryong, and their followers walked with purpose along the intricate pathways of the estate. Seok Jin-ryong, though annoyed, mentally observed the visitors, certain they were curious about his relationship with the young miss of the Peng family. Seok Miryong politely apologized for any misunderstanding, prompting Seok Jin-ho, with a welcoming smile, to invite her in and playfully demand an explanation for her presence. Baek Sangin, seeing an opportunity, smoothly thanked Seok Jin-ryong for his guidance, then excused himself, leaving Seok Jin-ryong stunned, wondering if he was being intentionally excluded. With an affable smile, Seok Jin-ryong informed Baek Sangin that he would arrange proper accommodations as a guest, indicating he expected a prolonged conversation with Seok Jin-ho. Back in a private corridor, Seok Jin-ryong sternly instructed his subordinate to investigate Baek Sangin's connection to the Habukping family, despite the followers' stunned hesitation at the sheer power of their target. With a chilling glare and a tightening jaw, Seok Jin-ryong angrily pressed his subordinate, who nervously promised to complete the challenging task. A cunning smirk played on Seok Jin-ryong's lips as he mused on the Habukping family's martial prowess, realizing their strength could elevate his own family to unparalleled heights. A charming smile graced Seok Miryong's face as Seok Jin-ryong, in his own mind, delusionally concluded her impressive status would make her an ideal wife. The table awaited silently, set with delicate tea for the impending conversation. Seok Jin-ho mused that his desire for a quiet visit might have inadvertently stirred up the household, noting Seok Jin-ryong's visible surprise but remaining unfazed himself. Baek Sangin, eyes narrowed in contemplation, internally assessed Seok Jin-ho, finding him remarkably different from others of his age. Seok Jin-ho, ever calm, observed Baek Sangin's composure, contrasting it with Seok Jin-ryong's less subtle reactions to Seok Miryong's beauty. With a gentle gesture, Seok Miryong presented a small item, her demeanor soft and expectant. She explained it was a small token of her profound gratitude, a long-awaited chance to repay him for saving her life. As the intricate golden plaque was revealed, Seok Miryong elaborated on its extraordinary benefits, offering various advantages and substantial financial support. Seok Jin-ho's composure cracked, a startled laugh escaping him as the true, overwhelming value of the so-called small token registered, sending shockwaves through him. Baek Sangin, with a knowing look, smoothly explained that Seok Miryong's stubborn nature meant she would not leave until the plaque was accepted. With a sigh of resignation, Seok Jin-ho agreed to accept the plaque, bringing a relieved smile to Seok Miryong's face. Seok Miryong's face lit up with pure joy and gratitude, her thanks overflowing with sincerity. Seok Jin-ho, however, remained pragmatic, acknowledging the plaque's financial benefits while cautiously considering its potential to become a burden if misused, deciding moderation was key. Outside, the tranquil atmosphere of the traditional Korean buildings was punctuated only by the gentle sounds of nature. The next morning, Baek Sangin and Seok Miryong greeted Seok Jin-ho, politely inquiring about his rest. Seok Miryong fidgeted nervously, trying to find the words to speak with him. Seok Jin-ho, noticing her hesitation, playfully asked if she had something to say, catching her by surprise. Her cheeks flushing, Seok Miryong stammered out a shy request, her hair fluttering as she grappled for courage. "Could you spar with me?" Seok Miryong finally asked, her determination clear, though the question took Seok Jin-ho by surprise. To her astonished delight, Seok Jin-ho nonchalantly agreed to her challenge. Seok Jin-ho gave the cue to begin the spar, and Seok Miryong eagerly agreed, ready for the challenge. With a confident stance, Seok Jin-ho partially drew his sword, offering Seok Miryong the first move. Her weapon whistling through the air, Seok Miryong declared her eagerness to learn, her eyes gleaming with fierce determination. The polearm, glowing faintly with a blue aura, sliced through the air with a faint hum. Seok Miryong charged forward with a furious, sweeping attack, her movements a blur of speed. Baek Sangin watched the unfolding spar with an intense, focused expression. With a powerful, arcing motion, Seok Miryong unleashed a wide wave of shimmering blue energy from her polearm. Seok Jin-ho effortlessly evaded the powerful energy arc, even offering a calm wink as it harmlessly passed by him. He continued to move with impossible speed, gracefully dodging Seok Miryong's successive polearm attacks. Internally, Seok Miryong expressed her disbelief that she hadn't landed a single hit. With a decisive stomp, Seok Miryong changed her strategy. "Let's try close combat," she declared, abandoning her polearm and rapidly closing the distance with Seok Jin-ho. Seok Miryong lunged with a powerful, glowing punch, which Seok Jin-ho expertly blocked with his sword. "Now, it's my turn," Seok Jin-ho stated, his eyes intense as he readied his sword for a counterattack. Their weapons clashed with a rapid series of metallic rings, sparks flying with each precise strike and parry. Seok Miryong's eyes widened in utter shock. She realized that despite his seemingly effortless movements, an incredible power lay hidden within Seok Jin-ho. A deeper shock, almost a revelation, struck her as she realized he was anticipating her every move, as if already intimately familiar with her family's martial arts. Her legs moved in a desperate flurry, a blur of motion across the ground. They exchanged a blinding series of rapid movements, leaving Seok Miryong utterly surprised by his speed. "It's now!" Seok Miryong cried out, leaping into the air, her polearm raised for a decisive, crushing overhead strike. Confident in her airborne advantage, Seok Miryong believed Seok Jin-ho would be unable to dodge her attack. But her confidence shattered in an instant, a sudden gasp escaping her lips. Her powerful downward strike was met with an immovable force as Seok Jin-ho blocked it with his sword, which he had rooted into the ground, causing energy to crackle at the impact point. Seok Miryong recoiled, thrown back by the unseen force of his countermove. Her two polearm weapons spun helplessly through the air before whistling away. She landed hard on the ground, the impact rattling her. With practiced ease, Baek Sangin's hand shot out, catching one of the polearm weapons mid-flight. Seok Jin-ho swiftly disarmed Seok Miryong with a precise flurry of kicks, sending her sprawling to the ground in defeat. Seok Miryong stared, stunned and defeated, as her polearm lay mere inches from her face. Seok Jin-ho stood victorious, a confident smirk playing on his lips, his sword held casually by his side. A deep, resonant impact struck Seok Jin-ho, sending him sprawling to the ground in a grimace of pain. Seok Miryong's eyes widened, a profound shock rattling her composure as she clutched her polearm. Miryong extended an offer of advice, which Seok Jin-ho accepted readily, admitting he had hoped for her guidance. Miryong critiqued his solid, yet predictable, technique, suggesting he incorporate unexpected attacks, a concept Seok Jin-ho mused over intently. She praised his quick grasp of combat's deeper philosophy, explaining that his seemingly obvious final move was part of a larger strategy. Miryong hesitantly asked for another spar the next day, a request that brought a note of surprise to Seok Jin-ho's response. Seok Jin-ho readily agreed, acknowledging the mutual benefit, and Miryong exhaled with visible relief as they settled plans for another session. Miryong watched him depart, acknowledging the young miss's prior assessment and concluding that Seok Jin-ho's potential, having reached such heights in under a year, truly surpassed even the legendary Six Dragons. Miryong chuckled softly, asserting her objectivity before playfully pondering if being too transparent about one's feelings was truly a good thing. Miryong quickly feigned ignorance, a flush rising on her cheeks, while the woman behind her merely smiled, seeing right through the denial. The woman, her gaze turning to Seok Jin-ho, abruptly shifted the conversation, asking if he wasn't curious about the true extent of his own skills. Seok Jin-ho hummed thoughtfully, acknowledging his genuine curiosity about the young master's capabilities. The woman suggested they test his skills together should the chance arise, a sentiment Seok Jin-ho echoed as a way to repay kindness, thrilling her with the prospect. Scrolls and brushes lay meticulously arranged on a polished desk, awaiting the weight of important decisions. Seok Myong-al, the distinguished Seok family manor master, considered a matter deeply, his hand to his chin. An advisor questioned if the reports of Jin-ho's dramatic change were true, and Seok Myong-al confirmed them as his personal observations. The advisor pondered how the previously unnoticed boy had rejected powerful proposals and even bested the renowned Peng Mei-an, the Habuk Peng family's sword flower. Seok Myong-al recognized the sudden emergence of genius but admitted a bitterness that stemmed from Jin-ho's evident disinterest in family matters. He reported that Jin-ho had rejected proposals from both young Miss Miryong and young Master Jin-ryong, adding that the young miss remained persistent despite the rebuff. He sighed, pondering if Jin-ho, having even refused the Supreme Elder, would ever truly care for the proposals of Miryong or Jin-ryong. He began flipping pages, revealing an interesting detail in the latest report. Seok Myong-al dismissed the plan involving the sword flower and Jin-ryong as unlikely to succeed, despite its superficial appeal. Even at the lower echelons of the top 5, the Habuk Peng family commanded immense power. They were a prestigious pillar of the righteous Murim world, making it clear that only the sword flower's personal interest, not mere wealth, could ever secure a connection with their esteemed house. The kneeling elder resolutely vowed to find a solution, but Seok Myong-al interrupted with another, pressing matter. Seok Myonghael's gaze was sharp as he sternly ordered Jin Ryong to cease his pointless actions, warning that any damage to their relationships would fall squarely on his shoulders. Seok Jin-ho discovered the black cat he was petting belonged to Jin-ho, while the feline, Darky, purred contentedly, assessing him as a non-threatening guest. Light footsteps sounded as Seok Jin-ho's adoptive brother emerged from a doorway, the black cat leading the way. Seok Deokwol greeted Jin-ho enthusiastically, signaling a long-awaited reunion. Seok Jin-ho returned the greeting warmly, acknowledging Seok Deokwol as his uncle. As Seok Deokwol poured tea, he remarked on the truth of rumors regarding Jin-ho's transformation, prompting Seok Jin-ho to playfully declare he would change even more as he aged. Seok Deokwol laughed, teasing Jin-ho about feeling old at 17, but the young master retorted with a pointed question about the true meaning of coming of age in the Seok family. Seok Deokwol sighed softly, affirming his deep understanding, and Jin-ho, in turn, expressed sincere gratitude for his uncle's unwavering support. Seok Deokwol, an illegitimate son who became the representative of the Seok Wind Escort Agency, understood the solitude that once plagued young Jin-ho, shown alone in a cold, snowy flashback. His own origins allowed him to understand Jin-ho's isolated situation with an empathy no one else could match. He could never ignore the isolated Jin-ho, often checking in on him after missions, a beacon of consistent care in a lonely past. The current Seok Jin-ho, standing over the defeated, translucent form of the body's original owner, reaffirmed his promise to never ignore his predecessor's plight. Cutting through the pleasantries, Seok Jin-ho directly inquired what was truly on his uncle's mind. Seok Deokwol laughed, astounded that someone who had lived so little could see right through him, prompting Seok Jin-ho to humbly credit his own perceptiveness. Seok Deokwol flinched slightly before urging Jin-ho to speak his mind, now that his true intentions had been laid bare. Seok Deokwol admitted his shamelessness, confessing he needed Jin-ho's help to secure Master Baek Sangin's aid for his endangered escort agency, which was under siege by the White Demon Escort Agency and the Black Crow Fortress. Seok Jin-ho asserted his conviction about the culprits, even without solid evidence, acknowledging the situation's inherent complications. Seok Deokwol nodded, explaining that Master Baek's intervention, as a top master in Habuk province, would easily overwhelm even the formidable Black Crow Fortress. He revealed Master Baek's prior refusal, gasping slightly as he admitted to seeking Jin-ho's help as a last resort due to rumors of his special relationship with Lady Peng. Seok Jin-ho clarified that his relationship with Lady Peng was overstated, cautioning that another refusal was likely, but resolved to arrange a meeting regardless. Seok Deokwol seized Jin-ho's hands, a flicker of desperate hope in his eyes, vowing he would handle everything else if only the meeting could be arranged. Seok Jin-ho declared they should meet immediately, revealing that their guests were already waiting just outside, much to his uncle's surprise. The door swung open with a creak as Seok Jin-ho called out for Mir-yong and her companion to stop waiting and enter. Mir-yong chuckled smugly, while her companion behind her wore a slightly embarrassed expression. Seok Deokwol introduced himself, reminding Master Baek of their meeting yesterday, and the master, startled, acknowledged him as the Seok Wind Escort Agency's representative. Seok Jin-ho invited Master Baek and Lady Peng to be seated, prompting his adoptive brother to question if they hadn't already exchanged greetings. With a hand to his head, Seok Deokwol realized their current gathering was intimately tied to the events of yesterday, more than just a formal greeting. Master Baek asked if young Master Seok also intended to request his assistance, a word Seok Jin-ho repeated, thoughtfully. Seok Jin-ho decisively placed a gleaming gold bar on the table, declaring his intention to return it before their discussion began. Master Baek reacted with open surprise to the returned gold, while Mir-yong, with a pained, teary gaze, held his hand. Seok Jin-ho clarified that his initial assistance to Lady Peng was simply an act of principle, never expecting or needing anything in return. He explained his motive for returning the gold, to prevent Master Baek from feeling obligated, causing the master to clear his throat, clearly flustered. With a confident smile and a gesture, Seok Jin-ho announced his intention to offer a proposition, not a request. Seok Jin-ho confidently outlined two compelling benefits to accompanying him to Black Crow Fortress, satisfying their curiosity and gaining invaluable practical experience. Master Baek's face registered profound shock as he began to grasp the audacious implications of resolving their curiosity. From a bloody, ornate throne, Seok Jin-ho's menacing grin invited them to sate their curiosity regarding his martial arts techniques. He revealed his audacious plan, to satisfy their curiosity by having him confront the notorious bandit leader of Black Crow Fortress himself. Master Baek questioned his confidence against such a formidable foe, but Seok Jin-ho simply challenged them to witness his skills firsthand if they doubted him. With a confident smile, Seok Jin-ho urged them to depart without further delay. With a resonant thud, the group moved swiftly along the pathway, shrouded in swirling mist. Seok Deokwol voiced his doubt that Jin-ho could possibly match Master Baek, but Mir-yong countered with a confident smile, asserting the encounter would be far more challenging than anticipated. Mir-yong chuckled softly, reassuring his surprised uncle that young Master Seok was not to be underestimated. Despite the rumors, Seok internally agonized over the immense skill gap he believed Jin-ho faced, questioning if it could truly be bridged. With a confident smile and his sword in hand, Jin-ho challenged if they were ready to begin. Master Beck, poised with his own blade, confidently granted his opponent the honor of the first move. With a fierce smile, Jin-ho drew his sword, declaring the battle's commencement. Jin-ho moved with impossible speed, a blur of motion as he effortlessly evaded his attacker's strike. His opponent gasped, an internal tremor shaking him at Jin-ho's impossible quickness and the sheer power radiating from him. The ground beneath him shattered with a resonant impact as Jin-ho landed a powerful, unseen strike. Jin-ho realized with a jolt that he had inadvertently activated the heaven and earth dominating divine technique, its blue energy swirling around him. The formidable Master Beck observed Jin-ho from a distance, a strategy forming in his mind. He focused his will, gathering blue energy in his hand, determined to halt Jin-ho's maddeningly agile movements. Jin-ho's energy surged dramatically, an overwhelming blue aura erupting around him that sent a powerful current through the air. A bead of sweat traced a path down Master Beck's face, his surprise mounting with every display of Jin-ho's power. Master Beck questioned how Jin-ho could so easily pierce through his energy defenses, advancing without a single flicker of hesitation. The thought echoed in Master Beck's mind, Jin-ho was closing the distance, and he hadn't even blinked. Their fists met with explosive force, a rapid-fire exchange of blows sending blue energy rippling through the air. Master Beck channeled a swirling vortex of golden energy into his hand, preparing a concentrated, devastating strike. Blue and golden energies collided in a blinding explosion, the impact shaking the very ground. Jin-ho calmly assessed the situation, golden energy flowing around him, deciding there was no need for an inefficient show of brute strength just yet. Master Beck acknowledged their initial exchange had concluded, and with newfound resolve, he declared the true fight could now begin. They resumed their intense exchange, fists bursting with blue energy as they delivered rapid blows. Master Beck internally reflected that winning was not his primary objective, something deeper drove his actions. With a powerful kick that shattered the ground, Master Beck affirmed his goal was simply to put up a truly decent fight against Jin-ho. Master Beck gasped in surprise, realizing Jin-ho had instantly closed the distance, his hand now within reach. Jin-ho landed a swift, impactful blow, sending Master Beck reeling from the sheer force. Master Beck cried out in pain and shock, frustrated with himself for being so easily caught off guard. Master Beck was driven forcefully into the ground, a powerful strike sending blue energy radiating from the point of impact. He pondered Jin-ho's uncanny ability to predict his every move, finding it almost impossible to believe. The two clashed again mid-air, a rapid, powerful exchange of blows surrounded by crackling blue energy. Their punches collided with immense force, generating a massive shockwave that rippled through the training ground. Jin-ho moved with blinding speed, golden energy swirling around his hand as he prepared for his next attack. Master Beck countered with his own swift motion, blue energy radiating from his body in response. Master Beck pondered if unleashing his full strength was the only way to truly gauge the depth of Jin-ho's abilities. Jin-ho stood confidently amidst the cracked earth, silently permitting his opponent to tap into his full power. Jin-ho provocatively encouraged Master Beck to use more of his internal energy, suggesting it would finally satiate his curiosity. Master Beck, confident in Jin-ho's ability to handle it, gathered immense blue energy around him, ready to unleash a devastating attack. With a powerful stance, Master Beck unleashed his full attack, challenging Jin-ho to block the overwhelming force. Jin-ho instantly recognized the devastating, supreme skill of the Haebong family, as Master Beck launched a colossal blue energy strike. A tremendous blue energy explosion erupted, consuming the landscape above the traditional buildings. Master Beck himself cried out in shock at the sheer power unleashed by his own technique, an awe-inspiring spectacle. Yoon, the attendant, calmly reassured his worried comrade that everything would be alright, despite the destructive power displayed. The attendant expressed his fear of the escalating power, but Yoon confidently countered, asserting the young master's immense strength. Yoon laughed boisterously, his unwavering confidence in Jin-ho echoing through the now calmer air. Jin-ho, with a confident smile, called an end to the demonstration, suggesting his opponent had now seen enough. Murim expressed her approval, while Yoon, overwhelmed, could only stammer in shock and profound awe at Jin-ho's display. Jin-ho's adoptive brother praised the young master's prowess, while another attendant playfully teased him for his earlier worry. Jin-ho's adoptive brother expressed concern about Jin-ho revealing his hidden skills against the powerful bandits, but Jin-ho confidently shrugged it off, stating he never intended to hide them. Jin-ho declared his unwavering loyalty, stating he could never abandon someone who had cared for him since childhood. Jin-ho's adoptive brother was deeply moved, his eyes sparkling with emotion at Jin-ho's heartfelt words. His adoptive brother readily agreed to accompany Jin-ho, and Murim chimed in with her approval. The agency head, an astute observer, noted Jin-ho's growing impressiveness and resolved to send word to his family once their mission concluded. He shrewdly planned to establish a connection with this powerful, hidden dragon, seeing him as far stronger than even the legendary 6 dragons. The group arrived at the majestic Black Crow Mountain, its vast forests and rugged peaks looming under a bright sky. Seok Jin-ho and his companions continued their journey, their footsteps echoing softly along the forest path. The Seok Wind Escort Agency had expressed his lingering doubts, unsure if their current course of action was truly sound. Seok Jin-ho questioned the strategy of dividing their forces, asking if it was a pincer attack, to which the agency head clarified it was not technically so. The agency head explained their plan was merely to deploy enough men to prevent any escape, securing the perimeter. He emphasized the critical importance of retrieving their goods and the recklessness of dividing their forces, advocating for caution. Seok Jin-ho revealed a deeper conspiracy. The Black Crow Fortress was backed by the White Demon Escort Agency, making him question the bandits' true involvement. Seok Jin-ho theorized that their enemies had planted an inside man to smuggle out the goods, aiming to undermine the Seok Wind Escort Agency's reputation. The agency had acknowledged the plausibility of Jin-ho's theory but still harbored reservations about dividing their forces. Seok Jin-ho, speaking with an almost unnerving confidence, assured the agency head there was no need to worry, that as long as he was present, nothing would go awry. Seok Jin-ho smirked, a knowing glint in his eye, and agreed to the proposed plan. The agency head reflected on Master Beck's intervention, though he still had reservations about the significant changes to their plan. He worried deeply about reducing their main gate forces by more than half, a risky maneuver. The agency head's concern intensified, a bead of sweat forming as he wondered if it truly would be okay. He suddenly gasped, a wave of panic washing over him. As an unseen attacker cried out Seok Jin-ho's name, Jin-ho delivered a powerful blow that splintered the surrounding wood. Seok Jin-ho calmly reassured the panicked agency head, who could barely believe Jin-ho's composure in the face of danger. Jin-ho continued to smile confidently, assuring the bewildered agency head of Jin-ho's immense strength. An angry assailant demanded Jin-ho's identity, to which Seok Jin-ho cryptically replied that he would soon see for himself. Seok Jin-ho marched forward with unwavering determination, his adoptive brother and Seok Mir-yong following close behind. An assailant cried out in shock and pain as he was violently seized by the face. Seok Jin-ho effortlessly held the struggling man by the neck, demonstrating exactly how strong Jin-ho truly was. The narrative unfolded, supported by readers who ensured quality and faster updates for the team behind Suryatoon.com. Seok Jin-ho declared his power, his sword strike promising a vivid demonstration of his strength to the grimacing opponent. The defeated man's body trembled violently as his pained gasps choked into a guttural groan, utterly crushed by the force of the blow. With a swift, decisive slash, Seok Jin-ho dispatched his opponent, sending the man falling to the dusty ground. A man from the Green Forest loudly challenged Seok Jin-ho, outraged by the attack on their territory as a crowd of followers gathered behind him. Enraged, the leader of the Green Forest faction charged forward, his anger driving him into a furious confrontation. Seok Jin-ho's lips curved into a confident smirk, his hand slowly drawing his sword in a menacing preparation for the inevitable fight. In a violent, swift blur of motion, Seok Jin-ho unleashed a flurry of attacks, brutally cutting down multiple assailants amidst sprays of blood. An older man watched, his eyes wide with shock and a bead of sweat forming on his brow, realizing Seok Jin-ho's unexpected strength far exceeded his expectations. The remaining opponents hesitated, flinching back, visibly intimidated by the raw power Seok Jin-ho displayed as he stood victorious amidst the injured. Seok Jin-ho calmly challenged the cowering survivors, his footsteps deliberately marking the ground as he mocked their reluctance to continue the fight. He scornfully questioned how such cowards could hold positions in the Green Forest's 18 fortresses, deeming their lack of courage pathetic. With impatient disdain, Seok Jin-ho demanded the immediate presence of their leader, that giant-strength great axe guy, internally deeming his current opponents useless. With a heavy, imposing stomp, a large, menacing man, presumably the leader, stepped forward, his determination clear on his face. Enraged, the man grabbed one of his subordinates, chastising him for retreating from a mere kid. The furious leader continued to berate his subordinate, questioning their very pride and identity as bandits of the Black Crow Fortress. The enraged leader violently kicked his subordinate, declaring that he was better off dead. The kicked man lay defeated, coughing in pain and calling out to his fortress leader with wide, suffering eyes. Seok Jin-ho and Seok Mir-yong observed the unfolding chaos with serious, watchful expressions. The large, bearded leader smirked with dark contempt, finding the chaos Seok Jin-ho caused to be utterly pathetic. He then made a perverse comment about Seok Mir-yong's beauty, which caused her to subtly shiver even as she held a determined glare. Seok Jin-ho yawned, dismissing their taunts with bored impatience as he stated his desire to end the confrontation swiftly. The leader's eyes widened in a furious disbelief, his jaw clenched tightly in shock and anger at Seok Jin-ho's insolent nonchalance. Roaring an insult, the enraged leader lashed out with a punch, aiming it at Seok Jin-ho. Seok Jin-ho moved with incredible speed and precision, his sword blurring to deflect the incoming attack with a series of slashes and clangs. Both the man and Seok Myung reacted with gasps of astonishment, their wide eyes reflecting profound shock at Seok Jin-ho's swift actions. Seok Jin-ho delivered a powerful downward strike, catching his stunned opponent by surprise with brutal force. Seok Jin-ho watched with a focused intensity as his opponent attempted to grab his sword with bare hands. The man cried out in disbelief and agony as his injured hand, gripping Seok Jin-ho's sword, began to tremble uncontrollably. The man's hand audibly began to tear and shatter as he desperately tried to maintain his grip on Seok Jin-ho's blade. In his mind, the man couldn't comprehend his defeat, recalling his hard-won ascent to power within the Black Crow Fortress. The man's hand shattered completely, his mind reeling in utter disbelief at being so easily defeated by a mere brat. He fell to the ground in terror, his wide eyes reflecting pure panic and a horrifying inability to accept his utter defeat. Seok Jin-ho delivered a final, crushing blow, driving his opponent further into the ground with relentless force. The defeated man cried out in agony, his face contorted in pain as Seok Jin-ho's hand pressed forcefully against his mouth. Seok Jin-ho smirked with condescending arrogance, stating that his opponent was even more pathetic than he had initially thought. The defeated, giant-strength Great Axe man's followers murmured in shock, quickly realizing they needed to report this devastating loss to their superiors. A man desperately ran, intent on escaping with the goods and determined not to let them fall back into the hands of their captors. Seok Jin-ho casually called out, then Seok Myung stepped forward to confront the escaping man, questioning his hurried flight. Recognizing Seok Myung as a woman from the Habuk-ping family, the frantic man pushed past her, prioritizing his escape over the lost goods. The man, underestimating her, decided to take down one girl, but Seok Myung skillfully deflected his attack with her spear. Her spear met his attack with a powerful clang, blocking his advance with unwavering resolve. Seok Myung smirked with confident arrogance, taunting the man for his misjudgment of her perceived delicacy. Seok Jin-ho approached, praising Seok Myung for preventing the escape and explaining that he had given specific instructions to monitor for those attempting to flee. Kneeling beside the defeated man, Seok Jin-ho explained his vigilance, confirming he was watching for anyone trying to escape. As Seok Myung inquired, Seok Jin-ho explained his meticulous search for a poison pill in the defeated man's mouth, reasoning that suicide would render the capture meaningless. An unseen voice commended Seok Jin-ho's thoroughness, remarking on the proper way to handle such a situation, as the scene shifted to the grand estate of the Habuk-ping family. Ping Jingkuk, seated with an imposing presence, demanded information about the Seok family's first young master. A subordinate respectfully reported details about Seok Jin-ryong, including his age, his ambition for family succession, and his reputation for being somewhat narrow-minded despite decent abilities. Ping Jingkuk then inquired about Seok Jin-ryong's martial arts, learning that he possessed none. Ping Jingkuk slammed his hand on the table in outrage, expressing disdain for a man without martial arts or heir status who dared to seek an engagement with Naeon. Ping Jingkuk's fury intensified, his eyes glowing with purple anger, prompting his worried subordinate to frantically attempt to calm him down. After an apology for his outburst, Ping Jingkuk shifted the conversation, inquiring about Seok Jin-ho, who had been mentioned in Guard Beck's letter for subduing the giant-strength Great Axe. The reporting man continued, detailing Seok Jin-ho's sudden rise to prominence in the past year, noting his desperate past that included a suicide attempt. Ping Jingkuk thoughtfully considered if Seok Jin-ho's new strength rivaled that of the Six Dragons, as his subordinate added that Jin-ho also possessed keen skills for tracking down fugitives. The subordinate delivered a comprehensive report, highlighting the favorable contract from the Seok Wind Escort Agency, Seok Jin-ho's character beyond mere calculation, and most importantly, his success in charming Naeon. Ping Jingkuk acknowledged the immediate need to address Naeon's situation, as his subordinate suggested summoning her back before rumors could spread. Ping Jingkuk decisively ordered Naeon's return, adding the surprising instruction that Seok Jin-ho should accompany her if he was the reason for her delay, which greatly surprised his subordinate. Ping Jingkuk stated his intention to personally assess Seok Jin-ho, while Seok Jin-ho himself was seen smiling gently, seemingly unburdened by the impending scrutiny. Three men carried heavy burdens through a bustling street, contributing to the lively daily activity. Market stalls shimmered with an abundance of food, skewers of meat and bowls of rice gleaming invitingly under the bright light. Seok Jin-ho gently asked his nanny if she was truly that happy, her joyous expression sparkling with uncontained delight. Seok Jin-ho confidently smirked, explaining that their living conditions were set to improve dramatically, thanks to the bounty on the giant-strength Great Axe and newfound family support. The nanny, glowing with heartfelt happiness, clarified that her joy stemmed not from the wealth, but from the fact that the manor master himself had sent the generous gifts. The nanny expressed surprise at the manor master's generosity after she had declined his request to stay, a revelation that in turn surprised Seok Jin-ho. Seok Jin-ho dismissed the manor master's offer, but the nanny insisted her happiness came from his recognition and the accessible headquarters of the Seok Wind Escort Agency. Seok Jin-ho expressed his desire for a peaceful new dwelling, to which the nanny lovingly replied that any place was fine as long as she was by his side. A man frantically ran forward, his urgent calls for the young master echoing through the serene outdoor setting. Seok Jin-ho remarked on the arrival of a troublesome guy, while the nanny smiled knowingly, attributing it to Maryung's charm. Seok Jin-ho wished the arriving man would speak more quietly, but his thought was cut short by a sudden, startled gasp. The bruised man, his face etched with worry and distress, demanded to know who had done this to Seok Jin-ho. Jong Maryung rushed forward, his desperate calls for his young master echoing with frantic urgency. The nanny, Seok Mir-young, calmly observed the approaching commotion, while Seok Jin-ho wryly noted that was simply Maryung's particular charm. Seok Jin-ho internally wished for less fanfare, but his exasperation gave way to a sharp, startled intake of breath. A choked gasp escaped Seok Jin-ho's lips as he demanded to know who had inflicted such wounds upon Jong Maryung. This was the tale of a martial artist's reincarnation. Seok Jin-ho, with growing concern, questioned Jong Maryung about his bruised face, asking if he had been in a fight. Jong Maryung awkwardly began to explain what had happened, a hesitant sigh escaping his lips. The moment hung in the air, a transition between the present and the unfolding explanation. Seok Jin-ho's thoughts began to piece together the unfortunate sequence of events. He realized that the seventh group leader, Bong Woo-ryung, had caught Maryung fighting No Chu-sam from the manor guards and had severely beaten him as a reprimand. Jong Maryung confirmed this, panting heavily. Seok Jin-ho's thoughts turned melancholic, reflecting on the vulnerability of a servant without a patron, recalling Jong Maryung's sad reminder that he was still only under the young master's observation. With a regretful sigh, Seok Jin-ho acknowledged his own negligence for not having given Jong Maryung a firm answer regarding his position. Seok Jin-ho decisively ordered Jong Maryung to follow him, causing Maryung to question their unknown destination. Seok Jin-ho declared his intolerance for the mistreatment of his people, astonishing Jong Maryung, who realized the young master was referring to him. As Seok Jin-ho urged him to follow, Jong Maryung, overcome with joy, bowed deeply, pledging to serve him with all his might. As they approached the Grand Manor Pavilion, Jong Maryung expressed concern that, as a mere servant, he shouldn't be involving his young master. Seok Jin-ho, however, gravely asserted that attacking Jong Maryung was an act of disrespect towards himself, leaving Maryung perplexed. With sparkling determination, Jong Maryung emphatically accepted Seok Jin-ho's command to never forget he was now one of his people and to act accordingly. Two manor guards reacted with surprise and a visible shiver of apprehension as the young master approached their post. Seok Jin-ho calmly commanded a startled manor guard to summon the seventh group leader, Bong Woo-ryung, a request the guard immediately complied with. Jong Maryung, along with the guard, reacted with alarm and surprise at the sudden appearance of Chu-sam. Chu-sam aggressively shouted an insult, causing a manor guard to exclaim in shock. Seok Jin-ho's face contorted in a furious, red-tinged rage, causing the nearby guard to gasp in terror at the depth of his anger. The manor guards flinched and stammered, unable to explain themselves as Seok Jin-ho's intimidating presence advanced towards them. Seok Jin-ho unleashed an overwhelming, crushing aura, causing Chu-sam and the other terrified guards to cower and squeak in fear. Chu-sam stammered out a nervous apology, his mind reeling from the immense pressure, while another guard, trembling, admitted the rumors of Seok Jin-ho's power barely touched the reality. Bong Woo-ryung rushed forward, desperately pleading with the enraged young master to calm his fury. Seok Jin-ho, his eyes glinting with intense rage, vehemently questioned why he should calm down when his people and himself had been so disrespected. The terrifying intensity of Seok Jin-ho's anger left the manor guards utterly stunned and fearful. Seok Jin-ho, dismissing their concerns, accused the guards of being mercenaries who cared nothing for a bastard son or his servant, vowing they would simply leave once their contract expired, prompting Bong Woo-ryung to frantically interject. Bong Woo-ryung, identified as the manor guard's seventh group leader, demanded an explanation from Seok Jin-ho for his provocative accusations. Seok Jin-ho, with a smug smirk, coolly greeted Bong Woo-ryung, declaring he was merely teaching a lesson to these clueless fools and their leader who had forgotten their place. Bong Woo-ryung's face tightened with intense irritation as he furiously demanded Seok Jin-ho repeat his words. With a taunting smirk and glowing eyes, Seok Jin-ho declared that Bong Woo-ryung had sold his pride for money and, in doing so, had seemingly lost the very pride of a warrior. An enraged Bong Woo-ryung drew his sword, loudly declaring that Seok Jin-ho had crossed an unforgivable line. As Bong Woo-ryung swung his sword in a furious attack, Seok Jin-ho calmly prepared to impart some wisdom through his counter. Seok Jin-ho effortlessly parried or dodged Bong Woo-ryung's sword with a swift, almost imperceptible movement. Seok Jin-ho inwardly dismissed Bong Woo-ryung's attack, finding his movements riddled with flaws and questioning if this was truly considered first-rate. As Seok Jin-ho easily countered, Bong Woo-ryung struggled, his vision too slow, his reflexes too late, his body unresponsive, leaving Seok Jin-ho to inwardly lament his own high expectations for the fight. With a determined jawline, Seok Jin-ho decided it was time to bring the confrontation to a swift conclusion. Seok Jin-ho's intense focus was palpable as he prepared a decisive, powerful technique with a hand seal. Seok Jin-ho swiftly attacked, delivering a heavy impact that sent Bong Woo-ryung to the ground, his sword clattering away, proving him less skilled than the young master had initially thought. Seok Jin-ho reflected on his past lives, acknowledging that he would have taken such a life without hesitation then, but found himself constrained by the present. An intense energy coursed through Seok Jin-ho as he vowed to create an undeniable atmosphere of authority within the family, ensuring no one would dare underestimate him again. Seok Jin-ho made a sharp, impactful move with his sword, startling Bong Woo-ryung. With a swift, slicing swish, Seok Jin-ho masterfully disarmed Bong Woo-ryung. Bong Woo-ryung groaned in pain and defeat, his discarded sword now embedded firmly in the ground beside him. The manor guards murmured in stunned confusion, unable to comprehend how the seventh group leader had been so easily defeated and how the fourth young master had become so unexpectedly powerful. Seok Jin-ho, a challenging smile playing on his lips, demanded that Bong Woo-ryung pay the price for poorly training his men and disrespecting him. Ma Chong-ran, an older man and the manor leader, fixed his serious gaze on Seok Jin-ho, preparing to intervene. Ma Chong-ran, the manor leader, bowed deeply, pleading with Seok Jin-ho to stop the confrontation out of respect for his position. Ma Chong-ran promised to ensure both Bong Woo-ryung and Chu-sam would apologize and face appropriate disciplinary actions. Seok Jin-ho thoughtfully reflected on Ma Chong-ran's long-standing position as the manor leader, a true warrior at heart who had served for over 2 decades. Seok Jin-ho sheathed his sword with a clink, declaring the conflict over out of respect for the leader, but issued a stern warning against any future transgressions. Ma Chong-ran commanded Bong Woo-ryung and Chu-sam to apologize, and Bong Woo-ryung submissively agreed. Bong Woo-ryung and Chu-sam knelt and offered their sincere apologies, Chu-sam's words catching in his throat with fear. Seok Jin-ho prompted Chu-sam to consider whether there was someone else he should also be apologizing to, causing Chu-sam to flinch. Chu-sam, still kneeling, looked at Jong Maryung and offered a humble apology for his mistake. Jong Maryung looked utterly bewildered and dazed by the unexpected apology. Seok Jin-ho urged Jong Maryung to decide quickly, to which Maryung, scratching his head, offered a forgiving response that everyone makes mistakes sometimes. Ma Chong-ran asked Seok Jin-ho if the matter was settled, and the young master agreed. Ma Chong-ran observed Seok Jin-ho with a thoughtful, assessing gaze. As Seok Jin-ho and Jong Maryung walked away, Ma Chong-ran reflected with awe on Seok Jin-ho's unexpected power, realizing a true monster had emerged in the Seok family. Under Seok Jin-ho's watchful eye, Jong Maryung and Yoon vigorously trained, their shouts of effort echoing through the outdoor training area. Narration described how Jong Maryung and Yoon dedicated themselves to even harder training after that day, with Jong Maryung's newly recognized status as Seok Jin-ho's follower fueling his boundless enthusiasm. Jong Maryung, now confident in his recognized status and no longer concerned with others' watchful eyes, boasted his determination to grow stronger, prompting an indifferent response from Seok Jin-ho. Seok Jin-ho humorously adapted to the constant pitter-patter of bothersome guests, particularly Jong Maryung, who now visited so frequently it simply became part of his daily routine. The nanny, pouring tea, gently addressed her black cat, noting the late hour but deciding to prepare a meal for the expected late-arriving guests. The nanny's expression shifted to surprise as she realized an additional guest would be joining them. Seok Myung and Yoon greeted Seok Jin-ho with awkward laughter, while he responded with a subtly sinister smirk. Seok Jin-ho, a sinister smile playing on his lips, remarked on the new guest's presence, which Yoon nervously confirmed. Seok Jin-ho turned, expressing his pleasure to meet the new arrival. The new guest, Peng Mugyeon of the Habuk Fong family, introduced himself as Nayeon's older brother. Peng Mugyeon, the respected new guest from the Habei Peng family, formally introduced himself as Nayeon's elder brother, signaling a significant arrival. Seok Jin-ho returned the formal bow, his polite greeting masking the underlying tension of their first meeting. Peng Mugyeon offered apologies for his unannounced visit, citing concerns about message delivery, but Seok Jin-ho, accustomed to such sudden arrivals, graciously invited him inside. Seok Myung leaned in, her whispered concerns revealing her apprehension that this uninvited visit might weigh heavily on the young master. Peng Mugyeon, with a satisfied smile, explained his visit, driven by both a desire to meet Seok Jin-ho and a deeper curiosity about who could tame his sister's wild spirit. Peng Mugyeon playfully warned Seok Myung against speaking out of turn, prompting her teasing retort about Nayeon's deep affection for Seok Jin-ho. A beautifully ornate sword was presented, its presence sparking a question from Seok Jin-ho about its unexpected arrival. Peng Mugyeon respectfully explained that the exquisite weapon was a gift from Nayeon, a token of her deep gratitude crafted by their family's esteemed master-smith. As the blade slid from its sheath, Seok Jin-ho's eyes widened in genuine surprise at its quality. Seok Jin-ho, appreciating its perfect balance and fine craftsmanship, humbly wondered if he was truly worthy of such a magnificent blade. Seok Myung chuckled, finding amusement in Nayeon's unexpected display of courtesy, seemingly so unlike her mischievous nature. Seok Jin-ho then shifted the conversation, expressing his concern about the impact Nayeon's extended stay might have on her family's esteemed head. Peng Mugeon acknowledged his father's concern, but explained his limited power as merely the third in their family's strict hierarchy, a revelation that surprised Seok Jin-ho. Peng Mugeon then playfully revealed that Nayeon held the surprising second position in their family's power structure, leaving Seok Mir-young flustered. Peng Mugeon emphatically declared his own low standing within the family, a dynamic that amused Seok Jin-ho, who noted their clear closeness. Seok Jin-ho's thoughts drifted, finding Peng Mugeon's outer appearance surprisingly unassuming, lacking any obvious traits of a powerful martial artist. Yet, an unsettling instinct screamed that Peng Mugeon possessed skills far superior to his own, echoing Guard Beck's earlier warnings about his mastery of internal energy. Peng Mugeon swallowed, wrestling with the desire to challenge Seok Jin-ho to a duel, yet hesitating to make such a blunt request. To Peng Mugeon's delight, Seok Jin-ho proposed a duel, eager to test his newly received, generous gift in combat. Peng Mugeon's thoughts affirmed Seok Jin-ho's impressive perception, solidifying his belief that this would be no easy opponent. With a sense of dramatic anticipation, the two combatants and their companions moved to an open outdoor arena, setting the stage for their duel. Seok Jin-ho, wielding his sword with confidence, declared his intention to deliver a spectacle, a worthy display for his followers, Mariyoung and Yoon. Peng Mugeon, holding his sword with a serious expression, realized their clash was an inevitable outcome of Seok Jin-ho's competitive spirit. With matching confidence, both Seok Jin-ho and Peng Mugeon declared their readiness, the tension in the air almost palpable. Then, let's begin, Seok Jin-ho declared, lunging forward in a blur, initiating the duel with sudden force. Swords clashed instantly, a flurry of rapid blows ringing through the air as the two fighters met. Peng Mugeon was taken aback by Seok Jin-ho's direct, almost reckless charge, having expected a more cautious approach given his new sword. Steel screamed against steel as the blades locked in a violent, sparking embrace. Peng Mugeon retaliated with a mighty sword swing, the blade emanating visible blue energy. A silent gasp escaped Seok Jin-ho, his eyes widening in pure shock. Seok Jin-ho noted the terrifying swiftness of Peng Mugeon's sword, forced into a desperate defense. The relentless clang of steel filled the air as their swords continued to meet in a blur of rapid movements. A powerful block created a burst of light and force as Seok Jin-ho met another of Peng Mugeon's fierce attacks. A strained gasp escaped Peng Mugeon, revealing the immense effort required to maintain his offense. The sheer spectacle of their duel left Yoon and the other follower in awe, recognizing it as a clash between true martial masters. Seok Mir-young openly expressed her profound surprise, admitting she had expected Peng Mugeon to easily dominate such a direct confrontation. Seok Jin-ho cursed internally, frustration boiling within him at being so easily pushed onto the defensive. I refuse to lose. Seok Jin-ho mentally roared, unleashing a powerful blue energy wave, determined that the former Sword Emperor would not fall so easily. Peng Mugeon challenged Seok Jin-ho's resolve, charging forward enveloped in his own formidable red energy. Red and blue energy collided in a cataclysmic explosion, sending shockwaves through the air. Yoon gasped in awe, overwhelmed by the incredible martial prowess on display, desperate to imprint every detail onto his mind. Peng Mugeon pressed his relentless offensive, sending out waves of blue energy in a continuous assault. With intense golden eyes, Seok Jin-ho acutely analyzed his physical disadvantages, determining he must close the distance to overcome the disparity in their reach and stature. Seok Jin-ho moved like a phantom, swiftly evading Peng Mugeon's continuous barrage of blue energy attacks, searching for an opening. Seok Jin-ho pressed his attack, his past lives' experiences affirming that no mere sword could truly threaten him anymore, not even one wielded by a master. With a faint smile, Seok Jin-ho realized he couldn't let the duel end, as it offered a rare and precious opportunity to reawaken his long-dormant senses from his past life. A deep breath steadied Seok Jin-ho, who, noticing a hint of amusement from his opponent, decided it was time to unleash his ultimate trump card. Peng Mugeon, crackling with blue lightning, confidently declared his intent to unleash the ultimate technique, a secret art passed down by his family's head. With a roar, Peng Mugeon unleashed the chaotic origin thunderous divine arts, a devastating torrent of blue lightning energy. A single foot landed with decisive precision, indicating a shift in stance. Peng Mugeon's formidable blue energy attack crashed against Seok Jin-ho's rising red aura, the two forces meeting in a powerful deflection. A vivid slash of red energy tore through the air, carving a path of raw power. Seok Jin-ho expertly defended, his powerful countermove erupting in a burst of red energy. Peng Mugeon grimaced, his body straining as he poured immense effort into maintaining his powerful blue energy technique. Peng Mugeon's eyes snapped wide, a gasp catching in his throat as the impossible reality of the situation overwhelmed him. With a heavy sigh of concession, Peng Mugeon admitted defeat, acknowledging Seok Jin-ho's superior skill, with nothing left to offer in the contest. Seok Jin-ho, with a polite nod and a satisfied smile, graciously thanked Peng Mugeon for the exhilarating effort, as onlookers watched in impressed silence. Peng Mugian, with a wry chuckle, joked about Nayeon's prophetic absence from his cheering squad, acknowledging the profound lessons he had learned from their exchange. Seok Jin-ho acknowledged the duel as an invaluable experience, admitting he had not been pushed so completely, not even during his rigorous spars with the legendary Six Dragons. Seok Jin-ho extended a casual invitation for lunch, boasting of his nanny's culinary skills, which Peng Mugian eagerly accepted, curious about the dishes Nayeon had praised. An observing follower internally marveled at the shocking disparity between Seok Jin-ho and Peng Mugian, finding it hard to believe they were brothers despite the rumors. When asked for his direct assessment, Peng Mugian offered nothing but the highest praise, declaring Seok Jin-ho's skill and character far surpassed even Guard Beck's descriptions. As he walked, Seok Jin-ho mused contentedly that the idea of truly belonging to a family no longer seemed like such a bad idea. The persistent, rhythmic drone of a cicada filled the warm afternoon air. Ma Chong-ran, considering the newly earned moniker, observed that Seok Jin-ho had acquired an impressive nickname, Arm Wind Thunder Tiger. The unidentified man expressed his concern, predicting that news of the duel with the Peng family's young master would inevitably spread throughout the world. Ma Chong-ran mused on the Peng family's outright rejection of Jin Ryong's marriage proposal, which the other man linked to Seok Jin-ho's apparent disinterest in Jin Ryong. Both men confessed their puzzlement over Seok Jin-ho's sudden and uncharacteristic interest in the escort mission conference, given his previous indifference to the Seok Wind escort agency. Ma Chong-ran mused, with a calculating hum, that whatever Seok Jin-ho's true purpose, his involvement would undoubtedly elevate the Seok family's prestige, ensuring a positive outcome. Ma Chong-ran anticipated the unfolding events with keen excitement, unaware of the enigmatic smile on Seok Jin-ho's face, even as he sat bound in his mysterious predicament. The grandeur of the traditional architecture, standing resolute under a clear sky, stirred a quiet anticipation for the events yet to unfold. As Seok Jin-ho arrived, a warm welcome from Peng Mugian greeted him, standing ready with other men at the ornate manor entrance. Peng Mugian, a picture of nervous sincerity, apologized for not personally meeting him, citing the overwhelming preparations for the conference. Seok Jin-ho, with a gracious smile, reassured him, expressing his gratitude for the comfortable carriage and the rare pleasure of an outing. As they walked through the bustling courtyard, filled with the sounds of sparring and lively chatter, an attendant suggested the banquet hall, and Seok Jin-ho, eager for a meal, readily agreed. Above the manor, a vibrant array of flags representing countless escort agencies fluttered, signaling a gathering of immense scale. Seok Jin-ho marveled at the sheer number of banners, as his companion explained their significance, noting the impressive collection of both major and minor agencies from the Central Plains. With a cynical flick of his tongue, Seok Jin-ho observed that such a grand gathering allowed even certain shameless individuals to show their faces, catching Peng Mugian off guard. Peng Mugian then identified BM1 Gang, the young master of the White Demon Escort Agency, whose diminished status since a past incident, possibly involving the Seok family, left him isolated. He speculated that BM1 Gang intended to regain his standing through the martial contest for heirs, a formidable display of skill, as the clanging of unseen weapons echoed in the background. Seok Jin-ho openly wished for a challenge from him, but Peng Mugian scoffed, predicting BM1 Gang would scheme against weaker opponents instead of facing a true rival. Seok Jin-ho internally mused on the true nature of these martial contests, recognizing them as critical battlegrounds for escort agencies, where the next generation's success determined an agency's very strength, explaining the furor surrounding his own presence. Peng Mugian then excused himself due to unforeseen staffing shortages, leaving Seok Jin-ho to enjoy the lavish food and explore the grounds at his leisure. Seok Jin-ho surveyed the exceptional feast, noting how the wealthy escort agencies had gathered an array of specialties from various regions of the Central Plains. He generously encouraged his companions to eat their fill before quietly announcing his temporary departure. With a gentle directive, Seok Jin-ho instructed his black cat, Darky, to stay with the nanny, to which the feline responded with a soft meow. His nanny, her hands clasped around his, playfully teased him about visiting young ladies, prompting Seok Jin-ho to quickly clarify his intentions before she chuckled that few truly compared to Nayeon. A murmur of surprise rippled through the gathering as men discussed the unexpected news. The young master of the White Demon Escort Agency had challenged the young master of the Green Pine Escort Agency, revealing his formidable lineage from the Kongtong sect. Seok Jin-ho's expression grew serious upon hearing the name, Green Pine Escort Agency, a flicker of recognition in his eyes. BM1 Gang, arms crossed, coolly questioned whether the Green Pine Escort Agency's head and young master intended to decline the duel. A woman from Green Pine passionately retorted, emphasizing that a duel required mutual agreement and that they were under no obligation to accept BM1 Gang's request. Ju-yun, the woman from Green Pine, declared her fierce determination to seize this opportunity, but the man beside her, the Green Pine young master, desperately tried to restrain her. The man from Green Pine pondered the unexpected youth of the Green Pine's leadership and the unspoken circumstances, sensing a deeper entanglement with the White Demon Escort Agency. With a determined stride, Seok Jin-ho moved through the crowd, making his way towards BM1 Gang's group. Seok Jin-ho greeted them with a polite smile and an outstretched hand, directly asking if they were the leaders of the Green Pine Escort Agency. Ju-yun, from the Green Pine Escort Agency, reacted with surprise, questioning Seok Jin-ho's abrupt intrusion and identity. BM1 Gang, his face contorted in anger, angrily confronted Seok Jin-ho for barging into their conversation. Before BM1 Gang could fully react, Seok Jin-ho moved with startling swiftness, effortlessly passing him as the older man reached out in surprise. BM1 Gang, eyes wide with confusion, internally reeled from the extraordinary nature of Seok Jin-ho's movement, realizing it was far from ordinary. Onlookers immediately recognized Seok Jin-ho, murmuring his formidable title, Arm Wind Thunder Tiger, and recalling his legendary feat of destroying the Black Crow Fortress. A profound shock registered in BM1 Gang's eye as he finally realized Seok Jin-ho's true identity. Seok Jin-ho, smiling apologetically, formally introduced himself and then, with a hint of intrigue, inquired about BM1 Gang's name. BM1 Gang, regaining his composure, formally introduced himself as the young master of the White Demon Escort Agency. Seok Jin-ho smirked subtly, remarking on an unfortunate connection he seemed to share with the White Demon Escort Agency, hinting at a past grievance. BM1 Gang questioned the cryptic remark, while Seok Jin-ho's attendants openly recounted how the White Demon Escort Agency had previously schemed with enemies of the Seok family, historical betrayal that ignited a silent fury within Seok Jin-ho. Seok Jin-ho, crossing his arms, sarcastically expressed surprise at BM1 Gang's open challenge, suggesting he had expected more cunning and underhanded tactics. BM1 Gang reacted with indignant shock, demanding to know if Seok Jin-ho was mocking him. Seok Jin-ho, a sly smirk playing on his lips, provocatively suggested that BM1 Gang targeted the Green Pine Escort Agency because they seemed an easier target than the formidable Seok Wind Escort Agency. BM1 Gang angrily protested Seok Jin-ho's harsh words, but Seok Jin-ho responded with a mocking laugh, questioning if such actions truly bespoke a sense of honor. An intense, crackling energy erupted between BM1 Gang and Seok Jin-ho as they exchanged fierce, challenging glares. BM1 Gang, his fists clenching in suppressed fury, acknowledged his original plan to seek an easy opponent but fumed internally that Seok Jin-ho's interference now forced him to adjust his strategy. With a slight bow, BM1 Gang formally challenged Seok Jin-ho to an exchange of pointers, asserting his intention to reclaim his agency's reputation and secure his own position. Seok Jin-ho responded with a confident smirk, a silent acknowledgement of the challenge. Seok Jin-ho insulted BM1 Gang directly, stating he was not a worthy opponent for an exchange of pointers, which visibly infuriated BM1 Gang. Seok Jin-ho then clarified his intent, proposing a proxy duel instead, a suggestion that caught the surrounding onlookers by surprise. BM1 Gang suspiciously inquired if Seok Jin-ho intended to involve the Habuk Fong family again, a notion Seok Jin-ho calmly denied. Seok Jin-ho then revealed his surprising choice. The young master of the Green Pine Escort Agency would be his proxy, a declaration that left the Green Pine members utterly shocked. Seok Jin-ho set the terms, proposing the duel take place on the final day of the conference, contingent on the agreement of both BM1 Gang and the Green Pine young master. He then politely inquired if his suggestion was acceptable, offering a subtle apology if he had overstepped his bounds. Ju-yun defiantly declared her willingness to duel, prompting the Green Pine young master to shout her name in shocked alarm. BM1 Gang, arms crossed, warned Seok Jin-ho to reconsider his decision, stating that while he had nothing to lose, Seok Jin-ho was staking the entire Seok family's reputation on the Green Pine Escort Agency. Seok Jin-ho, with a confident smirk and a finger to his lips, dismissively agreed, proposing they simply meet on the last day. BM1 Gang, a smug smirk on his face, confidently declared his hope that neither of them would lose their nerve. As he walked away, BM1 Gang internally dismissed the Green Pine young master as no match for him, grateful that Seok Jin-ho had inadvertently raised the stakes. BM1 Gang and his entourage departed with an air of arrogant confidence, leaving Seok Jin-ho and his group to watch them go. Ju-yun, from Green Pine, expressed her profound shame, admitting that a duel between their young master and BM1 Gang was beyond their capabilities. Seok Jin-ho offered a formal apology for any confusion, then challenged her assessment, subtly suggesting she was underestimating her own siblings' potential. He asserted that he never wagered his name on lost causes, promising the Green Pine young master, whose face flushed with surprise, that he would personally ensure his victory. That night, the Green Pine young master pondered Seok Jin-ho's inscrutable motives, wondering why he had been specifically chosen for such a pivotal role. The young master found himself blushing, utterly flattered that Seok Jin-ho, the formidable Arm Wind Thunder Tiger, had personally selected him. Ju-yun angrily confronted him, asking if this was truly a time for happiness, but the flustered young master insisted it was an invaluable opportunity for growth. Exasperated, Ji-yun sighed, acknowledging the rumors of Seok Jin-ho's exceptional martial skill, then, sensing the need for higher counsel, inquired about the Green Pine Escort Agency head's whereabouts. From the shadows of a bamboo garden, a figure emerged, introducing himself as Jong Mary-young, sent by young master Seok Jin-ho. Jong Mary-young, with a composed smile, formally conveyed Seok Jin-ho's request for the presence of both Green Pine members. The Green Pine woman and man speculated nervously, running through possibilities for Seok Jin-ho's intentions, dismissing the idea of a peace offering and acknowledging his true needlessness for their young master. Jong Maryung gestured towards an opening, granting them permission to enter, to which the Green Pine woman assented. Seok Jin-ho, sitting calmly amidst sparkling light, invited them to take a seat, signaling the beginning of a crucial discussion. Seok Jin-ho formally invited his guests to be seated, signaling that a crucial and extensive discussion awaited them. The young master of Green Pine Escort Agency, Do Ji-eun, presented himself with a respectful posture, followed by the agency head, Do Ji-eun, who also offered a solemn introduction. Seok Jin-ho, maintaining the formal tone, returned the gesture, introducing himself as Seok Ji-hoon of the illustrious Seok family manor. Do Ji-eun, though apologetic for the intrusion, couldn't suppress her curiosity about Seok Jin-ho's decision to help them, prompting him to suggest a connection from the past generation might clarify his intent. Seok Jin-ho, with a confident smirk, clarified that his intervention stemmed from a profound debt of gratitude to a previous generation, not mere kindness. The scene dissolved into a memory of a time long past, where the chilling wind howled across a desolate, snow-covered mountain. In a past life, he lay on a snow-covered mountain, his body ravaged and barely clinging to life, the harsh winter winds an omnipresent reminder of his impending end. Half buried in the snow, his body was already colder than any corpse, its every fiber surrendering to the frigid embrace. As he lay immobile, awaiting his next reincarnation, the quiet crunch of footsteps approached, breaking the desolate silence. A man from Green Pine Escort Agency, the previous generation's head, immediately sprang into action upon discovering the frozen figure, shouting urgent commands to warm and revive him. It was the agency head of the Green Pine Escort Agency himself, a man of steadfast resolve, who had stumbled upon the dying wanderer and, through sheer will, saved his life. The former agency head, with genuine care, offered what little they had, simple, warm rice balls, a profound act of selfless kindness that transcended mere sustenance. That selfless act, a simple spark of warmth against the brutal cold, forever remained the most shining and comforting memory throughout all his myriad lives. Back in the present, Seok Jin-ho explained that his late mother had also spoken of a great, long-standing debt to the Green Pine Escort Agency, a legacy he was determined to honor by helping them both. With a calm assertion, Seok Jin-ho stated that his humble birth prevented him from repaying the debt with money, thus he would offer his abilities instead, astonishing Do Ji-eun and Do Ji-eun. Do Ji-eun, a flush rising in his cheeks, began to articulate his understanding, but Seok Jin-ho cut him off, asserting that while he was correct, there was something else he needed to ask first. Seok Jin-ho, his gaze steady, pressed them on the Green Pine Escort Agency's past, asking what led to the downfall of what was once one of the 10 great agencies. Do Ji-eun, with a solemn sigh, offered to recount the painful history of their agency herself. Indeed, the Green Pine Agency once stood proudly among the Central Plains' top 10, until the White Demon and Seok Wind Escort agencies conspired with bandits, launching a devastating attack on their protected goods. In the brutal chaos of that bandit assault, their father, the late agency head, fell valiantly defending the goods, his sacrifice marking the bitter end of their golden era. Do Ji-eun revealed yet another layer of their sorrow, explaining that her mother, venturing to the incident scene to seek evidence, had mysteriously vanished and never returned. Seok Jin-ho inwardly acknowledged that the fierce resolve he'd observed in Do Ji-eun's gaze now made perfect sense, a testament to the weight of her family's tragic past. Do Ji-eun, momentarily distressed, quickly found renewed determination, declaring that her painful memories only strengthened her resolve and made her realize it was time to accept Seok Jin-ho's aid. Acknowledging their grief, Seok Jin-ho nevertheless emphasized the pressing lack of time, rising decisively and instructing them to follow him. Seok Jin-ho led the way into a grand courtyard, its open expanse and traditional architecture eliciting an impressed gasp from Do Ji-eun as they moved onward. As Do Ji-eun walked, Seok Jin-ho's keen martial eye immediately recognized his well-defined muscles and capable gait, yet also perceived the signs of an overworked body, straining his performance. Despite the physical toll, Seok Jin-ho understood that Do Ji-eun's condition was a direct reflection of his unwavering determination. Seok Jin-ho, a confident smirk touching his lips, was certain that with proper training and direction, Do Ji-eun, though currently a nascent martial artist, could become formidable enough to challenge BM1 gang. "There's not much time, let's get started right away," Seok Jin-ho declared, his words abrupt and firm, catching Do Ji-eun completely off guard. A sudden, swift movement sliced through the air. A sharp impact echoed as Do Ji-eun cried out in surprise and pain, prompting Seok Jin-ho to inwardly note that his reaction speed, though raw, was not entirely poor. Seok Jin-ho's hand swiftly gripped Do Ji-eun's fabric, his movements precise. A forceful strike from Seok Jin-ho sent Do Ji-eun spiraling to the ground. As Do Ji-eun grimaced in pain on the ground, Seok Jin-ho observed that his movements were rigidly stiff, a clear consequence of his overtaxed muscles. "Ju-eun!" Do Ji-eun cried out, rushing to intervene, but Do Ji-eun, summoning his last reserves, defiantly commanded his sister to stay back. With teeth clenched in fierce resolve, Do Ji-yun declared he would not falter from a mere fall, asserting that such weakness would never allow him to avenge their family against the White Demon Escort Agency. Seok jin-ho, a slight smirk playing on his lips, feigned a small, self-deprecating acknowledgement of his foolish actions, knowing his words would only steel Do Ji-yun's resolve. Do Ji-yun, rising with newfound defiance, declared it was his turn now, challenging Seok jin-ho with a resolute, "Come." With a fierce yell, Do Ji-yun launched himself forward, his attack carrying desperate force. A sharp impact resounded as Seok jin-ho's fist connected, sending a jolt through Do Ji-yun. Do Ji-yun coughed out a pained cry as Seok jin-ho delivered another forceful blow. Rapid, successive strikes rained down upon Do Ji-yun, a blur of motion. Do Ji-yun's breath hitched as his body finally gave out, collapsing to the ground. Seok jin-ho declared the day's session complete, turning to walk away from the fallen Do Ji-yun. Despite his exhaustion, Do Ji-yun defiantly insisted he could continue, but Seok jin-ho firmly countered, urging him to prioritize recovery and obey his instructions. Do Ji-yun, with a reluctant "understood," finally accepted his limitations, sitting as Seok jin-ho continued to walk away, a faint smirk of satisfaction on his face. The courtyard was bathed in the light of the next day, signaling new developments after the intense training. Do Ji-yun, clenching his fist in disbelief, confirmed a distinct, positive change within himself, a sensation so undeniable that Do Ji-yun, standing beside him, could only react with confused inquiry. Do Ji-yun marveled that despite the previous day's beating, his body felt inexplicably lighter, a faint green energy now visibly coursing through him. Moreover, a new, stable flow of internal energy now resonated within him, a powerful and vital sensation. Do Ji-yun, taken aback, questioned how such a beating could result in a lighter body, while Do Ji-yun, excited, wondered if Seok jin-ho had performed the fabled meridian cleansing, which cleared internal pathways with energy. Seok jin-ho calmly approached, noting their early arrival with a simple observation. Do Ji-yun and Do Ji-yun politely inquired after Seok jin-ho's night, to which he courteously returned the question, ensuring they too had rested comfortably. Do Ji-yun, beaming with energy, explained he had slept more peacefully than ever before, his body feeling unusually light, and dared to ask if Seok jin-ho had performed a meridian cleansing. Seok jin-ho, with a casual shrug, stated he had merely loosened up Do Ji-yun's overstrained muscles and meridians, leaving the young man stunned at the revelation of how his body should normally feel. Seok jin-ho, as he walked away, provided vital instructions on maintaining his body's recovery and allowing for proper growth, which Do Ji-yun, now fully attentive, promised to heed. Seok jin-ho then inquired about Do Ji-yun's preferred sword technique, to which the young man explained he was currently practicing a style passed down through his family. With a challenging smirk, Seok jin-ho held up his wooden sword, inviting Do Ji-yun to demonstrate his family's technique. The expansive plaza outside the grand building now teemed with a bustling crowd, their excited murmurs filling the air. Ch1-50, an older man, voiced his concern over the unprecedented excitement surrounding the upcoming duel between Green Pine's young master and BM1 gang, but Seok jin-ho calmly told him there was no need for anxiety. Ch1-50, laughing heartily, expressed his absolute trust in Seok jin-ho, joking that he would believe him even if he claimed to be a celestial being, to which Seok jin-ho responded that it was a bit much. Ch1-50, with a knowing smirk, revealed that a special venue had been arranged for the duel at Seok jin-ho's request, urging him to deliver a resounding defeat to the detestable BM family. Do Ji-yun and Do Ji-yun rushed towards Seok jin-ho, calling out his name with a burst of movement. Seok jin-ho asked if he was prepared, to which Do Ji-yun confidently stated he felt a 6 out of 10 chance against BM1 gang was more than enough. An announcer's booming voice declared the special duel was about to begin, followed by a cutting taunt that the challenger hadn't learned the courage of retreat, an ominous echo of how the former agency head had faced his own recklessness. Do Ji-yun, drawing his sword with a defiant flourish, declared that whether his actions were reckless or not would become clear only after the duel concluded. Elsewhere, a worried man fretted to Yoon about the opponent's visibly stronger internal energy, only to be met with Yoon's dismissive query about his lingering anxiety. As the worried man referenced the young master's own display of power, Yoon asserted with conviction that true strength was not solely defined by internal energy, a lesson Seok jin-ho himself embodied. BM1 gang, the man with a beard, unleashed a scathing verbal assault, accusing Ji-yun of growing arrogant simply from associating with the Seok family. He punctuated his cruel words with a sudden, aggressive sword strike, declaring Ji-yun's efforts futile if he forgot his place. Ji-yun's mind raced, acknowledging his opponent's formidable speed and skill, but an underlying determination simmered beneath his focused expression. A sudden dodge confirmed his master's wisdom, barely escaping the furious attack. BM1 gang, unable to track Ji-yun's lightning movements, bellowed in frustration as his sword whirled wildly. A sudden blow knocked Ji-yun from his feet, sending him sprawling to the ground. Ji-yun's thoughts echoed back to a recent training session, as he had once asked Seok jin-ho why his attacks never landed, and the young master had calmly dismissed notions of internal energy or visual acuity. Seok Jin-ho had explained that true mastery lay in the direction of one's gaze, asking Ji-yun where his own focus lay, to which he had naturally replied, on the young master. Seok Jin-ho had corrected him, revealing his gaze was fixed on the sword's tip, prompting Ji-yun to question how else he could anticipate an attack. The young master had asserted that by the time the sword tip moved, it was already too late to react, especially against a superior opponent. Back in the present fight, BM1 Gang sneered, mocking Ji-yun's defensive tactics as he resumed his furious assault. Ji-yun acknowledged BM1 Gang's superior mastery, but a flash of insight revealed he could now read his opponent's every move, thanks to his observations of Seok Jin-ho. He realized a person's stance betrayed their center of gravity, a critical weakness. The subtle shifts in the torso, he deduced, would reveal the exact direction of the coming attack. Finally, when strength gathered in the shoulders, Ji-yun knew the true strike was imminent. Then, in a brilliant flash of understanding, Ji-yun knew the precise moment to move. BM Wonggang's sword, now wreathed in crackling blue energy, descended in a furious, powerful arc. BM Wongang cried out, a shock of pain and blood erupting across his face as Ji-yun's counterattack landed. The powerful blow sent BM Wongang reeling backward, crashing to the ground as Ji-yun held his stance. Du Ji-yun, Ji-yun's sister, clasped her hands, her eyes widening in joyful surprise at his newfound strength. Seok Jin-ho calmly cautioned Ji-yun and his sister that it was too soon to celebrate, for their opponent had not yet unleashed his true power, and this was only the beginning. Ma Chongran, sweating with worry, clicked his tongue in disapproval, muttering about the idiot guy. Then, something unseen sent a wave of profound shock through him, distorting his features in disbelief. BM Wongang gritted his teeth, a desperate rage igniting within him. Defeat by someone he considered a nobody, and not even Seok Jin-ho, would be an unbearable shame to his father. With a furious roar, BM Wongang unleashed a second, far more potent attack, his sword now glowing ominously with red energy. The powerful, sweeping strike ripped through the air, leaving a devastating red energy blast scarring the ground. A violent clash sent Ji-yun hurtling backward, a pained cry torn from his lips as debris exploded around him. BM Wongang pressed his advantage, raining down relentless overhead strikes, which Ji-yun struggled to parry. Each strike was met with a desperate defense, their swords a blur of motion. Their blades finally met in a fierce collision, echoing through the courtyard. Locked in a brutal sword clash, both warriors grimaced, their faces reflecting the immense strain of the struggle. The ground bore the deep scar of their struggle, a testament to the power unleashed. Ji-yun knelt, his body heaving with exhaustion, the clang of swords fading as he gasped for breath. A Green Pine follower commented on Ji-yun's fading resilience, acknowledging the opponent's clear superiority, while Seok Jin-ho calmly observed. Seok Jin-ho then posed a weighty question to his followers: what to do when facing an insurmountable foe, when retreat was not an option. With a fierce cry, Ji-yun, reflecting on Seok Jin-ho's teachings, lunged forward with renewed determination, his sword gleaming. As Ji-yun launched his strike, Seok Jin-ho's warning echoed in his mind: never expect a complete victory. A sickening slice of steel tore into Ji-yun's side, flesh cleaving and bone cracking as a scream of agony escaped his lips. Blood spattered across his face, but Ji-yun's grimace was not one of surrender, but of raw, unyielding determination. As BM Wongang moved in for another strike, Seok Jin-ho's voice resonated in Ji-yun's memory: give up the flesh. BM Wongang gasped, utterly bewildered that his opponent, despite the grievous wound, was still standing, still fighting. To take up the bones, Ji-yun completed the teaching, ignoring his pain to launch a fierce counterattack that caught BM Wongang by surprise. BM Wongang coughed violently, blood splattering from his lips as he reeled from the impact. His sword clattered to the tiled ground, signaling the abrupt end of his combat. Both warriors collapsed, Ji-yun clutching his bloodied arm while BM Wongang knelt, coughing blood, the courtyard stained with their struggle. Despite his own pain, Ji-yun declared the fight's outcome, the finality hanging in the air. BM Wongang stared in stunned disbelief, his world crumbling as he processed his defeat at the hands of someone he deemed a nobody. The spectral laughter of an imagined crowd echoed in his mind, fueling a desperate resolve: he could not, would not, allow himself to become a laughingstock. Who says it's over? BM Wongang snarled, his hand desperately grasping for his fallen sword. With bloodshot eyes and a crazed scream, BM Wongang lunged, his sword blazing with renewed, wild energy for a final, desperate strike. Seok Jin-ho's eyes widened in alarm, a sharp Ji-yun, escaping his lips as he moved with sudden urgency to intervene. With a devastating, energy-infused punch, Seok Jin-ho swiftly intercepted BM Wonggang's wild attack. His hand still radiating power, Seok Jin-ho expressed his clear displeasure at their opponent's blatant resort to underhanded tactics. BM Wongang, his face shattered and bleeding, managed a final, bitter retort about father and son. The stunned crowd murmured in confusion, wondering what had just transpired and how Seok Jin-ho had so utterly broken BM Wongang with a single strike. Ch1-50, his demeanor serious, swiftly ordered a Green Pine follower to fetch Ji-yun, who responded with immediate compliance. Ch1-50's eyes narrowed with fierce determination, a chilling vow to make them regret the day's events. Ch1-50 then addressed Seok Jin-ho directly, acknowledging him as the esteemed son of the Seok family. A joyful follower embraced Seok Jin-ho, excitedly proclaiming him their lucky charm punk for repeating his success. Amidst sparkling adoration, other followers showered their young master with praise, while the black cat, with a smug, knowing look, offered a backhanded compliment on his truly amazing feat. Ji-yun, bowing respectfully, expressed his profound gratitude to Seok Jin-ho, unsure how he could ever repay such a debt. Seok Jin-ho humbly dismissed their gratitude, stating he was simply repaying an old debt, while Ji-yun promised a visit once his escort agency was fully established. The conference concluded without further incident, and as time passed, Seok Jin-ho observed Ji-yun diligently practicing his sword techniques. Seok Jin-ho found himself gradually assimilating into his new life, sharing quiet, communal moments around a campfire with Ji-yun, and their companions. Before he realized it, the bustling preparations signaled the celebration of Seok Jin-ho's first birthday in his new body. Seok Jin-ho's father, his voice tinged with surprise and concern, questioned if he was truly departing, while Ji-yun stood nearby, visibly upset. His father, his voice heavy with disappointment, reminded him of his request, lamenting that his son still refused to call him father. Seok Jin-ho, slightly annoyed, suggested his father was busy, but the older man, exasperated, retorted that a parent deserved to know their child's movements and had dropped everything to find him. Seok Jin-ho revealed his destination, the Yellow River in Habuk province, a journey he considered not too far. His father mused thoughtfully about Nanny's origins in Habuk, concerned about the burden of long travel for her. Extending a red envelope, his father explained it was both a birthday gift and a token of support, wishing Seok Jin-ho to accept it without burden, as he felt he hadn't provided enough until now. His father clarified the gift held no strings of debt, and Seok Jin-ho, with a hint of warmth, assured him he would use it gratefully. "I don't have any big plans for the Yellow River," Seok Jin-ho had revealed, "I'm just starting a small martial arts academy." Thus began the era of the Heavenly Ascent Martial Academy, a new chapter in the martial prodigy's journey. The Heavenly Ascent Martial Academy, a testament to his new path, officially began its journey. A wave of excited realization washed over Seok Jin-ho as the true scope of his new venture settled in. Seok Jin-ho, brimming with a new purpose, wondered aloud if he and Yoon would become the new instructors, but Yoon advised caution against rushing their new roles. Before Yoon could press the matter of titles, the black cat comically launched itself into him, striking him with a sudden thwack. Seok Jin-ho, with a playful smile, attributed the need to move luggage first to the black cat's insistence, a dismissal Yoon sheepishly accepted. As they handled their belongings, one of his followers, Green Pine, approached with a message that caught Seok Jin-ho by surprise. Green Pine relayed the representative's generous gift of horses and carriages for the academy, a gesture Seok Jin-ho gratefully promised to put to good use. Seok Mir-yong, another of his loyal companions, found herself genuinely impressed by their new surroundings. Nanny found solace in the refreshing sea air, while Seok Jin-ho, with a sly grin, playfully warned her of the extensive responsibilities awaiting her as manager of the entire academy. Despite Seok Jin-ho's growing list of tasks, including tending gardens and livestock, Nanny enthusiastically declared she would handle everything. Seok Jin-ho playfully sealed the deal with a red pouch, prompting Nanny to protest the sudden weight of such a significant responsibility. With a subtle reminder of his own extensive burdens, Seok Jin-ho persuaded Nanny, who then accepted her new duties with unwavering determination. Seok Jin-ho gave the order to quickly finish tidying, promising rest as his loyal followers diligently worked. From above, Seok Jin-ho sighed, a martial emperor contemplating his surprising unfamiliarity with the bustling vibrancy of a common market. Seok Jin-ho mused that they needed more supplies than expected for the academy, as his adoptive brother confirmed arrangements for their heavy luggage and livestock to arrive later. As dusk gathered, Seok Mir-yong voiced her concern about dinner, but Seok Jin-ho confidently suggested they follow the tempting aromas wafting from every alley. The black cat's nose twitched, keenly sifting through the myriad scents in the air. With a delighted sniff, the black cat confirmed an absolutely mouth-watering scent, enthusiastically pointing the way for Seok Jin-ho. Despite the building's rundown appearance, Seok Jin-ho acknowledged the incredibly tempting smell, leading his adoptive brother to eagerly suggest they give it a try. Their entry was punctuated by the creak and thump of their steps on the worn wooden floor. The sudden slam and thump inside confirmed Seok Jin-ho's immediate assessment, they had stumbled upon a tense confrontation. Enraged by the sight of harm to children, Seok Jin-ho's adoptive brother moved to intervene, but Seok Jin-ho, with a firm hand, held him back. With an unnerving calm, Seok Jin-ho rhetorically questioned if their peaceful meal had brought them to the wrong place at the wrong time. The menacing figure, Green Pine, met Seok Jin-ho's calm with a sarcastic welcome, offering to make way with a subtle sneer. Green Pine, sizing up Seok Jin-ho and his belongings, questioned their presence, to which Seok Jin-ho calmly confirmed they were indeed new to the neighborhood. With a sinister smirk, Green Pine introduced himself as Chung-seol, a formidable man from the Red Cliff sect, implying a future confrontation. Seok Jin-ho then introduced himself as the principal of the Heavenly Ascent Martial Academy, a declaration that visibly surprised Chung-seol, who recognized him as a man of the sword. Seok Jin-ho calmly requested that the Red Cliff sect members step aside, a demand Chung-seol, to his surprise, somewhat complied with. As Chung-seol and his men shuffled away, he reminded them that their patron needed every penny, a clear hint at their mercenary nature. After the confrontation, Seok Jin-ho asked if their meal was ready, and the woman, bowing in relief, eagerly invited them to sit. Seok Mir-yong, with a smile, ordered 4 bowls of noodles and a portion of meat specifically for the black cat, which the woman cheerfully confirmed. Seok Jin-ho called out to Jong Mir-young, who promptly responded to her principal. Seok Jin-ho's stern question about her constant interventions left Jong Mir-young, bruised and bandaged, momentarily speechless. Deep in thought, Seok Jin-ho pondered the intricate line between right and wrong, acknowledging that true intervention required thorough preparation, not just impulsive action. Jong Mir-young admitted her lack of foresight, prompting Seok Jin-ho to clarify that his teachings were not about passive endurance but about thoughtful, prepared action. With an intense gaze, Seok Jin-ho delivered his powerful decree: step forward decisively, and leave no room for regret. Both his adoptive brother and a determined Jong Mir-young acknowledged the weight of his words with respectful understanding. Seok Jin-ho explained his strategic decision to reveal his name, confident that it would keep them quiet for now but expose their true colors later, a revelation that deeply impressed his companions, especially Jong Mir-young. The aroma of the noodles filled the air as the woman quickly served 4 steaming bowls and a special dish of meat for the black cat. Seok Jin-ho, genuinely impressed, complimented the woman's skill, causing her to blush with pleased surprise. Seok Jin-ho eagerly slurped his noodles, a clear sign of his deep enjoyment. As the group heartily devoured the delicious noodles, the woman revealed that her skilled grandmother, the true culinary genius, had been absent due to illness. Everyone, even the black cat, savored the meal, prompting Seok Jin-ho's adoptive brother to promise their return once the grandmother recovered. Seok Jin-ho then calmly questioned the woman about the earlier thugs, which led her to explain their humble beginnings as street vendors who had saved to open their own restaurant. Her voice heavy with worry, the woman explained how her grandmother's illness had caused them to fall behind on their monthly expenses. The woman, ever polite, apologized for burdening her guests with her troubles and wished them well before excusing herself. As he ate, Seok Jin-ho thoughtfully considered the bleak prospects of the young siblings and their sick grandmother, yet recognized the hidden potential in their delicious, humble food. His mind pieced together the thugs' cruel intentions, using the debt as leverage to seize the business, then extorting money and forcing the children into beggary, ensuring just enough torment to keep their victims alive. With a resolute expression, Seok Jin-ho decided to observe for now, confident that his plan would soon deal with the troublemakers. Water splashed and swirled with powerful, kinetic energy. Seok Jin-ho's adoptive brother channeled his energy into a vigorous martial arts punch, training hard on the sandy beach. The water continued to splash and swirl with raw power. Jong Mir-young, despite her injuries, executed a powerful martial arts strike, dedicating herself to her training. A sudden splash of water sent his adoptive brother crying out in surprise. Jong Mir-young flailed frantically, calling for help as she struggled against the water. Seok Jin-ho, with an amused grin, casually warned Mir-young not to go too deep, while his adoptive brother, soaked and pained, complained about the difficulty of balancing on sand. Seok Jin-ho, ever the instructor, patiently explained that training on the sandy beach was crucial for building unparalleled leg strength. With a satisfied grin, Seok Jin-ho offered a backhanded compliment on their first training session, eliciting a playful, slightly annoyed retort from his adoptive brother. Seok Jin-ho then proposed checking the fish traps, and his companions, still wet, eagerly agreed. Carrying a basket brimming with seafood, Seok Jin-ho's adoptive brother voiced his underlying concern, questioning if they should truly remain so passively compliant. Seok Jin-ho challenged their expectations of responsibility, while Seok Mir-young confessed her odd discomfort with mundane tasks like grooming for a good catch, especially while their young master toiled in the water. Seok Jin-ho, with quiet authority, instructed them to focus on their assigned tasks, subtly implying his own duties were far beyond their current capabilities. With a cheerful wave, Seok Jin-ho suggested they meet again in the evening, concluding their daytime activities. As he walked, Seok Jin-ho reflected that with the Heavenly Ascent Martial Academy's internal affairs largely settled, it was time to focus on external matters. Seok Jin-ho understood that a martial arts academy needed students, and to overcome the seclusion of their chosen location, he had subtly manipulated the local water flow, ensuring its unwavering stability against all but the greatest disasters. With a purposeful splash, Seok Jin-ho dove into the Yellow River, the chosen location for his strategic endeavor. He swam deeper, the calm blue waters embracing him as fish darted past. As he descended, glowing with internal energy, Jin-ho knew this place held spiritual veins perfect for building the ultimate martial arts academy. Jin-ho descended into the ethereal blue depths of the Black Sea, its vastness and profound aliveness echoing his memories from countless lives. He noted the ubiquitous single-year-old purple clams, vibrant against the coral, a common sight in these ancient waters. While century-old clams were known, Jin-ho mused that finding anything truly ancient required an almost mythical stroke of luck. Determination burned in his eyes as he pressed deeper into the shimmering blue-red depths. Then, a vibrant, glowing blue clam burst into view, thrilling Jin-ho with its unmistakable difference from all the others. The clam's impressive sensitivity was immediately apparent as it retracted, creating subtle ripples, a clear sign it sensed his powerful presence. It attempted to flee, burrowing into the seabed amidst churning waters, but Jin-ho knew escape was impossible. His hand descended with practiced force, firmly grasping the partially buried clam from the seabed. Examining its color and energy, he precisely judged the clam's age to be around 500 years, not the fabled millennium. A satisfied smile spread across his face, knowing this clam held the key to completing his next crucial transformation stage. The aquatic vision shimmered into ethereal bubbles, signaling a shift. The tranquil waves lapped softly against a serene, sun-drenched sandy beach, welcoming him ashore. Jin-ho settled into a secluded spot, calmly declaring it was time to begin the delicate process of extracting the clam's essence. With a focused surge of internal energy, his hands applied powerful pressure, cracking open the resilient shell. The clam's defiant resistance seemed to echo a question of true struggle, even in its final moments. Jin-ho smirked, acknowledging the clam's commendable fight but firmly asserting that it had, unfortunately, met its ultimate match. His hands tightened, a focused squeeze channeling internal power as he continued to apply powerful force. As he concentrated, vibrant blue spiritual energy began to crackle and emanate from the clam, flowing into his poised form. He pressed further, intuiting the spiritual energy that had permeated the clam's flesh over 5 centuries, acknowledging its potent power. The true essence of its existence, a small and intensely glowing inner pill, now rested within his palm. With a decisive gesture, Jin-ho brought the luminous pill to his mouth, ready to ingest its power. Intense, swirling blue spiritual energy enveloped him completely as he began to absorb the pill's transformative power through meditation. A luminous, swirling energy, feeling like countless blades, enveloped his entire being, distinctly different from anything he had felt before, demanding a profound physical adjustment. Simultaneously, a powerful, crushing energy tore through him, intertwining with the initial flow and threatening to shatter his very form. He endured an agonizing transformation, a pain far exceeding any bone-breaking torment, knowing this brutal shredding and reassembly was the only path to realizing the new power. At last, after an arduous journey of internal struggle, the stage of complete transformation was achieved. A long sigh of relief escaped him, the intense 2-hour transformation had finally concluded. His hand pulsed with glowing blue and purple energy, a vivid testament to the profound changes within. Stretching with renewed vigor, Jin-ho felt the distinct shift in his power, having regained at least half of his past life's prowess, knowing the rest would come with time. The gentle rustle of leaves introduced a traditional Asian manner, its intricate architecture gleaming under a bright sky. As Jin-ho stepped into the courtyard, an attendant greeted him with a knowing smile, remarking on his late arrival. Jin-ho conceded to his delay, noting his attendant's continued worry about the dangers of the night sea, a sentiment he recognized as Nanny's enduring care. The attendant gasped at the unusually large clams Jin-ho carried, marveling at their size, and he promptly instructed them to be prepared for dinner. Both attendants responded with eager smiles, one confirming the task while the other offered to prepare fitting side dishes. With a playful gesture, Jin-ho presented a smaller clam to a curious black cat, who regarded it with an intrigued meow. As the cat struggled with the stubborn shell, Jin-ho chuckled, playfully suggesting it might need to channel its internal energy to open it. The clam, which he had considered a truly stubborn thing, glowed intensely from the focused impact he'd used to open it. The happy mew from the pleased cat next to the now open clam brought an amused smile to Jin-ho's face. As dusk settled, Green Pine's voice called from off-panel, announcing that dinner was ready, and Jin-ho confirmed he would soon join them. The clam sizzled invitingly over the open flame, a feast so rich it made Jin-ho feel utterly bursting with satisfaction. Green Pine marveled at the clam's unparalleled deliciousness, a taste far beyond any eatery, to which Jin-ho simply replied that it was indeed no ordinary clam. Another follower echoed the sentiment, astonished by its size, then noted a strange, subtle warmth spreading through his stomach as he ate. Both men exchanged glances, realizing they shared the peculiar sensation of an internal warmth emanating from within their bodies. With a knowing smirk, Jin-ho instructed them to circulate their chi after eating, promising they would then understand, a revelation that shocked Green Pine. Jin-ho reassured their worried faces that while it wasn't what they might imagine, these 50-year-old clams certainly carried beneficial effects. The woman, Green Pine, inquired about the clams left in the backyard, prompting Seok Jin-ho to smile enigmatically, stating they were reserved for something else. He then surprised her by revealing his plans to start a business, prompting her to wonder if he intended to sell the special clams himself. Seok Jin-ho merely smirked, implying he had far better strategists to handle the selling than himself, a hint of his deeper plans. Birdsong filled the air, signaling the peaceful transition to a new, bright morning. In the manor courtyard, two followers rigorously trained with forceful grunts, observed by the woman, Green Pine, carrying her basket. Seok Jin-ho stretched contentedly, remarking on everyone's early rise, and was greeted warmly as, young master. He asked his nanny if she felt better after the meal, and she, radiating refreshment, credited his personal massage with helping her absorb the essence more effectively than the others. His nanny then remembered their anticipated guest, wondering aloud who it could possibly be. Quick footsteps tapped rhythmically on the stone paving, announcing an imminent arrival. Seok Jin-ho, along with the others, looked on in surprise as he wryly noted the guest's sudden appearance, as if summoned by thought. Green Pine bowed deeply, formally announcing their arrival to the young miss, whose light blue shoes had just stepped into the manor entrance. Seok Myung greeted Seok Jin-ho with heartfelt warmth, affectionately calling him, my little brother. She continued, noting it had been a while and inquiring if his journey had been trouble-free. Seok Jin-ho dismissed the trip's length, then, with a smile, suggested they speak more informally now that they were outside the strictures of the Seok family manor. He then playfully pondered if calling her Nunim, an honorific for an older sister, would be appropriate. Seok Myung feigned outrage at his politeness, emphatically insisting he call her Nuna, to which Seok Jin-ho readily agreed with an amused smile. With a clearing of her throat, Seok Myung asked the true reason for his sudden visit, playfully suggesting he missed his Nuna after his departure. Seok Jin-ho walked beside her, directly refuting her playful assumption. With a pleasant smile, he revealed his true intention, to discuss a matter of business with her. Seok Myung, feigning annoyance, pressed her brother for the real reason behind his sudden appearance, but Seok Jin-ho playfully countered, wondering if she had simply missed her Nuna. He simply denied her assumption, his footsteps treading rhythmically on the stone. With a pleasant smile that hinted at deeper intentions, Seok Jin-ho finally revealed his actual purpose, a matter of business with his Nuna. Seok Myung questioned their detour, but Seok Jin-ho insisted it was essential to display the goods before any serious negotiations could begin. Her voice held a note of surprise as her gaze fell upon the unexpected sight of a large wooden barrel. Seok Jin-ho gestured smoothly towards the barrel, inviting her to behold its contents. The object inside shimmered, its reddish hue hinting at its extraordinary nature, leaving her speechless. Her breath caught in her throat as recognition dawned, and Seok Jin-ho affirmed that her instincts were precisely correct. Holding the massive shell, Seok Jin-ho formally declared his prize, a legendary 100-year-old red clam, its surface seeming to hum with ancient energy. Utter disbelief laced her voice. How could he, alone, have possibly snared such a mythical creature? She clutched her chest, emphasizing that even the most gifted and lucky fishermen rarely found clams half this age, making a 100-year-old specimen almost a myth. He casually affirmed his incredible claim, admitting the task was not easy even for him, as a subtle blue aura pulsed around the barrel, hinting at the powerful energy of its artifact. He proposed selling it through her, naturally expecting full price, and Seok Myung shrewdly agreed, recognizing the sheer magnitude of the opportunity as subtle bubbles rose from the clam. Seok Myung, a small smile playing on her lips, then posed a question, with the single condition that its answer reveal nothing of his secretive procurement methods. With striking determination, she then inquired if he could procure something even more legendary, a 1,000-year-old purple clam, a spiritual beast believed to appear only when destiny ordained. A confident smirk played on his lips as Seok Jin-ho countered with an offer for an exclusive contract, promising above-market rates in exchange for the sole distribution rights to all her valuable commodities. Seok Myung agreed to the terms, though she raised a concern about guaranteed supply and market saturation, which Seok Jin-ho promptly affirmed was also his strategic objective. Seok Myung, ever the sharp merchant, deduced his unusual generosity likely stemmed from knowledge of an important buyer for the rare clam, a question he chose to deftly sidestep. She conceded his sharp intellect would undoubtedly uncover such details if he wished, but understood his true intent was to delegate the hassle to her as a trusted distributor. With a decisive clap, their hands met, sealing the momentous agreement between them. With a confident internal chuckle, Seok Jin-ho moved to discuss the contract's duration and price, subtly reminding her that such unique creatures commanded whatever price a desperate buyer was willing to pay. Seok Myung, already calculating her next moves, declined dinner to focus on selling her newly acquired treasures, prompting Seok Jin-ho to teasingly remark on her true, profit-driven motivation for the deal. With a genuinely pleased laugh, Seok Myung expressed her eager anticipation for their future endeavors, and sentiment Seok Jin-ho readily reciprocated. Under a vibrant sunset sky, a traditional carriage rolled away, carrying Seok Myung further down the dirt road. He mused on his sister's hasty departure without dinner, recognizing her immense satisfaction with the deal, for the goods he offered truly commanded such a steep price, while his cat gave a soft meow. A decisive click in his mind affirmed the deal's true significance. Securing distribution rights for the rare clams would be a game-changer in the family's succession battle, a thought that brought a gentle smile to his sister's face. His nanny, ever solicitous, offered to prepare his meal immediately, her kind smile reflecting her unwavering care. Considering the late hour, Seok Jin-ho suggested eating out at a beloved noodle spot, a proposal met with immediate and enthusiastic agreement from Yoon and his nanny. He gently suggested a relaxing dinner to ease the day's fatigue from entertaining guests, then smoothly led the way, his nanny smiling softly in agreement. But as they approached, the eatery's heavy wooden doors were barred shut, sealed with a resounding thump, casting an ominous silence over the establishment. A worried frown creased Seok Jin-ho's brow. It was highly unusual for the eatery to be closed at dinner time, prompting him to speculate gravely about their grandmother's health. Yoon voiced a grim hope that thugs weren't involved, predicting chaos if they were, while Nanny's silent gasp implied she found even that possibility a fortunate alternative to what she truly feared. Seok Jin-ho politely inquired of a passing man, burdened with bundles of wood, if he knew the reason for the eatery's unusual closure. The man simply stated they were likely still at the cemetery, a revelation that brought a shocked cemetery from Seok Jin-ho. The man explained the grandmother's long illness and recent passing, describing how local merchants had helped with the funeral, a somber tale that wrung deep sympathy from Seok Jin-ho. Seok Jin-ho then asked for directions, and the man pointed decisively towards the nearby mountain entrance, indicating the cemetery wasn't far. Under the eerie glow of a full moon, a chilling wind swept through the trees as their footsteps echoed on a winding path, searching for the cemetery deep within the dark mountains. Suddenly, his eyes glowed with an inner light, sensing a sharp, unseen impact in the air, and his expression hardened with focused intent. With a swift gesture and a sudden, strained smile, he abruptly invented a need to feed the livestock, ordering his companions back, much to his nanny's startled confusion. Seok Jin-ho reiterated his command with an unspoken urgency, and Yoon, catching the subtle hint of danger, quickly acknowledged his understanding. His quick, forced laughter about hungry pigs did little to dispel Nanny's worry, as Yoon gently guided her away from the looming danger. Fortunately, Yoon quickly grasped the unspoken urgency of the situation, though Nanny remained innocently oblivious to the true reason for their hasty departure. There was no need to expose his nanny to unpleasantness. He moved like a swift current through the dense forest, a blur of motion in the night. In the tense clearing, thugs relentlessly pressed the distressed eatery owners, questioning their inability to repay a debt, their words a cruel implicit threat of violence. Their young bodies trembled uncontrollably, huddling together in a desperate attempt to ward off the paralyzing fear. With a chilling chuckle, Chusam dismissed their desperate pleas, coldly stating their inability to produce the sum was entirely their own problem, not his. The young woman, Seok, erupted in furious distress, confronting the thugs about their utter lack of decency, while her companion flinched, shocked by her outburst. Seok's voice cracked with righteous fury, accusing them of disrespecting her recently deceased grandmother and cowardly hiding in the night, openly questioning their fear of the Heavenly Ascent Martial Academy. Enraged, Chusam roared for his men to attack, and with brutal bashes and crashes, fists connected with flesh, eliciting pained cries of agony from the victims. A bone-jarring crash echoed through the clearing as the violence continued. His body racked with deep, heart-wrenching sobs, the young man cradled Seok, her name a desperate, broken plea. Chusam and his thug, alerted by a sudden, heavy beat, were utterly surprised by an unseen intervention. Silence stretched, heavy with anticipation. With a firm, crushing grab, Seok Jin-ho seized Chusam's wrist, halting his violence with effortless precision. Her breath caught in a choked gasp as Seok, pointing with a shaking finger, recognized their sudden savior, the revered principal of the Heavenly Ascent Martial Academy himself. Standing over the groaning Chusam, Seok Jin-ho calmly inquired if the young man and his sister had been harmed or robbed, to which the young man stammered a terrified "no." Then that's good, he stated simply, his voice carrying an unyielding command that they were to obey his every word from that moment forward. He issued a stern command to the young man, shield his sister's eyes and cover her ears, protecting her from the brutal scene that was about to unfold. Chusam twitched in pain, his eyes wide with grimace, as the young man, still confused, questioned the order. "Hurry," Seok Jin-ho pressed, his voice sharp with urgency. The young man stammered his terrified understanding. Seok Jin-ho's precise strike sent Chusam into agonizing screams, his body convulsing in raw pain, as his terrified thugs watched in frozen horror. Seok Jin-ho's voice, cold and challenging, cut through the night, daring any of the remaining, terrified thugs to foolishly step forward and defend their incapacitated leader. With a subtle, knowing exhale, Seok Jin-ho observed that his identity had clearly been recognized, sending a fresh wave of terror through the thugs. Enraged, Chusam roared at his terrified men, berating them for believing rumors and standing idly by as unseen forces jolted his body with brutal thuds and slams. A series of sharp, crushing impacts contorted Chuzum's face, his features twisting in raw, unbearable agony. A chilling thought pierced Chuzum's agony. Seok Jin-ho had found his pressure point in a flash, proving the fearsome rumors of his martial skill terrifyingly true. Seok Jin-ho calmly silenced Chusam, then commanded the terrified thugs to listen intently, their collective gulp of fear a testament to his chilling authority, instructing them to spread his message precisely. He spoke with chilling logic, explaining he knew their kind were like persistent bugs, and wiping them out proved pointless when a vacant spot would only be filled by someone equally, or even more, despicable. But he was different. He declared he would ensure no one would ever dare fill their vacated spot, a brutal crash followed by a wet splatter of blood punctuating his terrifying resolve. With glowing eyes and an utterly menacing gaze, Seok Jin-ho delivered his chilling final warning, leaving the thugs gasping in sheer terror. They had better at least pretend to be human if they wished to avoid being crushed to death. As thunder rumbled, Seok Jin-ho's voice boomed a final, chilling warning. If they wished to avoid being crushed, they had better learn to at least feign humanity. He then dismissed the quivering figures with a single, sharp command to get lost, the air crackling with his lingering menace. The two men scrambled into the night, their terrified screams echoing through the forest as they fled. Seok Jin-ho merely let out a soft sound of annoyance, a speck of blood near his mouth a stark reminder of the recent brutality. He then instructed Seok to shield his sister's eyes and follow him, advising them not to look at the ground. Soft footsteps faded into the night, passing the grim tableau left behind on the forest floor. Seok, still blinded, voiced her growing discomfort, but Seok gently reassured her that their principal would soon guide them. Finally, Seok Jin-ho gave the word, releasing Seok from her brother's protective hand, and then inquired if they had completed the funeral. Seok and Seok, visibly relieved, expressed profound gratitude that they had been able to perform the rites properly, thanks to his help. Seok Jin-ho, a faint smile touching his lips, bid them to follow, and they eagerly fell in step behind him. Inside, the warmth of the brightly lit dining hall offered a stark contrast to the dark forest, with many already seated at the inviting tables. The nanny, beaming, announced the meal was ready, the very air around her seeming to glow with her joyful energy. Even as the nanny teased Seok Miryong about her diligent cooking, Miryong only laughed, finding joy in seeing everyone eat heartily. Seok Jin-ho, with a calm authority, lifted his chopsticks and invited everyone to begin. Seok thoughtfully offered some food to his sister, Seok, who politely declined, urging him to eat instead. Actively donate to our scans, that's how we can release more. ko-fi.com/sury read patreon.com/suryscans. With an unexpected gesture, Seok Jin-ho offered a morsel to a surprised Seok. Seok Jin-ho inquired about their eatery, and Seok expressed worry, admitting it was their only means of survival. Our protagonist's gaze sharpened as he suddenly proposed they work for him. Seok Jin-ho smoothly outlined their roles, suggesting Seok help the nanny and Seok take over former duties, catching Seok completely by surprise. Seok Miryong clapped her hands in delight, enthusiastically agreeing and praising Seok's diligent nature. The nanny, laughing heartily, echoed the sentiment, confident that their noodles alone would justify their contribution, and noting Seok's evident strength. Seok Jin-ho, with a wry smile, explained that running an eatery alone was tough, and hiring workers was beyond their current means, offering instead a chance to gain experience until they were ready to venture out. Seok stammered his profound indebtedness for Seok Jin-ho's kindness, but the young master swiftly clarified that his offer stemmed from practicality, not mere generosity. He needed extra hands, he explained, and their earnestness was clear, urging them to weigh the pros and cons carefully before making their decision. Seok reflected on his inexperience and his desperate need for strength to protect Seok, realizing his eatery offered little beyond meager survival. He saw a path, a fragile hope that by working for the principal, he might finally learn the martial arts to truly protect his sister. Seok suddenly stood, startling everyone at the table with his abrupt movement. He bowed deeply, his voice thick with conviction, pledging to work his hardest if only Seok Jin-ho would accept them. Seok joined her brother, bowing with equal fervor, their combined plea echoing their shared desperation for acceptance. Seok Jin-ho, observing their earnestness, questioned their hasty decision, noting they hadn't even discussed wages, but Seok insisted salary was secondary to the valuable lessons he sought. A playful glint in his eye, Seok Jin-ho teased if they were truly willing to work without pay, watching Seok visibly fluster. Jin-ho quickly reassured them it was a jest, explaining the nanny would handle their wages, bringing relief and smiles to the faces around the table. Seok Jin-ho then urged them to eat before the elaborate meal grew cold, and Seok responded with enthusiastic affirmation. The sleepless pavilion stood majestic and ominous under the full, shrouded moon, wind whistling through its grand tiers. Inside, a bearded man, mid-meal, asked if all the conspirators had gathered. GM Chiljang, boss of the 1,000 gold prescription, chewed thoughtfully as he inquired about the Red Cliff sect's unexpected withdrawal. Blood Ghost, sect leader of the Black Ghost sect, coldly revealed that the Red Cliff's leader had absconded with all his amassed wealth, proving his petty merchant nature. Blood Ghost dismissed the absent leader as a mere toy of money, prompting GM Ch1-50 to cut to the chase, impatient for the real discussion. Wano, the owner of the Sleepless Pavilion, addressed the assembled group, challenging them with the known reason for their secret gathering. Actively donate to our scans, that's how we can release more. ko-fi.com/sury read patreon.com/suryscans. Wano pressed further, remarking on their unusual silence regarding the Heavenly Ascent Martial Academy, and questioned if their patience hadn't already worn thin. Blood Ghost expressed deep apprehension, arguing against attacking someone connected to both the powerful Seok family and the Habukping family. GM Ch1-50 concurred, recalling the target's effortless defeat of Ochun geology, and warning of the devastating wrath from two formidable clans should they proceed directly. Wano scoffed at GM Ch1-50's perceived naivety, asking if a gambling den manager could truly afford such rigid thinking, then prompted, "Is there another way?" Wano's eyes narrowed, a cunning glint appearing as he whispered the old proverb, "To kill someone with a borrowed knife, pondering an indirect strike." With a self-satisfied smirk, Wano revealed his plan to manipulate others into taking the fall, certain that money could buy their absolution. Blood Ghost smirked, easily deciphering the scheme. They would frame their rivals, the White Demon Escort Agency. The second older man, sipping tea, worried about the hefty cost of hiring competent assassins, but Blood Ghost countered that bungling fools were not an option. Wano snapped his fingers, declaring with cold confidence that the Dark Assassin sect would suffice, given the target's current martial peak. A servant walked silently through the ornate hallway, bearing a tray, a small moment of peace before the coming storm. Wano then moved to formalize their sinister pact, calling for a consensus before signing the blood oath. The second older man, a sly smirk on his face, insisted on safeguards to bind their treacherous alliance together. A brush moved with precise, elegant strokes, inscribing the binding words of their solemn, dark oath. Back in a quiet room, Seok Jin-ho observed his black cat stretching and yawning, playfully asking if it was bored. Seok Jin-ho, holding a calligraphy brush, explained the philosophical link between handling the brush and executing martial arts, a connection far deeper than it appeared. He elaborated, stating that the very shape of the writing revealed the strength of intent, just as intent transformed identical movements into disparate actions. The black cat let out a loud meow, and Seok Jin-ho laughed, playfully questioning if it truly understood his profound words. Mew. A small, soft paw reached out, delicately pressing onto the paper. A distinct paw print, radiating lines of impact, was left imprinted on the scroll. Seok Jin-ho chuckled, stroking the cat gently, complimenting its deep understanding as the cat purred contentedly. Suddenly, an abrupt tremor of awareness shot through Seok Jin-ho, his eyes widening in surprise. He turned to the black cat, a question in his eyes, asking if it too had felt the subtle, unsettling shift in the air. A premonition settled over Seok Jin-ho, the black cat hissing aggressively at the scroll, as he grimly declared that even a worm would wriggle when stepped upon. Actively donate to our scans, that's how we can release more. ko-fi.com/sury read patreon.com/suryscans. Seok Jin-ho's expression hardened as he pointed, identifying the exact direction of the disturbance, the nanny's room. A fierce resolve ignited in Seok Jin-ho as he realized they targeted his weakness, but he knew they had made a fatal error, for this was his territory, and he became a blur of motion across the rooftops. A shadowy figure moved with chilling stealth, approaching the window of the nanny's room where she slept, vulnerable. A hand, barely visible in the darkness, delicately reached for the sliding door, preparing to intrude. "Stop right there," Seok Jin-ho's voice cut through the night, startling the assassin just as they moved to enter. His eyes fierce with determination, Seok Jin-ho declared there was no need to disturb the sleeping nanny, for he was here. Seok Jin-ho brought the assassin's escape to a crashing halt, his command echoing through the night. "There's no need to wake someone who's sleeping," Seok Jin-ho stated, his presence a stark declaration that he alone would handle the threat. Discovered and exposed, the masked assassin knew his only option was to retreat. With a powerful leap, the assassin blasted away from the confrontation. "Darky, don't let him escape," Seok Jin-ho commanded, and his black cat, Darky, let out a fierce meow before giving chase. Confident Darky would not fail, Seok Jin-ho calmly considered his own next move. He moved with blinding speed, a blur of motion across the rooftop. The fleeing assassin landed deftly on a tree in the courtyard below. There's no way to win against this monster, the masked assassin thought in terror, running frantically through the manor, convinced staying meant death. A painful impact slammed into the masked man's midsection. Bleeding and defeated, the assassin collapsed, regretting ever taking on a mission he now knew was doomed. A hand closed violently around the masked man's throat, blood splattering from his mouth. "Do you really think you can escape?" Seok Jin-ho asked, his grip tightening as the terrified assassin could only perceive him as a demon summoned from the dark. The assassin lay still on the ground, utterly overpowered. Seok Jin-ho informed the defeated man that his colleague had also failed, leaving him alone and without hope. Standing tall with Darky at his side, Seok Jin-ho offered the captive assassin two grim choices: vanish forever, or reveal his employer and face a torturous end. With eyes glowing red, Seok Jin-ho emphasized his chilling indifference to the choice, hinting at a long night ahead. Under duress, the masked assassin choked out the names of his employers, the Black Ghost Sect, 1,000 Gold Prescription, and Sleepless Pavilion, revealing their current gathering place. A swift blur of movement indicated Seok Jin-ho's immediate departure across the rooftops. You only need to deal with the ones trying to escape, never lose sight of them, Seok Jin-ho instructed his followers, who affirmed their understanding. Seok Jin-ho mused that their enemy's heightened perception meant they had grown considerably, viewing the coming confrontation as a valuable real combat experience. Today, you will kill real people, Seok Jin-ho stated, his words a harsh truth for his followers. He warned that any fear or hesitation now could lead to a gruesome death, commanding them to forget all previous martial arts if they stayed, for the choice was theirs alone. Both followers swallowed hard and declared their unwavering resolve to see the fight through. Good, let's go, Seok Jin-ho affirmed, and they swiftly advanced. 3 men sat in a room, the tension palpable as they waited. One of the older men fretted, a growing sense of dread telling him something had gone ominously wrong with their mission. The man with a beard angrily chastised his associate, warning him about the consequences of speaking such unlucky words. A sudden noise startled them all, an older man too instantly drew his weapon, demanding to know who was there. The man with a beard scoffed at his own initial dismissal of the sound, realizing with growing dread that it was certainly not just the wind. Seok Jin-ho stepped through the doorway, his presence immediately shifting the room's tense atmosphere. Initially confident, the man with a beard dared Seok Jin-ho to face his own death if he came to kill, before the shock of recognition stole his words. Support for their work ensured more stories could be shared. He's here, the man with a beard shrieked in panic, frantically ringing a bell to summon everyone. Hidden doors slid open, revealing numerous armed followers emerging into the room. It will be easy to squeeze insects like you lot when you're clustered together like this, Seok Jin-ho remarked calmly, unfazed by the surge of enemies. Die, the man with a beard roared, urging his men to attack, but Seok Jin-ho merely countered that this was precisely how he would deal with them. Seok Jin-ho moved with lethal efficiency, his sword cutting through the air and his enemies, acknowledging their group fighting style. The man with a beard and older man too watched in wide-eyed horror as their forces were effortlessly cut down. Older man too realized with a jolt of terror that his earlier confidence had been nothing but arrogant delusion, a direct confrontation proving utterly futile. Watching another of his men fall, the man with a beard conceded that attempting to escape from here would be utterly unwise. No one will be allowed to leave, Seok Jin-ho declared, continuing his relentless assault. Amidst the brutal clash, older man too understood the horrifying truth: the entrance was blocked, and they were trapped. Falling to his knees, the man with a beard desperately begged for mercy, admitting his foolishness in ever opposing such a great master. If you spare me, I will offer tribute regularly, the terrified man with a beard promised, his voice cracking with fear. The man with a beard's eyes widened in silent shock as Seok Jin-ho's blade moved relentlessly toward him. A violent splatter of blood painted the wall, signifying a swift and fatal end. Seok Jin-ho smirked, his bloodied sword a chilling testament as he coldly chastised the deceased for believing money could solve everything, ignoring his earlier warning to at least pretend to be human. Shaking uncontrollably, the remaining older man frantically promised to live like a human from now on, begging for another chance and stewardship of the Yellow River. With eyes glowing menacingly, Seok Jin-ho conceded that insects, like them, would always commit wrongdoings, and he had intended to merely keep an eye on them. A blade sliced inexorably toward the terrified older man. But now, drawing blood from his sword, Seok Jin-ho had changed his mind, deciding it would be cleaner to simply exterminate such insects early on. Bastard! Older man too roared, swinging his sword in a furious, desperate attack as Seok Jin-ho calmly questioned his intent. Steel clashed, but Seok Jin-ho effortlessly blocked the enraged man's attack. Older man too grimaced, taunting Seok Jin-ho as a mere fledgling despite his formidable strength. Take this poison needle coated with the 7-step snake venom. Older man too shrieked, confident his desperate throw could not be evaded by a fledgling. You are the most venomous insect among insects, Seok Jin-ho stated, a hint of annoyance in his voice. Older man too's eye widened in utter disbelief. Seok Jin-ho had avoided the poison needle. A smirk played on Seok Jin-ho's lips as his sword glowed with radiating power, ready for his next move. This story is brought to you by the Heavenly Demon Scanlation. A special cat, once a denizen of Mount Tai, recounted his first meeting with his master, who bestowed upon him the name Darky. His master's abode, the Seok family manor, struck Darky as rather unremarkable, its human inhabitants paling in comparison to the aura of his beloved companion. But the Yellow River region was different. Here, a fearsome mountain king reigned, a beast whose terrifying roar echoed through the nights, spreading dread to all creatures. After witnessing his master's swift dominance over the region's human population, Darky resolved to assert his own reign over its beasts, observing the still forms of fallen prey. With fierce determination gleaming in his yellow eye, Darky declared his intent to capture the legendary Mountain King. Above the serene mountain ranges, the sun shined brightly, promising a new day. Darky crouched low, his nose twitching as he investigated a massive paw print pressed into the forest floor. A faint whimpering cut through the silence, and Darky instantly identified the distressed cry of a wolf cub. Suddenly, a burst of green energy radiated from a central point on the forest floor, a mysterious light amidst the foliage. Detecting a strong, metallic scent, Darky dashed rapidly through the dense forest, driven by an urgent sense of alarm. Amidst the rocky woods, 3 cowering wolf cubs huddled around the blood-soaked body of their deceased parent, their trembling forms a testament to a recent tragedy. A massive tiger roared, its eyes glowing menacingly as it towered over a terrified wolf cub, ready to claim another victim. With a hiss of warning, Darky bravely positioned himself between the snarling tiger and the cowering wolf cubs, ready for a fierce confrontation. Darky roared with an aggressive, green aura surrounding him, forcefully claiming the entire mountain as his new territory. The tiger responded with an enraged roar, lunging forward with extended claws in a furious attack. In a flash of motion, Darky leaped into the air, delivering a powerful, surprising kick that sent the tiger reeling. The tiger's face distorted from the impact as it absorbed the heavy blow, falling backward with a painful crash. Standing triumphantly over the defeated tiger, Darky hissed a final warning: retreat, or face permanent disappearance. The shamed tiger quickly fled, leaping away through the trees in a desperate, rustling escape. The 3 wolf cubs remained, their mournful cries echoing through the forest as they continued to grieve over their dead parent. Standing majestically on a rock, Darky looked down at the vulnerable wolf cubs below, a new authority in his gaze. Darky confidently declared his intention, welcoming the wolf cubs as his new subordinates and instructing them to follow him. From the grand manor, an attendant's voice echoed, calling out for the young master. Seok Jin-ho, his expression serious, questioned the commotion as his numerous followers gathered behind him. One of the female followers remarked on Darky's new family members, while the wolf cubs shivered nervously. Seok Jin-ho calmly identified the new arrivals as wolves, observing their timid behavior. The followers deliberated on the implications of Darky bringing wolves into their midst, weighing their potential as spiritual beasts against the unspoken rule that Darky's decisions were rarely questioned. With a confident smile, Seok Jin-ho made his decision: they would welcome the wolves into their family. Seok Jin-ho bestowed new names upon the wolf cubs: Blue Wolf, Yellow Wolf, and Brown Wolf, whose happy whimpers acknowledged their acceptance. The newly named wolf cubs howled with joy, their wagging tails met with laughter from Seok Jin-ho and his delighted followers, celebrating their harmonious inclusion. Above the peaceful manor, the clear blue sky offered a moment of serene tranquility. Seok Jin-ho closed his eyes, a thoughtful sigh escaping his lips as he appeared lost in contemplation. A foot stepped onto the paved courtyard, stirring sparkling particles and announcing an imminent arrival. From behind the closed doors, Seok Jin-ho granted permission for the attendant to enter, having heard about a letter from the Seok Wind Escort Agency. Seok Jin-ho, seated after completing his training, reassured the attendant that he was ready, as his session had just concluded. The observant attendant watched intently, noting the other's eagerness to learn martial arts through body language, even if not expressed verbally. As Seok Jin-ho exchanged a rolled scroll, he contemplated training someone to become a guard for the nanny, much like Darky. Seok Jin-ho read a letter from Seok Jikwal, who apologized for his absence and announced his impending visit to discuss old matters, a long-awaited reunion for both their families. Seok Jin-ho, smiling, instructed the startled man with a beard to gather everyone, including his younger sister, a task the man agreed to immediately. Sitting beside Darky, Seok Jin-ho thoughtfully considered that it was finally time to reveal a secret he had kept hidden for too long. The man with a beard voiced his concern about the early summons, worried that it disrupted Yoon and Maryung's training and hinting at potential new trouble. Seok Jin-ho, with Darky perched on his shoulder, questioned his nanny and followers about their extensive food sampling, prompting a humorous guess about quality control. Seok Jin-ho reacted with a surprised, almost indignant rhetorical question, playfully challenging their assumption. The man with a beard chuckled, admitting he hadn't given much thought to Seok Jin-ho's culinary motivations beyond learning local cuisine. With a knowing smile and a gesture, Seok Jin-ho indicated that the reason for his actions was now before them, highlighted by sparkling elements in the air. Seok Jin-ho explained that this location was a site he had personally visited before its construction, noting the cook's skills were good but the ingredient management had been chaotic. The man with a beard expressed surprise that the establishment had suddenly closed, while another follower simply wondered why they were there. The nanny gasped in surprise as she pulled back a curtain, revealing the sign for the River Affection Inn. Jin-ho revealed that the inn was named River Affection after the nanny herself, a fact that left her utterly shocked and bewildered. Jin-ho playfully questioned her surprise, hinting at more gifts to come, but the nanny, visibly distressed, suggested using his own name instead. Jin-ho revealed he had already completed the contract in her name, jokingly suggesting she could sell it, which provoked a shocked protest from the nanny. Jin-ho insisted she simply accept the gift, explaining that it served his own purposes as well, leaving the nanny confused. The nanny marveled at the grand inn's design, considering her new role managing a restaurant, auxiliary lodgings, and the entire enterprise, while Jin-ho reassured her by pledging the full support and protection of his manor's internal affairs department. Jin-ho entrusted the nanny with the inn, and she, filled with gratitude and determination, promised to do her very best. Not long after, the River Affection Inn officially opened, quickly drawing employees and loyal customers thanks to rumors of the Heavenly Ascent Martial Academy's backing and So Ha-jong's exceptional cuisine. As the inn flourished, Jin-ho's adoptive brother arrived, announcing the return of the Heavenly Ascent Martial Academy and greeting his younger brother. Jin-ho's adoptive brother laughed heartily as he clapped his shoulder, recounting the widespread rumors of his deeds, including driving out dark path villains and opening an impressive inn. Jin-ho, with a smile, requested that his adoptive brother refrain from mentioning dark path villains, concerned about the nanny's worries, to which his brother readily agreed, realizing his thoughtlessness. Jin-ho's gaze sharpened, his expression becoming serious as he looked thoughtfully to the side. Jin-ho's adoptive brother spoke of Jian Yongdeok, acknowledging him as one of the most formidable first-rate escort warriors. As he walked with a group of serious men, Jin-ho's adoptive brother explained that while he anticipated their visit, he had ensured they would not arrive without first being tested. Jin-ho keenly observed that despite his adoptive brother's claims of discussing business, he seemed intent on verifying something deeper first. Jin-ho's adoptive brother, his expression serious, clarified that while he personally trusted his family, the Seok Wind Escort Agency did not automatically extend that trust to the Heavenly Ascent Martial Academy. A smirk played on his lips as Jin-ho's adoptive brother began to outline the conditions for promoting former servants to positions of leadership. Jin-ho, his face etched with worry, questioned if a specific demonstration of skill was the prerequisite for such promotions. Jin-ho, with a confident smirk, laid down his condition for promoting former servants to head instructors. The worried attendant, sensing the weight of the demand, questioned if such a level of skill must truly be demonstrated. As he strode through the grand courtyard, Jin-ho declared a surprising condition: no internal energy would be used in the demonstration. He insisted his words weren't a doubt of Yoon and Maryung's skills, yet a subtle smirk lingered on his face. A murmur of skepticism rippled through the followers, unconvinced that a former servant would truly be accepted as a head instructor, even by order. Jin-ho's abrupt command for Maryung to prepare startled her, leaving her to question the sudden request. With a confident smirk, Jin-ho urged Maryung to unleash the true skill of a Heavenly Ascent Martial Academy head instructor. Across the patterned courtyard, Yoon and Maryung stood facing each other, the air thick with anticipation. Myung-woo hesitantly asked for permission to watch, then quickly retracted his offer to leave, eager to witness the match. Jin-ho observed Myung-woo's determined gaze, recognizing the natural physique that promised easy mastery of martial arts skills. With formal bows, Yoon and Maryung exchanged respectful greetings, setting the stage for their impending match. As he unsheathed his sword with a hiss, Maryung reflected on his past defeats, fueling his fierce determination. Yoon took his stance, acknowledging the unsettling nervousness that tightened his muscles before the fight. With a determined yell, Maryung lunged forward, a flash of steel, vowing not to embarrass himself. A blur of motion, the swift attack cut through the air. The relentless sword assault continued, driving Yoon back with each powerful strike. Yoon, caught off guard, realized the attack's unexpected strength exceeded his initial estimations. As a follower recalled a rumor of Maryung's past prowess, Jin-ho's smirk deepened, confirming the whispers. Yoon, acknowledging Maryung's remarkable surge in strength, swiftly launched his own counterattack. Maryung thought he needed to get serious, bracing himself as Yoon lunged forward with a powerful attack. Yoon's fist connected with a sharp, concussive force. But Maryung retaliated just as swiftly, landing a punch of his own. Maryung grunted, absorbing another punishing blow. Yoon cried out as Maryung's strike sent him reeling, a spray of blood marking the impact. Yoon was astonished by Maryung's resilience and counterattack, questioning if it was new external techniques or sheer luck. Determined to uncover the secret, Yoon charged forward, intent on finding the answer as the fight continued. With precise movement, Maryung effectively deflected the incoming attack with his hand. Their faces blurred in a brutal, close-quarters exchange, neither yielding an inch. With a pained gasp, Yoon fell defeated to the patterned ground, Maryung standing triumphant over him. Exhausted and slightly injured, Jong Maryung knelt, his body testifying to the grueling fight he had just endured. Trembling from exertion, Jong Maryung pondered if he had unknowingly employed an external technique. With a powerful roar, Jong Maryung unleashed a forceful, windswept attack. Yoon cried out in alarm, struggling to block the fierce impact of Jong Maryung's powerful assault. Jong Maryung grunted, his body straining with the immense effort. Lying injured on the ground, Yoon gasped, realizing with shock that he had unconsciously used his internal energy. The man from Green Pine quickly intervened, suggesting they end the sparring before the friendly match grew too heated. Seok Jin-ho, with a confident smirk, agreed, already musing on the true victory beyond mere win or loss. A wave of genuine awe rippled through the spectators, who let out a collective exclamation of wonder. The followers buzzed with excitement, praising Jong Maryung's steadfast defense and sharp counterattacks against Senior Yoon. Impressed, a follower questioned if he too could achieve such mastery at the academy, as Seok Jin-ho diplomatically stated there was no need for a winner. Yoon, concerned for Jong Maryung's internal injuries, offered him medicine, which Jong Maryung gratefully accepted. Impressed, Yoon asked what Jong Maryung had learned, to which he explained his accidental use of internal energy during his last attack. Jong Maryung confidently asserted his new qualification as a head instructor, to which Yoon readily agreed, entrusting him with the escort. Excited followers swarmed Jong Maryung, eager to learn his techniques and hoping to achieve similar strength. Seok Jin-ho observed the scene, a satisfied smirk spreading across his face, knowing the new hierarchy was now clear. The man from Green Pine praised the superior display and proposed discussing the price, to which Seok Jin-ho readily agreed as they walked. A traditional ink-written scroll lay ready, signifying the formal contract about to be drawn. The man from Green Pine meticulously outlined the various course durations, while Seok Jin-ho noted the bonus days added to the 6-month options. The man from Green Pine mused internally, acknowledging the sales gimmick but finding the longer, cheaper contracts with included lodging still tempting. Seok Jin-ho proposed signing the attractive contract immediately, and the man from Green Pine urged him to commit to at least 6 months. Despite his intention to take the 6-month course, the man from Green Pine sighed, admitting one thing still worried him. The man from Green Pine explained that only lower-grade martial artists accepted the restrictive 6-month contracts, while first-grade warriors preferred their independence. Seok Jin-ho clarified if the man from Green Pine wanted to prevent individual disciples from leaving, to which he agreed for this initial contract. The man from Green Pine expressed his gratitude, but Seok Jin-ho's chilling laugh and assurance that the recruits wouldn't run away, even if they died, struck a sinister note. As night fell, the grand traditional complex rested peacefully under the vast, moonlit sky. Jong Maryung approached Seok Jin-ho under the moonlight, asking if he had been summoned. Jong Maryung glanced around, confused as to why he alone had been called, but Seok Jin-ho cryptically replied that he had something specific for him. Jong Maryung, eager and determined, speculated animatedly about receiving special training to compensate for his perceived lack of talent. With a soft slide, Jong Maryung offered his sword to Seok Jin-ho. Praising the sword's maintenance, Seok Jin-ho then instructed Jong Maryung to step back, preparing to reveal a demonstration. Jong Maryung responded with an enthusiastic affirmation. Seok Jin-ho's expression turned serious, his sword enveloped in an intense, mystical blue energy as he prepared. A blur of motion, Seok Jin-ho unleashed a series of swift and potent sword movements, trailing blue energy. Jong Maryung watched, captivated by the impressive sword demonstration. Jong Maryung's eyes widened in profound admiration, acknowledging the truly impressive move. Seok Jin-ho, with a knowing smirk, then asked if he had memorized it, leaving Jong Maryung startled and defensive about the unexpected expectation. Seok Jin-ho, first serious then smirking, revealed that Jong Maryung must memorize the technique, for it was the new martial arts skill he would be learning. Seok Maryung affirmed his progress with a gentle smile, recognizing the technique as truly his own. Yoon, eyes sparkling with admiration, wondered if this new skill meant it was time for Seok Jin-ho to truly move forward. Seok Jin-ho's questions tumbled out in a breathless rush, his overwhelming eagerness reflecting a warrior's insatiable hunger for new knowledge and greater power. Yoon then clearly explained that the technique, 9 styles of chasing thunder, was of the highest class, promising great progress to whoever mastered it. Seok Jin-ho grasped the principle of perfecting existing techniques, but the path to such mastery remained elusive in his mind. Yoon then challenged Seok Jin-ho, questioning if the earlier demonstration truly embodied the famed 9 styles of chasing thunder. Seok Jin-ho, with an easy smile, clarified that he had exaggerated the movements for clarity, assuring Yoon the real training would demand regular, disciplined pace. He declared that Yoon would uncover new understanding with each movement and enthusiastically agreed to do his best, signaling a new beginning for the first step of the 9 styles of chasing thunder. Later, on the training ground, another follower stumbled, collapsing in obvious pain. Exhausted and crouching, the follower lamented his struggles while Seok Jin-ho, staff in hand, observed with a faint smile. Seok Jin-ho's encouraging words implied the expectation of continued training tomorrow, which the follower enthusiastically confirmed. The young master then concluded the day's rigorous session, and his numerous followers responded with a collective, respectful affirmation. As he walked with his black cat, Seok Jin-ho mused that his students would learn quickly, though he worried about Seok gone in the absence of Yun and Marion. In another part of the training grounds, a male follower practiced vigorously with his staff, while a female follower struggled, startled by her own limitations. Frustration etched on his face, the male follower wondered why he couldn't replicate Marion's little brother's skill, prompting the female follower to suggest he ask their master. The male follower, holding his staff, expressed gratitude for the opportunity to learn, considering it too much to ask for more lessons, a sentiment the female follower echoed, noting his present fragility. The female follower passionately declared her intent to train until exhaustion if given a chance, remembering advice from Marion's little brother about mastering basic movements first. A silent concern lingered that such excessive dedication might lead to illness. Seok Jin-ho observed his determined followers, a thoughtful smirk playing on his lips, intrigued by their intensity. Yoon entered the room to deliver a letter, and Seok Jin-ho, seated calmly, invited him to come further inside. Seok Jin-ho revealed his desire to speak with Yoon, prompting a surprised and almost disbelieving reaction from the attendant. When Seok Jin-ho then asked if he truly didn't want to learn a technique, Yoon, overwhelmed, denied it, citing his gratitude for simply being allowed there. Seok Jin-ho pressed him again, and Yoon's evasive response revealed his nervousness. Yoon finally admitted his true desire to learn, leading Seok Jin-ho to ask for the reason behind his initial hesitation. Gripping his arm, Yoon confessed his deep-seated motivation, to protect So's soul until she married, a purpose he clung to given his lack of wealth. Seok Jin-ho acknowledged Yoon's maturity but then questioned his availability for such demanding training. He considered that Yoon and Marion's new duties would leave no time for household tasks, concluding that Yoon would not be able to learn the technique. Yoon reacted with a sharp, surprised gasp at Seok Jin-ho's dismissal. He vehemently declared his ability to do everything, passionately reiterating his unwavering commitment to protecting So's soul. Seok Jin-ho, with a serious and challenging gaze, simply told Yoon to try, leaving Yoon utterly bewildered. A confident smile graced Seok Jin-ho's face as he unveiled his plan. He would hire a nanny guard, allowing Yoon to train with the Pyonggukka warriors starting tomorrow, but he also reminded him to not neglect his housework. Overjoyed and covering his mouth, Yoon could barely believe his ears, overwhelmed with gratitude for the unexpected opportunity. Yoon, bowing deeply, profusely thanked Seok Jin-ho and vowed to do his utmost, before the young master calmly dismissed him. Yoon departed, a happy smile on his face, as Seok Jin-ho watched him go with a soft, knowing look. Seok Jin-ho then realized Yoon's primary purpose had been delivering the letter, and his eyes scanned the names of Seok Jin-ryan and Seok Ki-ryan. He pondered if a spy or his sister, Seok Mir-yong, had divulged information about the century-old red letters. With glowing red energy emanating from his clenched fist, Seok Jin-ho acknowledged his weakness, the difficulty of acting against someone who had revealed a secret. Elsewhere, a lively bustle filled the interior of a traditional inn, with indistinct figures moving amidst the intricate architecture. Seok Jin-ho observed the sparse clientele, prompting Seok Mir-yong to agree that more effort would bring in more customers. Seok Jin-ho, with a knowing smirk, noted Seok Mir-yong's understanding of the problem and encouraged her to continue her analysis. Seok Mir-yong then realized their establishment lacked special dishes, unlike popular restaurants, and admitted her focus on feeding fighters had led to an abundance of plain food, a realization Seok Jin-ho agreed with. Giggling and rubbing her head, Seok Mir-yong concluded that this was the reason for their lack of customers, much to Seok Jin-ho's satisfaction. As flower petals swirled, Seok Jin-ho and Seok Mir-yong, radiating optimism, resolved to solve the problem, with Seok Mir-yong excitedly vowing to create a special dish. Just as Seok Jin-ho hinted at his own solution, an older man burst in, alarmed and gesturing wildly, interrupting the moment. The older man announced Madame Seok Mir-yong's arrival, but Seok Jin-ho dismissed his fuss, wondering why his sister's presence caused such commotion. The older man, his expression grave, explained that Seok Mir-yong's companion, Peng Mugian, exuded a unique and powerful energy, confirming him as a true martial arts master. Seok Jin-ho's eyes narrowed, his serious expression confirming his silent acknowledgement of the unusual energy. From a distance, Seok Mir-yong's voice carried clearly, calling out to her brother. Seok Mir-yong greeted Seok Jin-ho warmly, but he immediately questioned her unannounced arrival and the dangerous individual she had brought with her. Seok Mir-yong playfully chided Seok Jin-ho, finding his rudeness towards Peng Mugian amusing. Seok Jin-ho internally scoffed, recognizing Peng Mugian's lineage from the Saekyeondang family and dismissing any notion of being friendly with him. Crossing his arms, Seok Jin-ho maintained his serious demeanor, reiterating that he had his own reasons for his distrust. Peng Mugian, bowing slightly, respectfully explained that he sought an audience with Seok Jin-ho and offered his sincere reassurance. Seok Jin-ho observed Peng Mujin's polite demeanor, noting how unlike other Seokyeondang family members he had encountered, which made him curious. Acknowledging their long journey, Seok Jin-ho finally agreed to hear Peng Mugyeon out, granting them entry. Inside, Peng Mugyeon formally reintroduced himself as Tang Dong Mayan of the Seokyeondang family, a moment of tension evident on his face. Seok Jin-ho, with a knowing smirk, then introduced himself as Seok Jin-ho of the Seok family. Peng Mugyeon, his eyes narrowed in thought, confirmed the rumor of a water dragon in Hihui province and noted Seok Jin-ho's unexpected composure despite knowing his identity. He silently questioned if Seok Jin-ho's fearlessness extended to poison itself. Observing Seok Jin-ho's unblemished hands, Peng Mugyeon concluded it was unlikely he had undergone any significant physical transformation. But what most troubled Peng Mugyeon was Seok Jin-ho's direct, fearless gaze, a stare that even his own nephew found unsettling. Seok Jin-ho proposed a question first, to which Peng Mugyeon readily assented. With an intense gaze, Seok Jin-ho directly interrogated Peng Mugyeon about his knowledge of the 100-year red letters and his reasons for seeking them. Seok Myeong gasped, shocked by Seok Jin-ho's revelation, while Peng Mugyeon, piecing it together, deduced that Seok Jin-ho must have learned about the letters from her. Seok Jin-ho, his frustration clear, implied Seok Myeong's culpability in the information leak and demanded to know how she had acquired such knowledge. Peng Mugyeon, beads of sweat forming on his brow, agreed to explain everything, but first clarified that he had not come for the 100-year red letters. Seok Jin-ho, his curiosity piqued, immediately demanded to know his true purpose. Peng Mugyeon then revealed his real objective, the elusive 1,000-year oyster, a revelation that seemed to cause him great concern. Peng Mujin's mind was consumed by the elusive 1,000-year purple clam, its discovery the sole focus of his grim determination to save his nephew. Seok Jin-ho, with a smooth smile, noted the sheer ambition behind seeking a 1,000-year purple clam, questioning if Peng Mugyeon intended such a rare ingredient for a complete transformation. Peng Mugyeon quickly dispelled the notion of self-transformation, his voice thick with distress as he revealed his nephew's dire poisoning by the ice flower, the 1,000-year purple clam now their only desperate hope for survival. The sheer frustration of knowing the cure but lacking the mystical ingredient gnawed at Peng Mugyeon, driving him to this impolite visit to the manor where he had heard of similar rare clams. Peng Mugyeon apologized for the abruptness of his visit, explaining that a nephew's life hung in the balance, a gravity Seok Jin-ho quietly recognized. Acknowledging the delicate situation, Seok Jin-ho offered a cautious promise to try, reminding Peng Mugyeon that such a rare, 1,000-year creature could only be found under precise, mystical conditions. Peng Mugyeon declared his understanding, his voice resonating with an emphatic pledge of unwavering support should Seok Jin-ho succeed in retrieving the elusive purple clam. Seok Jin-ho firmly stated his inability to guarantee the clam's retrieval, yet Peng Mugyeon, with sincere gratitude, promised never to forget his help, regardless of the outcome. A subtle smirk played on Seok Jin-ho's lips as he calculated the long-term benefit of securing a favor from the powerful Sichuan-Tang family, viewing it as another invaluable card in his strategic hand. The gentle rhythm of waves broke against the sandy shore, a soft lullaby in the bright, turquoise waters. As the ocean's expanse unfolded before him, Peng Mujin's anxiety mounted, the constant worry of another disappointment gnawing at him as precious time for his nephew slipped away. Seok Myeong, her back to the sea, acknowledged Peng Mujin's presence with a quiet word. Peng Mugyeon watched as Seok Myeong steadily approached him along the rocky path. Seok Myeong smiled confidently, assuring Peng Mugyeon that Seok Jin-ho consistently exceeded all expectations and that good results were surely just a short wait away. Despite his expressed hope, Peng Mugyeon silently chided himself for his earlier impatience, realizing he should have simply trusted the principal's capabilities and waited. This panel contains only a promotional graphic and will be skipped in narration. The sun continued its descent, bathing the horizon in a breathtaking display of warm hues across the vast ocean. A sudden splash and distant movement caught Peng Mujin's eye, a wave of surprise and relief washing over him as he realized Seok Jin-ho was indeed returning. Seok Jin-ho, with a playful smile, revealed a mysterious glowing purple clam from his boat, astonishing Peng Mugyeon, who could barely articulate his shock. With a soft nudge, the boat's bow settled onto the sandy shore. Peng Mugyeon bowed deeply, overflowing with gratitude for the immense effort, while Seok Myeong offered her quiet, sincere praise to Seok Jin-ho. Seok Jin-ho cautiously warned Peng Mugyeon to keep his distance, hinting at the clam's volatile temper and immense power. Peng Mugyeon, recognizing the immense power emanating from the creature, questioned if Seok Jin-ho was using internal energy, to which the young master affirmed it was necessary to prevent losing his hand. With a decisive gesture, Seok Jin-ho instructed Peng Mugyeon that such a powerful, temperamental creature was best handled personally, rather than entrusting it to another. Seok Jin-ho emphasized the urgency of their departure, instructing Peng Mugyeon that while the clam wouldn't immediately perish, leaving at once was paramount for its preservation, an instruction Peng Mugyeon swiftly acknowledged. With little time for explanation, Seok Jin-ho pressed a red tablet into Peng Mujin's hand, instructing him to save his nephew and then return, a command understood by the envoy who knew the weight of the Sichuan Tang family's connections. With a smirk, Seok Jin-ho playfully insisted that their next meeting involve generous gifts, a demand Peng Mujin met with a hearty laugh and eager acceptance. Seok Jin-ho carefully transferred the glowing purple clam into Peng Mujin's waiting hand. The clam pulsed with sudden, unexpected energy in Peng Mujin's grasp, startling him with its raw power. Peng Mujin strained, his grip tightening as he wrestled with the clam's immense, surging power. Gripping the clam with all his might, Peng Mujin realized the formidable nature of the spiritual creature, understanding that a slight misstep in control could cost him his hand or even the clam's life. Peng Mujin watched in utter amazement, realizing Seok Jin-ho had handled the potent creature with an effortless grace that surpassed even his own family's most renowned martial artists. Peng Mujin urged their immediate departure, and the attendant confirmed that the carriage stood ready to whisk them away. Seok Jin-ho offered a parting word, promising proper thanks later, but Peng Mujin halted him, asking him to wait, which the young master readily agreed to. As Peng Mujin and Seok Myung departed, Seok Jin-ho sighed in relief, the desire for a brief, peaceful rest now weighing heavily on his mind. With an energetic leap, Seok Jin-ho sprang from his boat onto the sandy shore. As he opened a wooden crate to reveal an enormous shrimp, Seok Jin-ho realized he simply couldn't sit still, a new opportunity sparking his interest. Seok Jin-ho held up the colossal shrimp, a mischievous smile playing on his lips as he anticipated the culinary delight it would bring. Seok Myung playfully scolded the black cat perched on their table, enjoying a moment of pleasant domesticity with Seok Jin-ho and their followers. Seok Jin-ho took a sip of his tea, his curiosity piqued by the inn's noticeably increased revenue, prompting him to inquire about the cause. A follower proudly explained that Yoon's swift handling of some troublemakers had spread positive word of mouth, effectively doubling the inn's guest numbers. Seok Myung-woo, hearing of the inn's burgeoning popularity, suggested an expansion, prompting Seok Jin-ho to thoughtfully consider the genuine shortage of rooms. Another follower clarified that while rooms weren't yet a critical issue, expanding the academy's disciples would inevitably lead to noise and crowding, causing guest complaints. With a casual smirk, Seok Jin-ho simply suggested buying a new inn, a seemingly outlandish proposal that left Seok Myung-woo utterly dumbfounded. Seok Jin-ho confidently laid out his plan. They possessed ample funds, so they should simply acquire a larger inn to establish a second, expanded branch. Seok Myung-woo could only manage an awkward, forced laugh in response to Seok Jin-ho's bold and unexpected business proposition. A follower happily announced that everything was prepared, presenting a grand array of delectable dishes to the table. A follower gasped in astonishment at the sheer size and potent aroma of the shrimp, barely able to contain their wonder at the sight. Seok Myung, with a knowing smile, revealed that the dishes were crafted from Seok Jin-ho's giant shrimp, inviting everyone to taste and select a signature dish for their inn. Seok Jin-ho urged everyone to sample the exquisite dishes and provide their most honest feedback. A satisfying crunch echoed as someone took a large, eager bite of the succulent fried shrimp. A follower's delighted gasp filled the air as they marveled at the shrimp's incredibly firm and satisfyingly chewy texture. Seok Myung-woo, utterly amazed, declared the shrimps taste nothing short of heavenly, unable to believe such a flavor could exist. A follower turned to Seok Jin-ho, awaiting his discerning opinion on the dishes. Seok Jin-ho critically observed that while the minced shrimp tasted good in dumplings, it risked being mistaken for ordinary fare, a misstep that could undermine their signature dish and invite trouble, surprising the follower. Seok Myung joyfully declared the fried or stir-fried preparations truly delicious and perfectly suited to become their inn's signature dish, a wave of relief washing over her. Both Seok Myung and a curious follower wondered aloud about the mysterious origins of such a unique and unparalleled shrimp ingredient. Seok Jin-ho revealed that he discovered the colossal shrimp while deep-sea diving for the purple clam, emphasizing its extreme rarity and unmatched potential as an exclusive signature dish. Seok Myung voiced her concern over the young master's strenuous efforts to procure such deep-sea ingredients, but Seok Jin-ho quickly reassured her it would only be an occasional offering. Seok Jin-ho then playfully challenged Seok Myung to develop a new signature dish, a task she accepted with fierce determination, vowing to find something exclusive for the River Affection Inn. With a cheerful command, Seok Jin-ho invited everyone to set aside their business discussions and simply enjoy the abundant meal, a sentiment enthusiastically echoed by all. As Seok Jin-ho had predicted, the unique signature dish crafted from the giant shrimp quickly soared in popularity, attracting a flood of new customers to the thriving inn. While rival inns attempted to either replicate the rare giant shrimp or deceptively substitute it, their efforts proved futile against the unrivaled success of the River Affection Inn. The relentless scorching hot season had finally drawn to a close. A welcome coolness began to grace the mornings and evenings, carried on the changing winds. As they approached a conspicuously worn gate, one man, later revealed as Aaron, mused that it appeared not merely old, but utterly dilapidated. The older man gently admonished Aaron for his rudeness, even as Aaron silently insisted on his politeness, marking the arrival of a new guest at the venerable Raising Heaven Martial Academy. As a new guest arrived at the Heavenly Ascent Martial Academy, Aaron found herself remarking on its shabby appearance, much to the quiet chagrin of another woman who gently admonished her for her lack of manners. Yet, the newly arrived Master Tang openly agreed with the assessment, noting the academy's ancient and small stature, though he quickly added that the people within were far more significant than its size. Seok jin-ho formally greeted the imposing figure, Master Tang, who returned the salutation with a jovial laugh and asked after his well-being. Meanwhile, unseen onlookers murmured, trying to decipher the reason for such a large gathering, sensing that something significant was unfolding. Seok jin-ho then gestured for the party to enter, inviting them in. Tea was poured, the gentle splash signaling the start of a more formal discussion. Seated, Master Tang began his apologies for his unexpected entourage, clearing his throat awkwardly. With a directness that cut through the pleasantries, Tang Gunsong introduced himself as the head of the Tang family, stating his sole purpose was to express gratitude for saving his daughter's life, causing her to blush. Seok jin-ho, with a modest smile, attributed the success to mere luck and the rarity of the 1,000-year-old purple clam, yet expressed surprise that the esteemed head of the Tang family had come in person, to which Tang Gunsong cryptically replied that he had his reasons. Tang Harin, the daughter, visibly flustered by the attention, averted her gaze, her cheeks coloring. Though belated, Tang Harin introduced herself, bowing slightly as she declared her intent to pay her respects. She then politely greeted Seok jin-ho, who, with a tap on the table, introduced himself in return. With a sudden, dramatic flourish, Tang Harin dropped to her knees, vowing to repay the life-saving grace by serving him loyally for the rest of her life, a declaration that visibly startled Seok jin-ho, who hesitantly suggested they sit and discuss the matter calmly. A flustered retainer explained that Harin had been utterly insistent on repaying the favor, leaving them with no reason to stop her, while Master Tang watched with a stern gaze. Internally, Seok jin-ho was taken aback, knowing the Tang family's ironclad rule of debt repayment but never imagining it would manifest in such an extreme manner. He then realized why everyone had worn such peculiar expressions earlier, as Tang Harin offered a knowing, self-aware smirk. Hesitantly, Seok jin-ho asked if he could decide the terms of the favor's repayment, prompting a distressed plea from the retainer and a firm invitation from Master Tang to voice his wishes. Seok jin-ho then laid out his proposal. Tang Harin would stay for 5 years, and in exchange for shortening her vowed service, he hoped the Tang family would offer additional support. Master Tang, clearly pleased, readily agreed to the 5-year term, assuring Seok jin-ho of their full assistance, much to the relief of his retainer. However, Tang Harin, with a hint of defiance, challenged her father, questioning if they would forcibly retrieve her should she choose not to return after 5 years, causing Master Tang to stammer an embarrassed denial. Master Tang clarified that if she truly wished to stay after 5 years, he would not insist on her return, a compromise Tang Harin accepted with a sigh of resignation, with the retainer also agreeing. Seok jin-ho's thoughts, meanwhile, drifted to the strategic advantages of hosting a Tang family daughter for 5 years, confident that she would eventually yearn for home and depart on her own. Abruptly concluding the discussion about Harin, Master Tang turned to Seok jin-ho, challenging the academy head to a sparring match, a proposal that caught Seok jin-ho by surprise. As Seok jin-ho and Master Tang faced each other in the courtyard, murmurs rippled through the gathered onlookers, tense with anticipation. Among the crowd, a follower gasped, marveling at the chance to witness a duel with the legendary king of the underworld, realizing why the Peng family from Hebei had shown such interest in the academy head, calling it less a duel and more a rare learning opportunity. 2 onlookers speculated about how long the academy head might endure, while Master Tang, with an air of magnanimity, offered Seok jin-ho the first 3 moves. Seok jin-ho, with a confident smirk, provocatively asked if Master Tang would prefer an even greater head start, to which Master Tang confidently declined, stating there was no need to go easy on him. With a challenging smirk, Seok jin-ho accepted his boldness and invited him to attack. Seok jin-ho swiftly dropped into a low, dynamic stance as the sparring began. He launched a swift attack with his glowing sword, forcing Master Tang to parry, surprised by the speed of the blow. Seok jin-ho gripped his glowing sword, his face etched with intense concentration as he prepared his next move. With a powerful motion, Seok jin-ho unleashed a flurry of glowing energy slashes, sending them streaking towards his opponent. Master Tang calmly deflected the onslaught, his composure unwavering, and challenged Seok jin-ho for a more substantial display of power. Seok jin-ho declared that he would now fight for real, his implied sword rumbling with intense blue lightning. He moved with incredible speed, reflecting internally that it had been a considerable time since he had exerted himself so thoroughly. As Seok jin-ho attacked with renewed speed and crackling energy, Master Tang's eyes widened, recognizing that his opponent's movements had changed. 2 powerful energy attacks collided with a dramatic crash, creating an explosive impact. Spectators strained to follow the rapidly escalating fight, gasping as the immense forces at play reverberated around them. An older man urged everyone to keep their eyes wide open, commanding them not to miss a single move amidst the crashing blows. Two onlookers reacted with wide-eyed shock to a sudden, powerful impact. Seok Jin-ho continued his relentless assault, his energy-infused sword slashing and crackling against Master Tang's defenses. Master Tang, internally recognizing Seok Jin-ho's continuous and intensifying internal energy, marveled that even the legendary 6 dragons might fall before such strength. A shudder ran through Master Tang as he realized Seok Jin-ho was expertly targeting his key pressure points mid-strike, managing to knock him off balance. Amidst Seok Jin-ho's blurring, high-speed movements, Master Tang pondered the identity of his mysterious master. Seok Jin-ho delivered a powerful blow that Master Tang blocked, prompting an onlooker to exclaim in disbelief at his astonishing skill for such a young age. As Seok Jin-ho pulsed with blue lightning, an observer wondered if this was the thunder-like power wielded by only a select few, questioning if it could truly be so. Master Tang continued his defense, determined to hold out long enough to fully understand his opponent's capabilities. Green energy crackled from Seok Jin-ho's foot, signaling a powerful technique. Suddenly, Seok Jin-ho's eyes widened in surprise during the intense exchange. Master Tang landed a decisive blow, sending Seok Jin-ho stumbling backward and falling to the ground. Master Tang then regarded his downed opponent with a confident smirk. He executed a powerful martial arts move, surrounded by white energy, reinforcing his mastery. An observer commented on the king of the underworld's flawless movements and formidable threat, even without his usual poisons or hidden weapons. Master Tang delivered another powerful blow, his hand striking with force. Seok Jin-ho blocked the attack, creating an energy burst, and internally concluded that his display of strength was now sufficient. He decided to disengage, leaping away from Master Tang, acknowledging that while he could win if he pushed himself, the recovery period would be months, and such an extent was unnecessary. With a calm smile, Seok Jin-ho declared that he had learned a great deal. Master Tang, sensing residual energy, questioned why Seok Jin-ho chose to stop, but the academy head confidently replied that he had proven himself well enough. Master Tang chuckled, impressed, stating Seok Jin-ho possessed a hidden dragon, not a mere snake, to which Seok Jin-ho playfully retorted that Master Tang had hardly held back either. As he walked towards Seok Jin-ho, Master Tang revealed his internal thought that the intense energy Seok Jin-ho exuded could not have been missed, surmising the sparring was a test of trust for his daughter. Before asking who trained him, Seok Jin-ho offered a vague but reassuring reply that it was an unknown yet respectable place. Master Tang mused that Seok Jin-ho's energy did not feel like it belonged to any unorthodox sect, and admitted he asked due to the unfamiliarity of his techniques. Seok Jin-ho reiterated that his training ground was known to few, and Master Tang, accepting his answer, gracefully stated that pressing further about his martial school would be impolite. Tang Harin approached, asking if her benefactor was all right, but Seok Jin-ho expressed slight discomfort with the formal title. Seok Jin-ho then suggested she simply call him Academy Head or Young Master, a suggestion Tang Harin shyly accepted with a blush and a soft giggle. Master Tang internally fumed and trembled, aghast that his daughter might be prioritizing someone else over her own father, as Seok Jin-ho smirked in amusement at his distress. Master Tang descended into a comedic internal meltdown, wondering if he was ascending as everything went white, believing he might be the first in the Tang family to transcend, while his retainer urgently tried to calm him, and Seok Jin-ho wryly pondered if finding the 1,000-year-old purple clam had truly been worth all the trouble. A tranquil evening settled over the traditional complex, its peace unbroken. Ch1-50 gently probed the quiet tension surrounding the leader of the Sichuan Tang clan, who met the inquiry with evasive uncertainty. Ch1-50's perceptive smile acknowledged the unspoken truth about his daughter, but the Tang clan leader admitted to a deeper, more unsettling unease. The Tang clan leader's thoughts drifted back to the recent sparring match, a subtle discord unsettling him even now as he struggled to pinpoint its source. He remembered Seok Jin-ho's gaze at the fight's end, a serene confidence that belied any sense of concession. Seok Jin-ho's unsettling self-assurance suggested a hidden power capable of challenging even the leader of the Sichuan Tang clan, leaving him to wonder what formidable skills Jin-ho truly possessed. Ch1-50's teasing suggestion about a potential match caught the Tang clan leader off guard, his shock palpable. Ch1-50, with a knowing chuckle, saw the pragmatic appeal of a talented son-in-law, a stark contrast to the distant customs of noble clans, as Tang Aaron and Seok Miryong quietly shared a meal. When Ch1-50 pressed further, highlighting Seok Jin-ho's talents, the Tang clan leader's possessive fury erupted, cutting him off with a sharp warning about his daughter. Ch1-50 found humor in the tangled web of family and feelings, but the Tang clan leader could only huff in displeasure, his irritation simmering beneath the surface as the day faded into evening. The carriage awaited, ready to carry them away from the tranquil courtyard. Ch1-50 extended a warm invitation to Sichuan, which Seok Jin-ho accepted with easy grace. Ch1-50 offered a smiling farewell, while the Tang clan leader's more reserved wishes for safe travels hinted at unspoken thoughts. Seok Jin-ho turned back, a question forming on his lips as he observed the Tang clan leader's serious demeanor. Seok Jin-ho's bewildered question hung in the air, asking why the Tang clan leader was not also departing. With a surprising resolve, Tang Erin declared her intention to stay with her sister, Seok Mir-young, seeking immediate confirmation that her decision was acceptable. Ma Chongran's shocked outburst met Tang Erin's defiant huff, as she revealed her well-laid plans with her father to remain. Tang Erin justified her presence with fierce loyalty for her unmarried sister, a sentiment Seok Mir-young subtly affirmed as the carriage rolled away into the distance. Ma Chongran offered a slightly apologetic laugh, unaware of the girl's plan, but Seok Jin-ho merely smiled, understanding the depth of Tang Erin's desire to remain. Seok Jin-ho, with a charming smile, realized their oversight in formal introductions and declared his name. Tang Erin retorted with a cool, almost impatient tone, finally introducing herself and boldly stating her intention to rely on him. Seok Jin-ho announced his intention to train the disciples, while Ma Chongran and the Tang clan leader agreed to a leisurely walk. Tang Erin huffed in annoyance, seething that Seok Jin-ho had seemingly been oblivious to her name until just moments ago. Seok Mir-young calmly offered a pragmatic explanation for Seok Jin-ho's perceived oversight, then gently admonished her sister about proper respect. Tang Erin chafed at her sister's mature tone, bristling as she reminded Seok Mir-young of their twin bond. As they walked by the tranquil lake, Tang Erin sought Seok Mir-young's affirmation of Seok Jin-ho's incredible skill, both marveling at his previous sparring performance. Tang Erin mused on Seok Jin-ho's exceptional martial prowess, considering him superior even to their own brother. Tang Erin quickly reeled from her unexpected praise, deciding to dislike Seok Jin-ho even more for his perceived lack of ambition, despite his formidable skills. Seok Mir-young offered a pointed counter, suggesting that skill without ambition was preferable to ambition without substance. Tang Erin gasped in wide-eyed surprise, momentarily stunned by her sister's retort. Seok Mir-young's attention shifted, recognizing the familiar meow of the black cat, Darky, and finding it utterly adorable. Tang Erin pondered Darky's unexpected presence, noting Seok Jin-ho's absence, while Seok Mir-young bent in surprise as the cat strolled past them. Delighted, Seok Mir-young lovingly stroked the black cat, wondering if the spiritual beast instinctively knew about their new shared living arrangements. Seok Mir-young playfully tried to coax Darky, asking if the cat's presence meant it liked her. Darky, however, remained stubbornly indifferent, turning its back on Seok Mir-young's outstretched hand. Tang Erin, witnessing the snub, beamed with a bright, sparkling smile. The black cat responded to Tang Erin's open gesture, accepting her affection with calm composure. Seok Mir-young dramatically collapsed in despair, lamenting Darky's preference, while Tang Erin laughed in amusement at her sister's plight. Tang Erin teased, suggesting Darky's aloofness was a consequence of Seok Mir-young's unkind words about Seok Jin-ho, a connection Seok Mir-young found utterly unfair. As the vibrant sky stretched above, Tang Erin proposed a visit to a ranch to see wolf pups, but Seok Mir-young's affection remained firmly with Darky. The narrative paused, marking a transition in their unfolding journey. The carriage wheels continued their rhythmic turn, carrying them onward. Ma Chongran stood in quiet contemplation, a serious expression settling on his face. Ma Chongran remarked on the swift passage of time, expressing a hopeful desire for the trainees' progress, a sentiment the Tang clan leader agreed they would soon witness. The Tang clan leader acknowledged the rarity of quick results in martial training, yet admitted a flicker of hope that Seok Jin-ho's direct instruction might have yielded some progress. The unwavering confidence Seok Jin-ho held for their growth was the only true measure. With a confident smile and a martial arts greeting, Seok Jin-ho acknowledged their reunion. In a powerful, unified motion, the numerous followers saluted their agency head. Ma Chongran and the Tang clan leader, along with others, gasped in collective shock. Ma Chongran and the Tang clan leader stammered in disbelief, wondering if these were truly the same trainees they knew, while Seok Jin-ho merely chuckled at their shock. Ma Chongran, with a nervous laugh, confessed his earlier doubts, prompting the Tang clan leader to demand the secret behind such astonishing transformation. Seok Jin-ho explained his fundamental approach, focusing on perfected basics and body mechanics, and assured the Tang clan leader that their continued cultivation would yield significant internal energy improvements, a testament to their rigorous training. Seok Jin-ho provocatively suggested the trainees might even challenge Ma Chongran, who eagerly proposed testing 5 of them. Ma Chongran confidently boasted of his status as a first-class escort warrior, claiming he could effortlessly handle 5 opponents. Seok Jin-ho complimented the warrior's confidence, but gently redirected the focus to a one-on-one match for proper training assessment. Ma Chongran readily agreed, eager to commence the sparring match without further delay. The vast courtyard buzzed with anticipation as groups gathered, poised for the upcoming demonstration. The Tang clan leader inquired about the new recruits Ma Chongran had brought, who explained it was a motivational tactic before their own training began. Ma Chongran felt certain the recruits would find deep inspiration in the display. A sudden commotion drew the Tang clan leader's bewildered gaze, stirring confusion. Amidst the preparations, a small group of women stood, their unexpected presence creating a stir. Seok Mir-young, with a sweet smile, explained she brought the women out of curiosity for the sparring, and Seok Jin-ho readily affirmed their welcome. Seok Mir-young promised their quiet observation, a sentiment Seok Jin-ho acknowledged with a simple plea. The Tang clan leader's eyes sharpened, recognizing the women's attire as belonging to the Sichuan Tang clan, a fact Ma Chongran vaguely confirmed with a gasp of his own. Seok Jin-ho, with a reassuring smile, promised a full explanation later, firmly directing everyone's attention to the impending sparring match, a directive the Tang clan leader accepted. Ma Chongran grinned with bold confidence, while the Tang clan leader looked on with unwavering determination. Seok Jin-ho, with an air of complete command, declared the sparring match officially open. The heavy anticipation of the impending sparring settled over the courtyard, resonating with a deep, rumbling excitement that promised a significant challenge for the confident man in green pine. With a confident smirk, Seok Jin-ho announced the sparring match officially open, his words cutting through the air with undeniable authority. The man in green pine, weapon in hand, quietly reflected that a true martial artist must always be ready to confront a powerful opponent, their presence making the air crackle with a focused intensity. He continued his internal discourse on strategy, believing that quick calculation of strengths and weaknesses was the true path to an advantage in battle, even as he observed Seok Jin-ho. He resolved to apply the academy head's wisdom, intensely focusing on finding a winning strategy, the weight of his spear grounding his determined thoughts. The man in green pine analytically conceded that facing guard Giant's spear directly would be a grave error, as he was outmatched in every physical aspect. With a determined grin, he declared his intent to lead the charge, eager to set the pace for the others awaiting their turn. He lunged forward with a powerful, swift attack, his spear whistling through the air as he closed in on Seok Jin-ho. Planting his foot firmly, the man in green pine considered his next move, seeking the crucial tactical advantage needed to overcome such a formidable opponent. He strained to neutralize the reach of Seok Jin-ho's spear, knowing that closing the distance was his only hope for success. He unleashed a flurry of rapid punches, his movements a blur against Seok Jin-ho's defenses. A powerful strike connected with his weapon, the impact resonating with a forceful thud. He conceded Seok Jin-ho's robustness, recognizing that he would have to tap into his internal energy to end the fight swiftly for the sake of the waiting trainees, even if it meant a less-than-true victory. Internal energy surged around him, illuminating his weapon as he acknowledged his growth, finally grasping the true meaning of strategic thinking that his academy head had taught. Emitting a powerful charge, the man in green pine shouted his intent to attack, meeting Seok Jin-ho with a thunderous clash of energy. Their weapons met with a violent impact, sending a powerful shockwave through the training ground. A devastating crack echoed as his weapon showed severe damage, struggling against the sheer force of Seok Jin-ho's attack. A jolt of shock ran through him as he realized his current strategy was faltering, the pressure of impending defeat mounting with each moment. With a desperate resolve, he committed to a final, swift strike, gambling everything on a quick decision in the chaotic fray. Seok Jin-ho, recognizing his opponent's desperate surge, decided it was time to decisively end the match. He moved with sudden, swift precision, delivering a counterattack. Seok Jin-ho expressed surprise as the man in green pine was thrown back with unexpected force, seemingly defeated in a burst of impact. The man in green pine remained suspended in the air for a moment, falling through after the devastating blow. Kneeling in defeat, the man in green pine acknowledged the formidable skill of guard Giant, his weapon lying broken beside him. Despite his injuries and the damaged weapon, he fiercely clung to his fighting spirit, debating whether to yield until the man in green pine declared, "Enough." The bearded leader, stepping forward with calm authority, ended the match, which Seok Jin-ho acknowledged with a subtle nod and faint smile. Despite his visible injuries, the man in green pine defiantly insisted on continuing the fight, but the bearded leader firmly reiterated that he had proven his capabilities enough. The bearded leader praised the man in green pine's significant improvement, noting how he had held his ground against a first-class guard for so long. He also reflected with a faint smile that the man in green pine's final attack was sharp enough to be commendable, despite its failure. Seok Jin-ho, calm and smirking, inquired if his honor had been adequately upheld, and the bearded leader readily agreed with a sigh of relief. The bearded leader encouraged the man in green pine to look forward to the next challenge if he felt disappointed, as Seok Jin-ho calmly prepared for his next opponent. The man in green pine, holding his weapon, respectfully bowed and thanked guard Giant for the day's lesson. As the narration indicated the sparring would continue, a majestic overview hinted at the next challenger waiting. Inside the bustling River Affection Inn, Peng Mugian navigated through the lively crowd, carrying food while others enjoyed their meals. Tang Erin ate with focused enthusiasm, while Seok Mir-young observed her surroundings, sipping her drink with quiet enjoyment. Both Tang Erin and Seok Mir-young indulged heartily in fried shrimp, their focused eating a testament to their enjoyment. Seok Jin-ho, surrounded by shrimp dishes, poured a local liquor and remarked on its rich, deep aroma. Peng Mugian commented on the liquor's profound scent, comparing it to ginseng, and inquired if the inn sold it, to which Seok Jin-ho replied that it seemed priceless. The bearded leader revealed the liquor came from a deodec root he'd found and saved for their arrival, prompting Peng Mugian to praise Seok Jin-ho's thoughtfulness. Reminded by the bearded leader, Seok Jin-ho recounted the harrowing tale of Tang Erin's pestilence, the search for a 1,000-year-old purple clam, and how her father, Master Tang Gunmayang, came seeking his help. Seok Jin-ho continued his explanation, detailing how he provided the clam, leading to Tang Erin and her younger sister becoming his guests, as Seok Myung cheerfully commented on the delicious food. The bearded leader gasped at the mention of the rare clam, expressing surprise that Seok Jin-ho was the one behind these connections to the Tang family, while Seok Jin-ho inwardly mulled over his unexpected predicament. Seok Myung playfully teased Seok Jin-ho about getting married before she did, prompting Peng Mugian to interject with a mock-serious ahem about bluntness. Seok Jin-ho, slightly flustered, clarified that his relationship with Lady Tang was not romantic, stressing that the Sichuan Tang family took debts and honor with utmost seriousness. He further explained the formidable reputation of their father, the king of the underworld, admitting his own defeat by him, which meant he hadn't fully met their expectations. The bearded leader offered a deeper insight, suggesting that the Tang family head's use of sparring was less about victory and more about securing a powerful son-in-law, a grand sect master. Seok Jin-ho shifted the topic, mentioning the Fong family siblings' secluded training, which prompted the bearded leader to confidently assert his knowledge as an escort agency leader in the same province. The bearded leader then steered the conversation away from personal matters, prompting Seok Jin-ho to acknowledge that he hadn't come merely to discuss his marriage. The bearded leader revealed his true intent, pondering how much students could improve if their training were extended from 6 months to a full year, inspired by the day's growth. Seok Jin-ho agreed that a year-long program was ideal for him, but questioned its cost-effectiveness for the students, emphasizing that beyond foundational training, personal commitment and willpower were paramount for further progress. He explained the inherent challenges of group training, noting that internal strength development demanded immense patience, and many students would lack the necessary motivation, eventually giving up. The bearded leader, considering Seok Jin-ho's points, concluded that training corps members separately might be a more practical approach, acknowledging the difficulty of finding a true master. Seok Jin-ho then challenged the bearded leader, asking if he could truly elevate an elite fighter to their peak, rather than just improving a mid-level one, to which the leader confidently affirmed its possibility. The narration painted a somber picture of martial artists' journeys, describing the wall of lamentation that separated the elite from the pinnacle, and the wall of despair that disheartened even the finest masters. The bearded leader, taken aback, began to question Seok Jin-ho, his voice filled with surprise. He finished his stunned inquiry, his wide eyes radiating shock at the possibility of overcoming the fabled wall of lamentation. Seok Jin-ho, with a confident smile, explained that the method was simply relentless striking, asserting that the wall of lamentation yielded to directness, unlike the wall of despair, and that hesitation was the true enemy. The bearded leader pressed for a time frame, wondering if such a feat would require 2 or even 3 years. Seok Jin-ho, with a sly smirk, proposed a more concentrated approach, suggesting that a shorter, intensive short-term course would be even more effective. As the scene shifted to the majestic Kongtong sect, an implied speaker from off-panel questioned if a favor was being asked of them. Jin Gyuak, the Kongtong sect first disciple, sat with an imposing demeanor, clearly displeased at the prospect of dealing with some unknown thug, as a scarred man knelt before him. The scarred man clarified the thug's formidable reputation, explaining that he had taken down the Black Crow's fortress leader and recently earned the fearsome nickname Arm Wind Thunder Tiger. Jin Gyuak pondered the information, still skeptical that the matter warranted his direct intervention, a thoughtful hum escaping him. A hand presented a sack on the rich red carpet, a subtle gesture of persuasion. The scarred man, kneeling apologetically, conveyed his father's regards, humbly admitting his own shortcomings in presenting them sooner. He then revealed the bag's contents, jangling gold coins, offering it as a small contribution from his father to uphold justice on behalf of the Kongtong sect. Jin Gyuak's expression turned sly, his eyes narrowing as he suddenly recalled a convenient errand off the mountain, conveniently in Yellow River County, implying that contribution had swayed his decision. Seok Jin-ho declared that simply being there, among the animals, made him feel refreshed, petting them gently. The man, Green Pine, noted his affection for creatures, to which Seok Jin-ho wished his efforts to hold the elusive darky would finally succeed, prompting his companion to question if he should give up. A follower arrived, announcing his presence and gently breaking the peaceful morning. With a light chuckle, the man, Green Pine, greeted the woman, Green Pine, addressing her warmly as the innkeeper. As Seok Jin-ho tried to greet Dar, the cat hissed sharply, arching its back in a sudden, visceral rejection of his approach. The man, Green Pine, explained Darky's aloof nature, causing Seok Jin-ho to laugh awkwardly, half-jokingly suggesting the cat's distance was due to Erin's excessive clinginess. In a peaceful pasture, Tang Erin inquired if the innkeeper ever grew bored, but the woman enthusiastically declared her deep affection for the place. The woman, Green Pine, expressed how much she had learned sparring with the academy head and found joy in cooking, prompting Seok Jin-ho to quip that cooking, like handling poisons, was indeed pretty fun. The woman, Green Pine, gratefully acknowledged the immense help, admitting she had never considered blending herbs with cooking, to which Seok Jin-ho replied he was glad it proved useful. The peace shattered as the dogs growled agitatedly, causing Tang Aaron to question with a gulp what was happening, an unsettling tension filling the air. With a heavy rumble, a follower informed the woman, Green Pine, of a guest's arrival, but she knew, with a deepening sense of foreboding, that this one was far from invited. A stark title card announced the next dramatic turn of events. With a powerful, echoing declaration that reverberated through the grand entrance, Jin Gyuak announced himself as the first disciple of the Kongtong sect. His voice resonating like a shockwave, Jin Gyuak defiantly challenged the academy head to reveal himself, his sheer power causing pain to those around him. The intense pressure of his voice caused nearby followers to groan in agony, clutching their ears against the overwhelming assault. With an indignant step, Yoon, the attendant, angrily confronted Jin Gyuak, demanding to know what he thought he was doing and if he realized the sacredness of the place he was defiling. Jin Gyuak scoffed with a condescending laugh, declaring that if such trivialities constituted trouble, then Yoon should be ashamed, seeing such weaklings as proof of the academy head's unruly nature. Radiating a subtle, intimidating power, Jin Gyuak asserted his right as a martial world senior to teach the academy head a lesson, dismissing anyone who dared to stand in his path as worthless. With a sneering laugh, Jin Gyuak arrogantly proclaimed Seok Jin-ho a mere novice before a peak-level master, declaring that this day would mark his end. With a feigned start of surprise, Seok Jin-ho emerged, dryly remarking that he wondered who had come to pick a fight, only for it to be Jin Gyuak. Jin Gyuak roared Seok Jin-ho's name, grinding his teeth in rage as he accused him of relying on outsiders from his headquarters when his own father wasn't enough. Jin Gyuak seethed, calling Seok Jin-ho a rude brat for not bowing to a senior, only for Seok Jin-ho to sarcastically retort that such etiquette was hardly applicable when one was causing a ruckus in someone else's front yard. With a mocking smirk, Seok Jin-ho further challenged Jin Gyuak, wondering if the Kongtong sex etiquette was simply too refined for him to comprehend. Jin Gyuak's fury erupted, a raw, primal shout tearing from his throat. Enraged by the perceived insult to his sect, Jin Gyuak charged forward, drawing his sword with a sharp intake of breath, determined to strike. With a dismissive sigh, Seok Jin-ho calmly stated that Jin Gyuak had been begging for an excuse to lash out, and he had simply helped him drop his pretense of dignity. Declaring his intent to fix Seok Jin-ho's nasty attitude, Jin Gyuak brought his sword down in a powerful, striking attack. With a serious gaze, Seok Jin-ho swiftly moved, the air whistling around him as he effortlessly dodged the strike. Jin Gyuak declared the fight over, confident that despite being unable to toy with Seok Jin-ho as much as he wished, the decisive strike meant victory. Jin Gyuak gloated, convinced that properly finishing him off was, in the end, the most important outcome. But Jin Gyuak's triumphant certainty shattered as a powerful, whooshing force erupted from nowhere, leaving him in stunned confusion. Seok Jin-ho's voice echoed, mocking Jin Gyuak's evident disappointment, as the bewildered first disciple frantically looked around, unable to locate his opponent. The scarred man recognized it as the body-shifting technique, acknowledging its skill but with a hint of underestimation, sensing a flaw. The scarred man dismissively declared such a technique useless without proper energy concealment, even as Jin Gyuak moved with swift, whooshing speed, his own power tearing through the air. Seok Jin-ho calmly materialized directly behind Jin Gyuak, clicking his tongue in a dismissive scold, observing that he couldn't even perceive something so utterly simple. Jin Gyuak's mind reeled in disbelief, questioning if Seok Jin-ho had truly hidden his energy from his senses or moved with such impossible speed that he evaded detection while being tracked. Clenching his sword hilt with a firm grip, Jin Gyuak resolved to finish the fight swiftly, determined not to let Seok Jin-ho realize how rattled he truly was. Jin Gyuak furiously renewed his assault with swift, tearing sword strikes, demanding if Seok Jin-ho simply refused to listen to reason, who merely hummed in calm observation. With a frenzied cry to crush, smash, and kill, Jin Gyuak unleashed a relentless, whipping flurry of sword strikes and crashing energy, all expertly evaded by Seok Jin-ho. Explosive impacts resonated through the air as raw energy clashed in a brilliant burst. Amidst the quiet swish of movement, Seok Jin-ho calmly analyzed Jin Gyuak's increasingly sloppy attacks, realizing his opponent would soon push himself to end the fight. With a strained roar of exertion, Jin Gyuak gathered his remaining strength, preparing a final, powerful overhead strike with his sword, surrounded by raw blue energy. Seok Jin-ho considered if it was time to counter, but his keen observation detected an unsettling abnormality in Jin Gyuak's movements. With a gasp of disgust, Seok Jin-ho realized Jin Gyuak's truly despicable plan, positioning his own followers as obstacles to hinder his movements, a truly dirty tactic. Jin Gyuak roared for Seok Jin-ho to try dodging this, too, as he unleashed a wide, rushing wave of powerful energy, daring him to evade. The man, Green Pine, shouted a dire warning that if Seok Jin-ho dodged, those behind him would take the full impact, prompting Yoon, the attendant, to brace for the incoming attack. With a smooth, deliberate movement, Jin-ho extended his hand, resolute in his decision to directly confront the incoming attack. With a resounding clash and reverberating impact, Jin-ho directly blocked Jin Gyuak's attack, unleashing a massive explosion of energy. Jin Gyuak's jaw dropped as utter shock and disbelief washed over him, unable to comprehend Jin-ho's impossible feat. The followers watched in astonished confusion as the man, Green Pine, murmured that the head was handling the overwhelming attack entirely on his own. A charged hum of power radiated from Jin-ho, his intense gaze revealing the suppressed might within. Jin Gyuak shrieked in disbelief, unable to grasp that Jin-ho had actually blocked his attack, while the lingering energy of the clash swirled around the calm protagonist. With a furious cry of defiance and exertion, Jin Gyuak grimly prepared another attack, daring Jin-ho to block this one too. With a sharp crack and explosive impact, Jin-ho deftly blocked Jin Gyuak's enraged sword attack once more. With a quiet whoosh, Jin-ho made a swift, subtle flick of his hand. A shocking impact made Jin Gyuak groan, then scream in utter agony as blue energy flashed around him from Jin-ho's precise strike. Jin Gyuak's piercing scream tore through the air, his teeth grinding in unbearable agony as blood spilled from his mouth. Struck with brutal force, Jin Gyuak was violently flung through the air, landing with a loud, crashing impact. With a heavy thud, Jin Gyuak landed hard, sliding across the pavement, utterly defeated. Standing calmly over the trembling Jin Gyuak, Jin-ho informed him that with his meridians completely reversed, the pain was inevitable, adding that Jin Gyuak had no right to complain, having done the same to him. Jin Gyuak gasped in disbelief, his body trembling as he furiously convinced himself it was impossible for a mere peak-level cultivator to reverse his meridians, suspecting he was being tricked by those despicable white demon escort agency scum. With heavy, menacing footsteps, Jin-ho advanced towards the scarred man, who choked in sheer terror, his body trembling uncontrollably. Jin Gyuak, severely wounded and faltering, desperately called out for Jin-ho to wait, pleading to talk things out. Jin-ho methodically listed Jin Gyuak's transgressions, from infusing his voice with internal energy to intimidate his disciples, to boldly releasing a killing aura and striking with lethal sword energy. With a stern, incredulous gaze, Jin-ho concluded his accusation, asking if now Jin Gyuak wished to talk things out. Contorted in pain and fear, Jin Gyuak desperately tried to claim there might be a misunderstanding, but his words faltered. Despite his severe injuries, Jin Gyuak's pride resurfaced, as he defied Jin-ho, warning him that a mere head of a backwater academy could not harm a Kongtong sect disciple without severe retaliation from his powerful sect. With a thoughtful hum, Jin-ho acknowledged the reverence for the 9 great sects, conceding that the Kongtong sect could indeed crush his small martial hall, a point Jin Gyuak defiantly reiterated, insisting he knew his place and could not escape the consequences. The man, Green Pine, stepped forward with a serious demeanor, declaring that if retaliation was the only concern, they would guarantee protection on behalf of the lord of the Sichuan-Tang clan. With a sudden gasp, Jin Gyuak's face contorted in extreme shock and terror, demanding to know why the formidable Sichuan-Tang clan was even involved here. The woman from Green Pine confidently declared that the Sichuan-Tang clan's honor guaranteed their protection, dismissing any further worry about retaliation. Jin Gyuak's eyes widened in profound shock, the mention of the formidable Sichuan-Tang clan tearing through his composure as Jin-ho watched with a faint, chilling smirk. Jin Gyuak stammered, questioning if the women were truly from the Sichuan-Tang clan, only for Jin-ho to sharply cut him off, demanding he silence himself. A grim realization dawned on Jin Gyuak, confirming the women's Tang clan lineage, and he stammered, wondering why they were here, especially after rumors of one being poisoned. Tang Erin openly shamed Jin Gyuak for his petty actions, deeming them a disgrace to the 9 great sects, while her companion warned her against provoking him further, yet subtly doubted his actual capabilities. Jin-ho's voice sliced through the tension, a clear command summoning Yoon and Jong Maryung to his side, who responded with immediate, disciplined alacrity. With an unwavering gaze, Jin-ho instructed them to escort the disciples inside and meticulously assess their conditions, prioritizing their well-being above all. Jin-ho's fury ignited as he scoffed at Jin Gyuak, disgusted by a supposed respected disciple of the 9 great sects using underhanded techniques on barely trained students. Jin Gyuak, wincing in pain and fear, tried to appease the rising storm, offering a quiet apology and begging against any extreme measures. A brutal strike connected with Jin Gyuak's face. Jin-ho unleashed a powerful blow, sending Jin Gyuak reeling backward as he crumpled to the ground. With a powerful grip, Jin-ho seized Jin Gyuak's face, his words cutting through the air like ice, "That's your opinion, not mine." Jin-ho's fierce gaze bore into Jin Gyuak, demanding to know how he could ask for a quiet resolution after invading and harming his disciples, while the injured man desperately begged for mercy. A sinister smirk twisted Jin-ho's lips, his question hanging heavy in the air: would he show mercy to someone who came to kill him? A piercing scream tore from Jin Gyuak's throat, his eyes wide with raw, unadulterated terror. Seok Jin-ho delivered another crushing blow, sending Jin Gyuak flying once more. Ma Chongran recoiled in horror, shouting in disbelief at Seok Jin-ho's ruthless display. A chilling realization washed over Ma Chongran as he stared at the still form of Jin Gyuak, understanding that the man had truly been killed. Seok Jin-ho stood grimly over the fallen figure, a cold warning in his voice about the fate awaiting anyone who dared cross him. The young warrior, his eye glowing with a faint malice, coldly observed someone's glaring lack of foresight. The remaining men cowered, their fear palpable as Seok Jin-ho stood before them, an undeniable force of retribution. Ma Chongran, consumed by panic, shrieked orders for his followers to kill the young warrior, startling one of them into a stunned silence. Ma Chongran's mind raced, a desperate thought solidifying into a grim strategy. He needed to buy time to find a way out of this nightmare. The young warrior's hand shot out, seizing Ma Chongran by the collar and stopping his frantic escape. Seok Jin-ho questioned Ma Chongran's attempt to flee, while Ma Chongran, struggling in his grasp, wondered why the escorts weren't intervening. With a chilling smirk, Seok Jin-ho leaned over the struggling man, making a pointed remark as Ma Chongran gasped in fear. Two of the followers suddenly felt their internal energy inexplicably dispersing, a terrifying realization that led them to suspect they had been poisoned. Tang Erin emerged from a mist of green smoke, a sly smirk playing on her lips as she admonished the foolish men for not being careful around a member of the Tang clan. The remaining 3 followers collapsed to the ground, incapacitated by the insidious poison. Seok Jin-ho offered his thanks to Tang Erin, who calmly replied it was simply the right thing to do, leaving Ma Chongran utterly bewildered by the sudden shift in allegiance. Jin Gyuak pleaded for his life, offering to repay the favor if spared, a desperate plea Seok Jin-ho met with a skeptical, pondering question. Seok Jin-ho silenced Jin Gyuak abruptly, a burst of red energy forcing the man into submission. Jin Gyuak struggled violently, his muffled pleas unheard, trapped by an unseen force. One of the followers nervously murmured about the potential usefulness of a loose-lipped informant, their eyes darting with apprehension. Ma Chongran, prostrating himself, eagerly offered to divulge any information Seok Jin-ho desired, prompting the young warrior to inquire about the White Demon Escort Agency head's involvement. Ma Chongran explained that while the young master initiated the conflict, the escort head's consent was secured with a payment of hundreds of niang, leading Seok Jin-ho to demand concrete proof. Ma Chongran pointed towards the young master, revealing that he carried correspondence meant to keep the Kongtong sect's Taoist in line should he deviate from the plan. Ma Chongran, sweating and nervously tried to ask about his fate, a faint, hopeful smile playing on his lips. A swift, powerful strike landed. Both Ma Chongran and his companion cried out as they were struck violently, their faces contorted in pain. Ma Chongran and the other follower groaned in agony, their bodies bleeding from the impactful blows. Seok Jin-ho scared at the perceived sentimentality, remarking that he would have used the most painful poison, while Seok Mir-yong countered that providing evidence warranted its own form of repayment. Seok Mir-yong observed the young warrior, reflecting on his decisive nature, a man without ambition yet unexpectedly resolute in his actions. Seok Mir-yong inquired if the man would be spared, to which Seok Jin-ho, kneeling over his injured opponent, revealed his intention to keep him alive temporarily, as he had a specific use for him. Tang Erin offered the Tang clan's trust in his judgment and their full assistance, a gesture Seok Jin-ho gratefully accepted, acknowledging the inevitable difficulties due to the Kongtong sect's involvement. Tang Erin declared that as one of the 5 great families, the Tang clan could not tolerate the 9 great sect's misdeeds, citing their existing ties with the Heavenly Ascent Martial Academy as further reason for their intervention, an offer Seok Jin-ho gladly accepted. Rumors about the Kongtong sect's involvement in the incident proliferated throughout the Martial Alliance, with differing theories of sole action or sacrifice, though the official report dismissed it as a minor internal dispute, leaving a lingering suspicion among some. Despite the Kongtong sect's swift announcement that Jin Gyuak acted alone, it was the White Demon Escort Agency, lacking influence and defense, that suffered a complete downfall in the aftermath. The collective, persistent efforts of the Seok family manor and the Seok Wind Escort Agency ultimately brought about the complete collapse of the White Demon Escort Agency. The woman from Green Pine observed to Seok Mir-yong that few believed the Kongtong sect's claims, especially given the White Demon Escort Agency's origins, and noted the 9 great sects now sought a quiet resolution. The man from Green Pine advised Seok Mir-yong to remain cautious, highlighting Jin Gyuak's status as a Kongtong sect elder, implying that even the righteous could harbor unpredictable dangers. Seok Mir-yong confidently assured him that he had already considered the risks, stating that not all righteous people were truly good, and explained his careful thought was simply to protect those under his care. The man from Green Pine commented on the Martial Academy's modest size and suggested expansion, given the increasing number of visitors. Seok Mir-yong, with a subtle sip of tea, dismissed the idea of expansion, stating he only accepted respectful visitors, prompting the man from Green Pine to acknowledge his shrewd use of his position. The man from Green Pine observed that the disciples currently training were from the Seok Wind Escort Agency, a fact Seok Myung-woo readily confirmed. The man from Green Pine praised the disciples' intense determination and loyalty to their teacher, then proposed entrusting some of his own new students to Seok Myeong's care. Seok Myeong humbly declined the offer, suggesting there were more skilled individuals available, but the man from Green Pine insisted, highlighting their blood relation and the academy's potential to become the next manor guards. Seok Myeong firmly placed his teacup down, his expression resolute as he declared his unwavering intention never to return to the Seok family manor, dismissing any further discussion on the matter. The man from Green Pine sighed, agreeing not to press the matter further, but then offered to pay double the fee to leave his students in Seok Myeong's care, an offer the young warrior ironically noted as wasteful. The man from Green Pine defended his offer as anything but wasteful, but Seok Myeong reminded him of his exclusive contract with the Seok Wind Escort Agency. Seok Myeong pointed out the inherent familial connection between the Seok Wind Escort Agency and the Seok family manor, leaving the man from Green Pine momentarily speechless. Seok Myeong finally agreed to consider the offer, which delighted the man from Green Pine, who then surprised him by mentioning a gift of thanks he had prepared. Seok Myeong's voice carried through the space, calling for Myeong and Yoon. Jong Myeong and Yoon presented a wooden box, inside which a purple clam glowed with an intense, otherworldly light, astonishing them both. The man from Green Pine explained the glowing clam was a token of gratitude for their assistance with the White Demon Escort Agency, adding that similar gifts would be sent to the Seok Wind Escort Agency to clearly delineate thanks and grievances. The man from Green Pine sighed sadly, acknowledging that despite the pain, he deserved the words spoken to him due to his past wrongdoings. The man from Green Pine reflected on their slightly improved relationship and the generosity of the gift, contemplating how they might shape the future despite an unchangeable past. The man from Green Pine gazed at Seok Myeong, a hopeful sincerity in his eyes, suggesting they draw closer, little by little, and calling him his son. The vibrant blue sea stretched endlessly beneath a bright, open sky, as a small boat began its journey, birds chirping overhead while waves crashed gently against its hull. Suddenly, a black cat leaped into the air with a forceful smack, its body a blur of motion as two others watched its aerial acrobatics. The nanny, her voice sharp with worry, scolded the black cat, gripping it tightly as she questioned its reckless attempt to dive into the impossibly deep waters. Seok jin-ho remarked on the difficulty of managing the wolves, and the bearded man, a smile of resignation on his face, confessed his stamina might not last long enough to turn them into spirit beasts. A playful mew sounded from above as the black cat dangled precariously, rustling, drawing an exasperated glance from the man with a beard. Ma-chong ran, observing the cats gazing out at the sea, mused that despite their antics, it was a profound relief to have Darky by their side. Seok jin-ho, with a bright smile, held up the fishing poles, eagerly proposing they all try to reel in a truly massive catch. The bearded man reflected on the luxury of fishing from such a grand vessel, thanking Seok jin-ho for the lavish life, to which the young master simply declared that this was precisely what money was for, before offering to teach them to bait the hook, a suggestion the nanny eagerly affirmed. Seok jin-ho confidently promised the nanny a monstrous catch, prompting her to playfully challenge if it would surpass even the principal, a thought that made the young master laugh as he admitted the difficulty. Gazing at his relaxed companions, Seok jin-ho sighed in contentment, believing this peaceful respite was well earned after the chaos they had endured. Principal Aaron, reflecting on their journey, expressed mild annoyance at not being recognized initially, contrasting it with their widespread fame in Sichuan, before acknowledging that their reputation had since spread even to this remote county. But then, Principal Aaron's tone shifted, asking Seok jin-ho a pointed question that made him respond with a startled, "Huh?" Principal Aaron questioned why he chose to live such an unassuming life when he could easily forge a name for himself, leaving Seok jin-ho to ponder internally if making a name for himself was truly necessary. Tang Aaron pressed further, demanding to know why he lacked ambition when fame in the Jianhu was every martial artist's dream, prompting a sharp, horrified gasp from Principal Aaron. Principal Aaron quickly apologized for Tang Aaron's rudeness, but Seok jin-ho casually brushed it off, stating he was well aware of her personality, a comment that sparked furious indignation in Tang Aaron's mind. Seok jin-ho's voice was firm as he declared that his life's goals and standards were his alone to set, and while he understood their curiosity, he was not seeking any unsolicited life lessons. Tang Aaron was rendered speechless, acknowledging internally that Seok jin-ho possessed an unexpectedly resolute side. Principal Aaron sternly ordered Tang Aaron to apologize for her earlier rudeness, which she did with a reluctant sigh, barely audible. Seok jin-ho, with an understanding tone, simply advised her to be more careful next time. The nanny let out a triumphant cry, announcing a bite, and Seok jin-ho, watching her fishing pole thump with life, predicted she would land the first catch of the day. A massive swordfish burst from the water, sending splashes high into the air, and the nanny shrieked for help while Seok jin-ho laughed, utterly delighted by the impressive catch. Back at the River Affection Inn, Seok jin-ho reflected on the growing demand for his specialty dish, realizing he would need to significantly increase his fishing yield to keep up. He considered formalizing a short-term training course for the Martial Hall, pleased with the attention it was receiving, yet a quiet sigh escaped him as he acknowledged the lingering rift with the Kongtong sect. A pensive hum escaped Seok Jin-ho as he pondered the ongoing issue. Detecting the persistent sounds of late-night training, Seok Jin-ho felt compelled to investigate, unable to ignore such dedicated effort. The rhythmic sound of panting and the powerful whoosh of fists slicing through the air filled the courtyard as three men trained vigorously. Head instructor Jong approached the startled trainees, surprised they were still training at such a late hour, as they respectfully acknowledged his presence. Head instructor Jong expressed concern about their late-night training, warning it would stunt their growth, but one trainee admitted he felt he was falling too far behind to stop. Head instructor Jong nodded in understanding, admitting he once felt the same way, but then quickly, almost comically, dismissed Seok Jin-ho's knowing remark about hearing stories of his past dedication as pure coincidence. Head instructor Jong reflected with a wistful expression, recalling that Mary-young had indeed been a bit slow in his youth. Seok Jin-ho, startled by the sight, crouched down and urgently called out, "Principal." One of the training men gasped in dismay, realizing someone had come to investigate the late-night sounds, believing their noise was the cause. Seok Jin-ho waved reassuringly, apologizing for any disturbance and clarifying that he hadn't come to scold them, but simply out of curiosity for their dedicated training. Seok Jin-ho's gaze fell upon the trainees, and he noted internally that all three possessed inherently poor physical traits. He concluded they were likely at the very bottom in terms of natural talent, yet their sheer perseverance filled him with admiration. As he walked, Seok Jin-ho pondered that the Taiji heaven-flipping technique would be ideal to transform their bodies, but he felt he lacked the authority to teach such a secret art. Yet, he decided a little help would be acceptable, and with a swift swing, he picked up a nunchaku. With a confident smile and a rattle of the nunchaku, Seok Jin-ho challenged the three trainees to attack him all at once, declaring he wouldn't even move from his spot. Yoon and the other trainees faltered in shock, utterly bewildered by the unprecedented challenge to attack their instructor all at once. Despite their worry, Yoon proposed a coordinated attack from left, right, and center, and Jong Mary-young, though doubtful, agreed they should at least try. With breathtaking speed, Seok Jin-ho executed a swift, powerful movement, his nunchaku blurring. Yoon and the third trainee flinched back in shock as the nunchaku whipped past them with impossible precision. "Now!" Yoon shouted, striking with his staff, but Seok Jin-ho remained perfectly unfazed. The nunchaku sliced through the air with ferocious force, its path illuminated by a vibrant blue light. Jong Mary-young cried out as the nunchaku struck with a sharp impact. Yoon gasped in utter disbelief, realizing the nunchaku's trajectory had impossibly changed mid-attack. Seok Jin-ho mentally noted that it was far too soon for them to lower their guard as his nunchaku crashed and thudded around him. The third trainee cried out, struck hard in the face, bewildered by how the impossible attack had reached him. Seok Jin-ho stood calmly over the three defeated trainees, their challenge swiftly concluded. Yoon, the third trainee, and Jong Mary-young all admitted they could never predict his strikes, a move Jong Mary-young believed they couldn't block even with another attempt, prompting Seok Jin-ho to innocently ask if his attack had been too strong. Yoon, sitting defeated, explained that Seok Jin-ho's attack wasn't particularly strong or even fast, and the hits hadn't truly hurt them. Seok Jin-ho pressed them on the paradox: if the attack was neither strong nor fast, why couldn't they block it, leaving Yoon to stammer for an answer. Yoon finally articulated their confusion, explaining that while they might have blocked a straightforward strike, the nunchaku's trajectory had inexplicably curved, making it impossible to track. With a knowing smirk, Seok Jin-ho confirmed that this precise unpredictability was the very lesson he had intended to impart. Seok Jin-ho then revealed he had overheard their earlier worries about falling behind, explaining that everyone possessed different talents and natural physical attributes, born with varied foundations. He emphasized that a weaker foundation was no reason to abandon martial arts, assuring them that slower progress was still progress, pointing to Jong Mary-young as living proof of that unwavering perseverance. He then challenged them to identify another way to accelerate their strength, to which Yoon eagerly suggested targeting an opponent's weaknesses. Seok Jin-ho agreed it was partially correct, elaborating that true mastery meant using their minds to fully analyze and conceal their own movements, allowing them to read an opponent and strike decisively, overcoming even a significant difference in skill. A spark of understanding ignited in each trainee as Yoon confirmed the need for complete opponent analysis. The third man added the importance of quick decisions, and Jong Mary-young confidently declared that strategic thinking was their strength. Seok Jin-ho emphasized that while strategy was vital, it was no excuse to neglect physical training, as higher levels of skill would sharpen their insight, and the trainees responded with a resounding yes. Seok Jin-ho gently dismissed them, urging them to rest for tomorrow's training, and the trainees bowed deeply, their gratitude evident as they shuffled away. Seok Jin-ho reflected on a past discovery he had made while searching for the azure-belted kingfisher, realizing the moment was finally perfect to act on it. Driven by his decision, Seok Jin-ho rowed his small boat across the vast, choppy open waters, heading towards an unknown destination. A rush of water accompanied Seok Jin-ho's internal thought, surprised that his search for you had concluded far sooner than he expected. He looked down into the glowing blue water, a quiet splash marking the moment he realized he had found exactly what he was seeking. Despite the bright, open expanse, Seok Jin-ho's thoughts were firmly fixed on the elusive quarry he pursued. I thought it'd take longer to find you, Seok Jin-ho mused, a confident smirk spreading across his face as the rushing water confirmed his unexpected success. So this is where you were hiding, he murmured, looking into the bright, tranquil depths as the water rippled and hummed with its secrets. With a dynamic splash, he plunged into the clear blue, driven by an urgent purpose. As he swam deeper into the ethereal light, a large, scaly fish appeared, making him wonder if it had sensed his presence and marvel at its sturdy scales. The large fish bolted away, startled, its powerful fins kicking up a dynamic trail of bubbles. But the young warrior knew better, assessing its inability to gauge his level and concluding it still had a long way to go before becoming a true spirit beast as energy gathered in his outstretched hand. A powerful energy blast erupted from Seok Jin-ho, striking the water with explosive force against the fish. The fish cried out in a violent, impactful shriek as the blue energy ripped through the water near it. Seok Jin-ho watched with calm intensity as the injured creature thrashed and swam away through the disturbed water. Its durability wasn't bad, he mused, determined to see how long it could hold out as blue light sparked around his concentrating hand. With energetic resolve, another powerful blast of blue energy surged from his grasp, tearing through the water. The blow landed forcefully, sending the fish into a chaotic, desperate struggle. Ch1-50. Where is it going? Seok Jin-ho exclaimed, surprised as the creature retreated deeper into the dark, churning water. There was no need to waste energy, he decided, calmly floating as he observed its escape, already planning his next move. He descended rapidly and deliberately into the dark blue depths, glowing trails marking his swift path. Even underwater, I won't lose track of you, Seok Jin-ho declared, his pursuit relentless through the deepening gloom. His glowing sword cut sharply through the dark water, a decisive strike against his foe. The blade struck with violent impact, causing blood to bloom through the water. The fish screamed in agonizing protest, thrashing wildly as the blade remained embedded in its flesh. With a decisive, powerful tug, Seok Jin-ho pulled his sword free from the thrashing creature. He stood triumphant on the rocky shore, the massive, defeated creature resting calmly in the shallow water beside him. The sword remained embedded, a gruesome testament to the final blow, as blood steadily dripped into the water. More blood spread graphically from the wound, staining the water. Such precious blood, he mused, determining he needed to seal it up, sparks of blue energy crackling around him as he prepared to contain the vital essence. The wound magically sealed itself, containing the residual blood within the waters. But his attention was drawn to a mysterious, glowing hidden tunnel, prompting him to question its purpose. There was something distinctly different about this cave, he observed contemplatively, realizing the other entrances were likely decoys to conceal this very place. He still had plenty of breath left, he thought with resolute determination, deciding he should take a look inside. With glowing particles swirling around him, he swam deeper into the exploratory darkness of the underwater cave. Ruha, he exclaimed, startled as he burst out of the water and back into the open air. Standing beside the defeated fish, he realized with stark clarity that the tunnel truly was made by people. A hidden eccentric of Jianghu, no doubt, he thought, as he observed a large, ancient wooden door, glowing with green orbs, within the cavern. With anticipatory care, he pushed open the ornate door, a faint blue light emanating from within. He stepped into the vast, dark chamber, looking up with awe and curiosity, sensing something profound. Ha! Seok Jin-ho uttered, his face etched with startled confusion at the sight before him. The scene shifted, pulling back from the immediate shock. A vast, opulent treasure trove filled with gleaming gold coins and ancient jars lay before him, presided over by the eerie, mummified remains of an old man. No way, that's Myong, one of the three great divine thieves. Seok Jin-ho thought, his recognition tinged with melancholic disbelief that such a figure had died here, alone and forgotten, despite once declaring he'd become the greatest under heaven. Still, he had reached a considerable level of mastery, Seok Jin-ho observed, walking towards the deceased Myong as the end of his practice lay revealed. Seok Jin-ho marveled at the stark, solemn fact that the man's body hadn't decayed after all this time. Well, would you look at that, he said, picking up an ancient book with curious discovery, recognizing the boundless sky fist technique. The open pages, filled with illustrations of martial arts techniques, immediately explained why the Namgung clan had been in such an uproar to catch him. Wow, he continued, listing the treasures, Shaolin's Arhat Chi technique, Wudong's 7-star fist, Kunlun's F-ailing goose fist, Kongtong bone extraction palm. Ha, Seok Jin-ho sighed, contemplating the stolen knowledge, so this is why he became a hunted outlaw, forced to live in hiding. And what's that over there, he wondered, spotting shelves filled with mysterious elixirs emitting strange vapors. Ha, you madman. Just the scent alone told him these were authentic elixirs, comparable to the finest treasures of the 9 great sects, making him realize with astonishment that Myung had stolen and hoarded everything needed to become a master. Truly, a life filled with regrets, he thought, observing Myung's now faintly glowing form. He had devoted everything to his dreams, only to fall short in the end. Yet, his unyielding spirit, refusing to give up until the very end, deserved respect, and as a fellow martial artist who lived in the same era 500 years ago, Seok Jin-ho bowed reverently, wishing him peace. Yoon. Mary Young. Come out and take this. Seok Jin-ho called out, his voice echoing across the peaceful, traditional courtyard. Yes, Principal. Green Pine responded eagerly, his smile bright as he and another follower prepared to obey. Yeah. Green Pine and the other follower reacted in surprised chibi form, stunned by the gigantic defeated fish Seok Jin-ho proudly presented. Principal. What is that? Nanny's chibi icon exclaimed, as Seok Jin-ho explained that he had spotted the massive creature while hunting for giant shrimp and brought it back for Trio Wolf's benefit. It was so massive that he figured it would be best to deal with it while the others were present, Seok Jin-ho explained strategically, believing this would definitely bring Trio Wolf a step closer to becoming a divine beast. Young master. What is this? Tang Erin exclaimed, utterly shocked, unable to believe such a huge eel existed, her reaction echoed by the other women. Ah, we're having it for dinner tonight, Seok Jin-ho announced casually, assigning Yoon and Maryung to prep, and Nanny to seasoning, who agreed while still flustered by the sheer size. Principal, may we take a closer look at the parts you're not planning to eat? Tang Erin asked resourcefully, and Seok Jin-ho readily granted permission, telling them to take anything they needed after dissection. Tang Erin analytically determined its size suggested it was unlikely to be poisonous, proposing they extract its large, sharp teeth to forge into daggers, a practical idea Nanny agreed with. You heard her, right? Set aside anything we won't eat or use, Seok Jin-ho smirked to Green Pine, musing on the Tang clan's expected thoroughness in inspecting even the smallest parts. For now, break it down, collect the blood, and feed it to Trio Wolf, Seok Jin-ho directed, adding, prep the meat so we can eat it with the others, to which Green Pine affirmed they would start right away. But those pups. Green Pine worried, his gaze drifting to the hungry dogs, his concern evident. The dogs were already drooling, Green Pine observed, wondering if they would behave while the carving commenced. Meow. A black cat uttered from the roof, startling the dogs into a barking frenzy, earning a, well done, darky, from Seok Jin-ho's chibi icon. Seok Jin-ho carefully placed a small bottle onto a cloth, his movements deliberate. As he opened the bottle, a vibrant stream of glowing blue liquid poured forth. Pure sky blue mineral elixir, Seok Jin-ho confirmed, his expression satisfied and confident that it was definitely genuine. Perhaps, this could make him even stronger than he had ever been before, he thought, a confident, ambitious smirk gracing his lips as power radiated from the elixir. That evening, the Heavenly Ascent Martial Academy was abuzz with activity as its people enjoyed a hearty feast of the giant eel. Though not a true spiritual beast, the eel would still greatly benefit the martial arts trainees, who eagerly devoured it. Intrigued by the giant eel they had never seen, the young women of the Tang family stayed up late, meticulously examining its byproducts with focused curiosity. Meanwhile, under Darky's silent guidance, the wolf trio eagerly lapped up the giant eel's blood. As night fell over the martial academy, a profound calm settled, with only the cloudless sky awake above. Such a peaceful night, Seok Jin-ho mused quietly, his soft footsteps accompanying his black cat's gentle meow. Seok Jin-ho quietly warned Darky to keep silent from there, as he prepared for his next, more clandestine move. With a swift, quiet movement, Seok Jin-ho slipped through the window and landed silently inside. He knew sneaking in like this was forbidden, but for this one time, Seok Jin-ho silently pleaded for forgiveness, a heavy weight settling in his chest. This was all for the nanny's sake, he resolved quietly, as she slept peacefully. Knowing the existence of the pure sky blue elixir itself could be dangerous, Seok Jin-ho vowed the nanny would reap only its benefits, shielding her from the risks. Seok Jin-ho silently accepted the burden, pouring the luminous elixir with a soft shimmer as the nanny stirred in her sleep, letting out a soft murmur. A gentle, spreading glow enveloped the nanny as the elixir took its subtle, magical effect. With a soft, contented smile, Seok Jin-ho whispered for her to live happily for a long time, never to fall sick, wishing the nanny eternal well-being. The nanny murmured softly, a faint blush gracing her cheeks as the elixir continued its subtle work. Seok Jin-ho left her side with a mischievous thought, anticipating her morning surprise, knowing the smell might be a bit much to handle. With a swift, agile movement, Seok Jin-ho slipped back out the window, his black cat watching his departure. The black cat rubbed against Seok Jin-ho, its insistent meows clearly demanding his attention. You want some too? Seok Jin-ho exclaimed in surprise, despite the cat not having fully absorbed its previous elixir, as Darky's loud, insistent meows grew even more demanding. With a sigh of resignation, Seok Jin-ho relented, giving Darky just one drop, accepting his new destiny as a cat protector. Green Pine, bustling with commands, directed his followers to quickly move food and ingredients, the air thick with the low murmur of busy activity. Green Pine instructed Seok to prepare an abundance of food, emphasizing the traditional generosity of a feast, ensuring even the in-workers would benefit from any leftovers. Woman Green Pine cheerfully insisted the others need not help, finding a newfound enjoyment in cooking, but a loyal follower countered, determined to assist on the principal's birthday. Woman Green Pine questioned the followers' resolve, but the woman firmly replied, "If you don't work, you don't eat," declaring her duty to help after relying on them so much. Woman Green Pine offered them rest, but her diligent followers insisted on helping, driven by a desire to assist the lady and their gratitude for Seok Jin-ho's daily provisions. Woman Green Pine commented on the bustling atmosphere with a pleased smile, just as Man Green Pine called out to greet the arriving young master, Seok Jin-ho. The women offered their respectful greetings to the principal, their voices warm and welcoming. Seok Jin-ho, confused by the lavish feast, wondered why so much food had been prepared, as Woman Green Pine playfully speculated about unexpected guests for his birthday, even from the main house. Woman Green Pine explained the tradition of generous preparation for such special days, and Seok Jin-ho thoughtfully accepted her reasoning. Woman Green Pine pointed out that the trainees alone could likely devour everything, reminding him how quickly the giant eel had been reduced to bones, a point Seok Jin-ho grudgingly conceded. "Principal!" Man Green Pine cried, his frantic footsteps echoing as he breathlessly announced the sudden arrival of countless guests, leaving Seok Jin-ho confused. The follower excitedly reported the arrival of guests from unfamiliar clans and sects, including an envoy from the Habukpeng clan, who sent gifts along with Lady Peng's apologies for her seclusion. Then, with a dramatic flourish, Man Green Pine announced the grand arrival of Miss Seok Myung herself, from the main house. "See? I was right, wasn't I?" Woman Green Pine said with a smug chuckle, and Seok Jin-ho playfully conceded, promising to listen to her better from then on. "Well then, I'm off to greet the guests," Seok Jin-ho declared, his purposeful footsteps carrying him away as he encouraged everyone to keep up their good work. Woman Green Pine's thoughts lingered on the mention of Lady Peng from the Habukpeng clan, a hint of surprise in her expression. When asked if it bothered her, Woman Green Pine feigned nonchalance with a soft chuckle, quickly denying any concern. Woman Green Pine asserted her right to socialize and build connections as any martial artist would, while a concerned follower tried to reassure her that the young lord held no special feelings for Lady Peng. Woman Green Pine pondered if Lady Peng felt the same, wondering about her true motives given her notorious disdain for men, a mystery that now piqued the followers' curiosity. Decorated gift boxes were carefully placed on the floor with a soft, sparkling thud. "You're my sibling, through and through," Seok Myung declared with a grand presence, praising him for finally tightening his grip on Hwanghwa County. Seok Jin-ho brushed off her words, insisting he had merely run a martial academy and bought 2 inns, but Seok Myung firmly countered, calling them huge successes. Seok Myung playfully inquired about his special dishes, only to be met with Seok Jin-ho's cold-hearted response that they were sold on a limited basis, much to her feigned dismay. "Here, take it," Seok Myung instructed, presenting a large, heavy gift box to Seok Jin-ho for his birthday. "Who? This exceeds my expectations," Seok Jin-ho exclaimed, a pleasant surprise crossing his face as the gift box clicked open. Seok Myung explained her gift, new uniforms for his martial academy members, a rare and practical present that underscored the importance of looking the part for a proper martial arts hall. "Thank you," Seok Jin-ho said, genuinely surprised, a reaction that brought a pleased chuckle from Seok Myung, who felt her effort had been well worth it. "But you know I don't like gratitude," Seok Myung said with a knowing laugh, implying she preferred actions, a sentiment Seok Jin-ho acknowledged he would keep in mind. Abruptly, Seok Myung shifted the topic, casually asking if it wasn't time to renegotiate the contract with the Seok Wind Escort Agency. "How did you know about that?" Seok Jin-ho asked, taken aback by her insider knowledge, to which Seok Myung confidently declared her intelligence network was why she wasn't losing the succession race, though he claimed no interest in such disputes. Seok Myung continued, asserting that with the exclusive contract ending, it was time for him to accept her requests, revealing her interest in his short-term intensive training program to elevate her escort team's combat prowess. Seok Jin-ho, arms crossed and serious, countered that he needed to hear the Seok Wind Escort Agency's position first, also noting that other parties had made similar inquiries. With a playful sigh, Seok Myung reminded him of her recent gift, then promised to seriously consider his demands, urging him not to be disappointed. A sudden knock at the door announced Myung's arrival, startling Seok Jin-ho into a confused, "What's going on?" Man Green Pine peeked in with an urgent expression, declaring that Seok Jin-ho needed to come out immediately. Seok Jin-ho asked if something had happened, but Man Green Pine, nervously, could only explain that there was a highly significant guest waiting for him. Seok Jin-ho, annoyed, thought he'd be late like his brother, but Man Green Pine, his voice filled with reverence, revealed the true identity of the guest Seok Myung had brought, the imposing Supreme Elder. Yet, the unexpected guest waiting for him was none other than the Supreme Elder, a presence that commanded both respect and anticipation. The courtyard hummed with murmurs of anticipation as the Supreme Elder, accompanied by Seok Myung, made his presence known, drawing all eyes. With an approving smile, the Supreme Elder acknowledged Seok Jin-ho's success in Manhwa County, yet mused aloud about the academy's small stature given its growing number of disciples. Seok Myung playfully countered, suggesting growth was gradual, while silently noting the Supreme Elder's detached ease, then chose to speak lightly, convinced worry would change nothing. Stepping forward with a composed demeanor, Seok Jin-ho formally addressed the Supreme Elder as he and Seok Myung approached. The Supreme Elder greeted Seok Jin-ho warmly, offering a happy birthday wish, and Seok Myung formally acknowledged his grandfather's arrival. The Supreme Elder playfully chided Seok Myung for not traveling with him, to which she feigned regret and promised to coordinate better next time. With a slight smile, Seok Jin-ho invited the Supreme Elder to follow him, preparing to discuss what brought such an important figure to his academy. The Supreme Elder inwardly approved of Seok Jin-ho's newly refined dignity as a martial academy leader, then agreed to follow. Seok Myung, pouring tea with practiced ease, mused on Seok Jin-ho's seemingly quiet birthday, surprised he hadn't received more messages. Seok Jin-ho simply replied that he had been busy, a response that led Seok Myung to observe that he had not changed at all. The Supreme Elder then revealed he had been subtly keeping tabs on Seok Jin-ho's progress, adding that even the family had received regular reports. Seok Jin-ho, taking a sip, questioned the Supreme Elder's investment, implying he was well aware of the complicated dynamics within the main family. The Supreme Elder explained that even though he had stepped back, Seok Jin-ho's father remained determined, to which Seok Jin-ho resignedly admitted he couldn't stop him even if he tried. Seok Jin-ho mused about the family head stress, while the Supreme Elder empathized with his son's struggles from his own perspective as an observer. Sensing waiting guests, the Supreme Elder gently signaled the end of their private conversation. With a gentle tap, the Supreme Elder presented a rolled scroll to Seok Jin-ho, who questioned if it was a gift. Seok Jin-ho critically examined the scroll, his first thought being that it was not merely a promissory note. The Supreme Elder then revealed the gift was a land deed, explaining he had acquired surrounding property for the martial academy. Seok Jin-ho reacted with stunned disbelief, realizing the gifted land was enormous, at least 5 times the size of his current academy. Seok Jin-ho protested that he didn't need such an expanse, but the Supreme Elder logically argued its necessity for future expansion, potential ranching, and sound investment. Seok Jin-ho, his faint smile confirming his acceptance, expressed gratitude and assured the Supreme Elder he would make good use of the generous gift. As a gesture of thanks, Seok Jin-ho offered a special dish that would be ready soon, inviting the Supreme Elder to enjoy it, who eagerly anticipated finally tasting the famed cuisine. The Supreme Elder then shared a piece of wisdom, advising Seok Jin-ho not to worry about the Kongtong sect, reminding him that battles were not always won by strength alone. Seok Jin-ho confidently dismissed the concern, asserting he could handle even their elders, which secretly amused the Supreme Elder, recognizing his own tenacious spirit. The Supreme Elder expressed his enjoyment of the tea and inquired if he could stay for a day, to which Seok Jin-ho readily agreed to arrange a room for him. Just as he was about to depart, the Supreme Elder paused, turning to ask Seok Jin-ho another question. The Supreme Elder teasingly asked if Seok Jin-ho had a romantic interest from either the Peng or Tang families, which embarrassed Seok Jin-ho, who inwardly denied any such relationship. The Supreme Elder laughed heartily, further teasing Seok Jin-ho for attracting women and declaring him a true descendant of the Seok family, leaving Seok Jin-ho speechless. Seok Jin-ho, as the host, found himself attending to an endless stream of guests late into the night, as everyone with even the slightest connection converged for the celebration. The Green Pine Escort Agency's siblings also arrived, sharing news of their agency's relocation and their plans to establish a new escort route, promising to meet again before their departure from Manhwa County. Amidst the lively feasting and merriment, Seok Jin-ho's rather grand birthday celebration finally concluded. After the festivities, the Heavenly Ascent Martial Arts Academy returned to its familiar, snow-covered routine, as sounds of training resumed. An apprentice shivered, wondering when they would become strong enough to defy the cold, which Man Green Pine playfully doubted was even possible. Man Green Pine then shifted to a more serious topic, discussing the new arrivals who sought to overcome the Wall of Wailing, a challenge often considered accessible only to the chosen few. Man Green Pine lightheartedly mused about the mastery of Chi, even noting that his cat, Darky, used basic techniques, before playfully telling his companion to stop scaring the children with his advanced talk. A sudden commotion of running dogs and fleeing apprentices startled the observer, indicating something unexpected had just occurred. As 3 older men entered the academy grounds, a chibi Seok Jin-ho observed their arrival, sensing they were visitors. Seok Jin-ho mentally evaluated the older men, finding them a bit too advanced in age for someone attempting to overcome the Wall of Wailing. An older man agreed with the assessment, stating his intention to inform the principal. Man Green Pine questioned the new arrivals, who clarified they were sent by Seok Mir-young, prompting Seok Jin-ho to grant them entry. Man Green Pine remarked on the Seok Wind escort agency sending escorts, but one of the men clarified they were escort leaders, a distinction that held significant weight. One older man mused on the implication of escort leaders enrolling in a short-term course, understanding they would be serious contenders. An older man, identified as Ch1-50, privately expressed his deep anxiety about finally attempting to surpass the wall he had repeatedly failed to breach, despite Seok Mir-young's recommendation. While Ch1-50 privately despaired over the prospect of eternal stagnation, Seok Jin-ho formally welcomed the new arrivals, introducing himself. The three older men respectfully bowed and introduced themselves as Na Yeol-kyung, Jang Won-pil, and Hwang Guk-yeol. Seok Jin-ho inwardly assessed the martial artists, finding relief that despite their advanced skill, they did not presume seniority. Seok Jin-ho offered the new arrivals a choice, rest today or begin their intensive training immediately, asking them what they preferred. The three older men murmured amongst themselves, weighing Seok Jin-ho's proposition. Na Yeol-kyung, his determination evident, declared his eagerness to start immediately, and Seok Jin-ho inwardly agreed to begin without delay. Seok Jin-ho explained that his short-term course was straightforward, requiring them to gain insight through one-on-one sparring sessions with him. From a distance, Man Green Pine and Woman Green Pine observed Seok Jin-ho outlining the intense training regimen to the older men. Man Green Pine expressed skepticism that simple sparring could overcome such a profound challenge, but Woman Green Pine thoughtfully countered that it seemed to be their only remaining option after all else had failed. Man Green Pine remained puzzled, questioning how sparring alone could overcome a lifelong obstacle, to which Woman Green Pine replied that if it were so easy, the wall of wailing wouldn't exist in the first place. Woman Green Pine teased Man Green Pine about his own stalled progress, despite his confident talk, which he defensively refuted, claiming he was on the verge of a breakthrough. Woman Green Pine internally scoffed, annoyed at the suggestion she had barely overcome the wall, when she hadn't even truly felt its challenge. Her frustration simmered, expressed in a quiet, "tch, so annoying." Man Green Pine, with a comforting pat, encouraged Woman Green Pine, assuring her she would soon overcome any obstacles and reach greater heights. Woman Green Pine, with a confident smile, inwardly acknowledged his words, affirming her own belief. Man Green Pine then mused aloud about the immense stir it would cause if this unique training method truly proved effective. Woman Green Pine considered the far-reaching implications, noting that her father would likely be the first to seek out the course, given the many martial artists in her family who were stuck at the wall of wailing. Man Green Pine gravely concluded that such a success would undoubtedly attract unprecedented attention, its magnitude highlighted by a dramatic red glow and stylized clouds. Seok Jin-ho, with an air of challenge, announced his intention to spar with each of them individually and asked who wished to go first. Na Yeol-kyung stepped forward, his hand raised, eager to be the first to test his mettle. The other two older men respectfully deferred, emphasizing the importance of seniority and expressing their hope that the eldest would be the first to surpass the wall. Na Yeol-kyung, a martial artist who had been stalled for over 20 years before the insurmountable wall of wailing, stepped forward with a profound sense of purpose. With a formal bow, Na Yeol-kyung expressed his profound respect and eagerly anticipated Seok Jin-ho's guidance. A powerful current of determination pulsed from Na Yeol-kyung, an undeniable resolve that was almost palpable. Seok Jin-ho, ready for the challenge, asked if his opponent was prepared and magnanimously offered him the first move. This story is brought to you by GenZUpdates.com, where quality and quantity meet with faster updates. For more content and to support our staff, visit GenZUpdates.com. This is Warrior Reincarnation, an original work by Yoon Sin-hyun, with art by Yeo Min. Seok Jin-ho, a confident smirk playing on his lips, invited his opponent to begin, offering the first move with a flourishing sword. Na Yeol-kyung, his expression resolute, accepted the challenge, acknowledging that seniority held no sway in the face of guidance. A sudden burst of energy erupted from the ground, marking the intense start of their spar. Na Yeol-kyung, with a fierce cry, brought his sword down in a powerful overhead strike, while Seok Jin-ho crouched, poised to meet the attack. With a grunt of effort, Na Yeol-kyung pressed his strenuous sword attack, as Seok Jin-ho rapidly moved to evade the assault. Na Yeol-kyung's foot moved with blinding speed, kicking up a swirl of energy. A loud yell escaped Na Yeol-kyung's lips as he unleashed a powerful, blue energy-charged attack. Seok Jin-ho was thrown into a series of rapid defensive movements, absorbing the thunderous impacts. As he was forced back, Ch1-50 gritted his teeth in frustration, realizing his attack was falling short. Ch1-50 desperately defended against Seok Jin-ho's powerful downward strike, recognizing that his opponent hadn't even unleashed the full power of sword flow or chi. Seok Jin-ho continued his relentless assault, pushing Ch1-50 to the brink of his defensive capabilities. Each block sent a jarring shock through Ch1-50's joints and muscles, steadily accumulating its toll. With a grimace of fierce determination, Ch1-50 steeled himself, unwilling to end the spar without one more decisive countermove, feeling he was on the verge of a breakthrough. A guttural scream ripped from Ch1-50 as he unleashed a final, energy-infused attack with everything he had left. Seok Jin-ho stood his ground, enveloped in a potent aura of blue and orange energy, utterly unfazed. In his utter shock and disbelief, Ch1-50 couldn't comprehend how his full, desperate effort had still not been enough. Ch1-50 continued his powerful, strained attack, pouring all his remaining strength into the desperate effort. Seok Jin-ho, with a confident smirk, declared the spar over and suggested they continue the next day, as Ch1-50 collapsed in defeat. Ch1-50 remained dazed and speechless, his mind reeling from the encounter. Two concerned followers rushed to his side, one realizing he had lost consciousness, but Ch1-50 suddenly spoke, "I saw it." With wide, astonished eyes, Ch1-50 exclaimed his profound revelation, "I saw beyond the wall." Burning with a newfound urgency, Ch1-50 passionately pleaded for a few more moves, sensing he had just grasped a critical insight. Seok Jin-ho instructed the two other followers to wait patiently, and they readily agreed. With a confident smirk, Seok Jin-ho prepared his sword, ready to immediately resume the spar. The air exploded with a forceful impact, signaling the immediate restart of their intense training. Seok Jin-ho leaped high, engaging Ch1-50 in fierce mid-air combat. Their swords clashed repeatedly, a furious symphony of steel against steel. Ch1-50 let out a powerful scream, fueled by extreme exertion and a desperate will to continue. With a sharp clang, Seok Jin-ho struck Ch1-50, sending him flying backward through the air. Seok Jin-ho observed his resilient opponent, acknowledging the deep experience of a veteran who had faced countless battles and refused to yield despite his exhaustion. As Seok Jin-ho stared into Ch1-50's intense, focused eyes, he knew his opponent hadn't been bluffing about glimpsing the answer. Seok Jin-ho recognized that Ch1-50 now moved with the undeniable determination of someone who had truly seen beyond the wall. This was a state where one's awareness narrowed to only themselves and their opponent, a mystical focus enveloped in swirling blue energy. Engulfed in vibrant blue energy trails, Na Yolkyung swung his sword with intense focus. Often called a state of selflessness, the man with a beard shouted, his face strained with effort, in the midst of this profound experience. This was the moment when will became movement, and movement became will, a perfectly reflected soul, and only then could clarity be gained amidst the swirling blue energy. This state of selfless focus, achieved by pushing opponents to their limits, was the crucial first step. The second step, then, was to guide them to briefly witness the pinnacle of their martial art, as Ch1-50 gripped his sword hilt firmly. Ch1-50's sword blazed with explosive golden energy, crackling with immense power. A fierce tiger roared, its image conveying raw power and intensity. Ch1-50 attacked with overwhelming force, unleashing a chaotic flurry of golden sword slashes that dominated the scene. The Sword Emperor attacked with powerful, wide-reaching white energy slashes, creating a dazzling display of force. The two other men reacted with intense shock and disbelief, recognizing the incredible appearance of enchanted chi. Ch1-50 gazed at his intensely glowing sword, overwhelmed by the astonishing realization that he had truly created enchanted chi. Seok Jin-ho offered his congratulations, and a still smiling Ch1-50 acknowledged the profound achievement. Ch1-50 stared at his glowing sword, a profound and astonished realization washing over him, it was real enchanted chi. Seok Jin-ho expressed his deep gratitude to the principal, bowing slightly, but Ch1-50 humbly dismissed it as merely fulfilling an agreement. Seok Jin-ho, watching the principal, mused that a man who could so easily help someone surpass the wall of lamentation must secretly crave a name for himself, not a quiet life. Green Pine teased Seok Myung about seeking the principal's help, but Seok Myung defensively insisted it wasn't like that. Sounds of exertion or deep breathing echoed across the serene estate. Seok Jin-ho stood alone in the expansive courtyard, his sword in hand, awaiting the next challenge. Tang Aaron fiercely deflected simultaneous sword attacks from three other followers. Tang Aaron agilely parried and evaded relentless sword attacks from two opponents. Tang Aaron screamed in desperation and frustration, pleading for just one strike in the midst of her struggle. The three followers were thrown back and disoriented by an unseen force, losing their footing in the chaotic skirmish. Seok Myung gasped in surprise as Seok Jin-ho suddenly appeared above her, questioning when he had moved so swiftly. Seok Jin-ho called an end to the training session for the day with a confident smile, as a defeated and exhausted Tang Aaron looked on. Seok Myung expressed concern about the intensity of the training, but Seok Jin-ho justified his rigorous methods, believing they were essential for Tang Aaron to surpass her limitations. Seok Myung insisted that the training was too harsh, hearing Tang Aaron's groans every night, and Seok Jin-ho conceded, agreeing to ease up starting tomorrow while taking a drink. An attendant rushed to Seok Jin-ho, urgently reporting the arrival of a strange and unsettling visitor. Seok Jin-ho questioned the attendant about the visitor, who, out of breath, could only hint at the tense atmosphere surrounding Mary Young-hyung's meeting. Jong Maryung stood looking worried, flanked by 2 followers, suggesting a confrontational situation was unfolding. Jong Maryung glared with intense anger, indignant at the perceived audacity of being questioned about an unannounced visit. Peng Mugian, flanked by 2 snarling dogs, confidently affirmed his stance, challenging Jong Maryung's implied authority. Peng Mugian asserted the rules for unannounced visits, making it clear that this was not the Seok family manor and permission was required. Jong Maryung angrily retorted, dismissing Peng Mugian as a lowly scoundrel and warning him of the terrifying world he clearly did not understand. Seok Jin-ho, his eyes sharp and serious, suddenly interrupted the heated confrontation. Seok Jin-ho issued a grave, ominous warning, "If you draw that sword, you'll die," as a black cat calmly passed by. Seok Jin-ho's voice cut through the tension like a blade, a grim warning whistling past the startled Tang Chongwang, "If you draw that sword, you'll die." Peng Mujan's breath caught in his throat. This Seok Jin-ho was terrifyingly different from the man he had seen at the Seok family manor. It all made sense now, the confidence, the aura. Peng Mugian realized this martial master was far more formidable than any rumor had dared to whisper. Ignoring the palpable tension, Tang Chongwang stepped forward, challenging Seok Jin-ho's perceived disdain and demanding the respect due to a guest. Peng Mujan's teeth ground together in barely suppressed fury as he sensed Seok Jin-ho's condescension. Seok Jin-ho met his gaze with defiant indifference, reminding Peng Mugian that their previous acquaintance held no sway here. Peng Mujan's fury flared, his self-control almost consumed by Seok Jin-ho's insulting words. Tang Chongwang recoiled, terrified as Seok Jin-ho's overwhelming aura surged, enveloping the courtyard. Seok Jin-ho's narrowed eyes promised pain as he scornfully dismissed any protection their family name might offer. As Tang Chongwang hurled a desperate threat, Seok Jin-ho calmly considered crippling him to prevent future annoyances. With a casual hand gesture, Seok Jin-ho suggested that losing a limb would be a manageable consequence. The impending violence felt entirely justified to Seok Jin-ho, given Tang Chongwang's provocation. Seok Jin-ho coldly reminded Tang Chongwang that his family had other heirs to spare, further diminishing his value. He concluded his psychological assault by asserting his negotiating power, electricity crackling in his voice as he dared Tang Chongwang to disagree. Tang Chongwang was forced to acknowledge the brutal truth. His family now valued Seok Jin-ho's terrifying power over their own heirs, making any defiance futile. Realizing that confrontation meant ruin in the succession, Tang Chongwang finally offered a desperate, choked apology, only for Seok Jin-ho to coldly dismiss it and order him to leave. As Seok Jin-ho turned away, Tang Chongwang scrambled desperately after him, offering anything to appease the formidable martial artist. Seok Jin-ho's eyes glowed red as he delivered his final, searing warning, "Depart immediately, or lose a limb." Tang Chongwang, unable to swallow his humiliation, bristled at his followers' suggestion, refusing to grovel before the man who had threatened to cripple him. After his followers' hasty apology, Tang Chongwang ordered an urgent sweep of the Central Plains martial academies, determined to find a way to overcome their formidable new obstacle. No expense was too great, Tang Chongwang declared, as he commanded his followers to forge their guards into peak experts. He then tasked them with recruiting more experts, emphasizing the dire consequences of failure as his followers bowed in resolute agreement. Tang Chongwang's face twisted into a mask of dark resolve, vowing to repay the day's humiliation 100-fold. A frustrated visitor, Zhou Gongpao, angrily demanded entry as guards blocked his path to the traditional manor. He stubbornly insisted on speaking with the principal, but the female guard, annoyed, sharply rebuffed him, citing strict orders against unappointed visitors. Zhou Gongpao pompously declared his name and province, refusing to be dismissed as a nobody, while Seok Jin-ho internally mused that his warning had been misinterpreted. With a furious yell, Zhou Gongpao lashed out, his fist connecting violently with the female guard's face, sending her reeling. In a flash, Seok Jin-ho's hand shot out, intercepting the man's violent punch. Seok Jin-ho's eyes blazed with anger as he tightened his grip on Zhou Gongpao's fist, demanding an explanation. Zhou Gongpao indignantly questioned his rude treatment, only for Seok Jin-ho to calmly reveal himself as the very principal he sought. Zhou Gongpao's mind reeled with a shocking realization, a jolt of recognition sparking through him as he finally pieced it together. Zhou Gongpao immediately bowed in terrified respect, attempting a formal reintroduction, but Seok Jin-ho curtly cut him off and dismissed him. Zhou Gongpao, still bowing deeply, pleaded for Seok Jin-ho's help, explaining that as a martial artist, he could not simply do nothing despite the principal's reputation. He then laid bare his desperate plight, recounting his ailing mother and the insurmountable challenge he faced to earn the money needed for her cure. With a hopeful jingle, he presented a generous sum in silver ingots, a sincere apology and an offering for training fees. Seok Jin-ho coldly reiterated his threat of dismemberment, then accused Zhou Gongpao of prioritizing martial training over his ailing mother's immediate medical needs, despite possessing the funds. With an unyielding gaze, Seok Jin-ho gave his final, unequivocal dismissal. Whether honest or deceitful, he had no interest in teaching someone so foolish. Zhou Gungpao let out a frustrated click of his tongue, finally turning away in unwilling resignation. Seok Jin-ho sighed in annoyance at the constant interruptions, then readily agreed to his female attendant's suggestion to delegate such troublesome visitors to Zhong Maryang. Another visitor, polite and formal, announced his arrival, stating he was there to see the Heavenly Ascent Martial Academy principal. The female attendant, exasperated, repeated her refusal, but the man clarified that he was a messenger, not a disciple seeking training. With a flourish, the messenger proudly presented an official letter from the powerful Tang family in Sichuan. The landscape unfolded into the breathtaking grandeur of Sichuan province, a sprawling city shimmering under the vibrant sky. Seok Mir-yong, with a curious murmur, pointed out the distinct black attire of the Sichuan residents, a stark contrast to their own. The female attendant, noticing his serene composure, asked Seok Jin-ho if this was not his first journey to Sichuan. Seok Jin-ho calmly replied that new places held little allure for him, having traversed the entire Central Plains through countless past lives. He expressed quiet contentment, pleased that the Tang family's invitation allowed his nanny and the children to enjoy the sights, a sentiment the attendant happily echoed. Seok Mir-yong explained that the massive Tang family manor was less a residence and more a sprawling clan village where all family members resided. At the grand entrance, Peng Mugian, the chief steward, formally welcomed the Heavenly Ascent Martial Academy principal and their honored guests to the Sichuan Tang family. Seok Mir-yong, recognizing him, greeted the chief steward warmly, who then returned a polite welcome to the young lady. Peng Mugian bowed deeply, explaining that the family head himself had ordered the guests be escorted to the prestigious Baihayan Pavilion. Seok Jin-ho mused that being offered the Baihayan Pavilion signified an exceptional honor, a place reserved only for the most distinguished guests. Peng Mugian chuckled, acknowledging Seok Jin-ho's understanding of the pavilion's significance, and reaffirmed the family head's command for impeccable hospitality. The rhythmic clip-clop of hooves echoed as the entourage proceeded deeper into the manor, led by the steward. A subtle unease, like a ghostly whisper, stirred within Seok Jin-ho. He sensed a deeper motive behind such lavish accommodations. A low growl of awareness rumbled within Seok Jin-ho as he realized this extravagant welcome was merely an early provocation, a silent challenge before true greetings could even be exchanged. Though unsure of his challenger's identity, Seok Jin-ho's glowing eyes hardened with determination. He would certainly respond to this silent summons. With a silent surge, Seok Jin-ho unleashed a fraction of his formidable power, an imposing answer to the unseen challenge. The female attendant, sensing his momentary lapse, voiced her concern, to which Seok Jin-ho feigned casual ignorance. Dismissing his fleeting premonition as nothing, Seok Jin-ho listened as Peng Mugian politely suggested his return to Sichuan must stir nostalgic feelings. Deep within the inner grounds of the Sichuan Tang family, a vast bamboo grove whispered secrets under a hidden sun. The towering stalks of bamboo swayed gently, their leaves rustling softly in the tranquil breeze. Amidst the green, Tang Chongguang continued his profound meditation, his breath calm and focused. Then, a triumphant, malicious laugh erupted from Tang Chongguang, echoing through the peaceful grove. His hand glowed with crackling green energy, affirming the family head's accurate assessment of their new guest. Supreme Elder Tang Chongguang, the very man Seok Jin-ho had threatened earlier, smiled broadly, anticipating the amusing fellow who had finally arrived. Not applicable promotional content, skip narrative part. Supreme Elder Tang Cheongguang, pleased by the earlier exchange, agreed with the family head that an amusing fellow had indeed arrived. That evening, a quiet stillness settled over the grand pavilion, its elegant architecture softened by the cool moonlight. Inside, Tang Aaron proudly presented the lavish accommodations and food, only for Seok Jin-ho to offer a curt, "It's good." Aaron's confusion grew when Seok Jin-ho, despite his formal thanks for being treated as an honored guest, admitted his reply held no true warmth. Seok Mir-yong, stepping in with a gentle smile, reminded Aaron of their father's wish for the guest to rest, though Aaron insisted she had said nothing wrong. With polite farewells, Seok Mir-yong and her companions wished Seok Jin-ho a good rest, promising a meeting with her father the following day. As they departed, Seok Jin-ho extended his goodnights to his own companions and Seok Mir-yong, affirming his anticipation for tomorrow's meeting. Later that night, from a quiet balcony overlooking the lodging's backyard, Seok Jin-ho sensed a stirring in the tranquil air. His face was etched with contemplation as he reflected on the family head's considerate suggestion to postpone their meeting until morning. Yet, Seok Jin-ho's gaze hardened, suspecting that the elder had no intention of respecting that delay as Tang Cheongguang appeared behind him. Tang Cheongguang, a broad smile spreading across his face, laughed off Seok Jin-ho's suspicion, claiming he merely intended to offer a personal welcome to his invited guest. Seok Jin-ho confronted him directly, questioning if this was truly the Sichuan Tang family's way of welcoming guests, or merely a provocation, to which Cheongguang defensively offered an apology. Unconvinced, Seok Jin-ho pressed on, questioning the sincerity of an apology that only came after his earlier attack had been noted and repelled, admitting he felt less than pleased. Interpreting Seok Jin-ho's words as acknowledgement of his test, Tang Cheongwang offered a sincere apology, defending his actions as a necessary duty of an elder. Seok Jin-ho acknowledged his point, prompting Tang Cheongwang to formally introduce himself as Tang Cheongwang, the elder. In turn, Seok Jin-ho formally introduced himself as Seok Jin-ho, his gaze unwavering. Bowing slightly, Seok Jin-ho admitted he might have earned the elder's ire, but stood by his assessment of the rude approach, announcing his departure with a decisive step. Tang Cheongwang watched, a thoughtful expression on his face, as Seok Jin-ho walked away, a silent black cat trotting beside him. The elder mused on the sheer, pure confidence radiating from Seok Jin-ho, recognizing it as a direct result of his formidable skill and wondering where such a monster had come from. The morning sun shone brightly on the sprawling, grand residence of the Sichuan Tang family, its intricate roof stretching across the landscape. Inside, Buyak Seol, the Sichuan Tang family mistress, suggested Seok Jin-ho attend his meeting alone. One of Seok Jin-ho's companions offered to explore the market in the meantime, prompting Seok Jin-ho to turn, surprised, at the notion of being separated. Tang Murim, the young successor, quickly reminded them that the innkeeper was also a guest, and Buyak Seol reassured them, downplaying the significance of meeting the family's parents. With a gentle smile, Buyak Seol insisted they proceed without her, and Seok Jin-ho's playful chibi icon conceded, wishing them a pleasant time at the market. A Tang family follower then explained that the family head wished to meet Seok Jin-ho in the guest hall for a more relaxed setting, while assuring him his group would be well cared for. Seok Jin-ho mused that meeting in the guest hall, rather than the family head's personal residence, was indeed a thoughtful way to foster a softer atmosphere. Moments later, the young ladies and their principal guest arrived, greeted by an invitation to step inside. A foot stepped softly over the threshold, entering the building. With an excited cry, Tang Erin rushed towards her father, Tang Cheongwang, who smiled warmly as she approached. He embraced his daughter tightly, his smile radiating paternal affection. Tang Cheongwang teased his daughter about still being a child, quickly reassuring a pouting Erin that his words were not meant as a complaint. Meanwhile, Buyak Seol bowed respectfully to her mother, inquiring about her well-being. The Sichuan Tang family mistress, Buyak Seol, returned the greeting with a gentle smile, affirming her good health. Then, the Sichuan Tang family young successor, Tang Murim, greeted her brother, observing his apparent good health with a warm smile. Tang Cheongwang sheepishly chuckled, realizing he had appeared a doting fool, and apologized for keeping his guest waiting while greeting his daughters. With a polite bow, Seok Jin-ho formally introduced himself to the assembled family. Buyak Seol and Tang Murim then formally introduced themselves to Seok Jin-ho in turn. With introductions complete, the family invited them to sit, offering medicinal tea to help recover from their journey. Seok Jin-ho mused on the tea's excellent fragrance, noting the fine line between poison and medicine, and when Buyak Seol found his words amusing, he declared he never spoke anything he didn't mean. Tang Cheongwang thanked Seok Jin-ho for choosing to attend their spring festival, acknowledging that his own Seok clan must have also requested his presence. Seok Jin-ho candidly revealed his strained relationship with his clan, preferring to avoid uncomfortable events when the goal was enjoyment, but politely dodged Tang Cheongwang's probing question about family ties. Abruptly, Tang Cheongwang asked if Seok Jin-ho had acquired more thousand-year-old purple comms, sensing a significant change in him. Not applicable promotional content, skip narrative part. Seok Jin-ho confirmed he had obtained something similar, and when Tang Cheongwang offered generous payment for any remnants, Seok Jin-ho politely deflected, suggesting he would pass it along if another opportunity arose. Buyak Seol observed Seok Jin-ho, internally acknowledging that while she'd heard he was extraordinary, he was proving to be nothing short of remarkable. She privately noted his impressive composure, conversing so easily with her powerful husband, one of the three kings, despite his youth. Buyak Seol mused about arranged marriages, prioritizing Murin's happiness and dismissing Erin's complaints about a lack of ambition as she quietly drank her tea. Tang Murim, meanwhile, felt a twinge of concern, noticing that Seok Jin-ho wasn't actively engaging in conversation at the table. Buyak Seol suddenly realized with surprise that her daughter, Murim, had taken quite an interest in the principal. Tang Cheongwang chuckled, remarking on the natural competitive spirit that arose at their age, then, with a mischievous smile, revealed that Murim was a year older than Seok Jin-ho. Chibi versions of Tang Murim and Tang Erin playfully debated the relevance of age, with Erin pointing out Murim saying wasn't quite fitting. Tang Murim internally accepted the existence of stronger individuals, clarifying that her competitive spirit was not born of jealousy or envy. Seok Jin-ho, enveloped in a surge of red energy, declared his interest lay not in those who had reached the peak, but in those who were still striving, which prompted a determined Tang Murim to mentally decide she had to beat him up a much. Leaning forward, Tang Murim humbly but firmly asked Seok Jin-ho for advice, her eyes gleaming with a challenging spark. Tang Cheongwang heartily laughed, interpreting Murim's request as a challenge and playfully daring the great Seok principal to refuse. Seok Jin-ho questioned why Tang Cheongwang wasn't discouraging the match, then, with an amused smile, accepted, citing the importance of building camaraderie through exchanges in one's prime. Accepting the clear provocation, Seok Jin-ho asked where they should go, and Tang Murin quickly suggested the training grounds. Tang Murin bowed respectfully to Seok Jin-ho, thanking him for accepting what might have been seen as a disrespectful request. Seok Jin-ho returned her bow, graciously dismissing her thanks. With a confident movement, Seok Jin-ho began to draw his sword, declaring his intention to ensure there would be no regrets. He challenged Tang Murin to use every technique at her disposal, even throwing weapons and poison, which visibly startled her. Though Tang Murin hesitated, questioning the use of poison in sparring, Seok Jin-ho assured her that with the family head present, any poisoning would not be life-threatening, urging her to go all out for a more meaningful exchange. Tang Cheongwang affirmed Seok Jin-ho's words, instructing Murin to use all her martial arts techniques without hesitation, to which she assented. Tang Murin declared the match's start, swiftly adopting an aggressive combat stance. With a powerful lunge, Tang Murin initiated her attack, declaring her move. She continued her rapid assault, her movements surrounded by powerful martial arts energy. Tang Murin leapt, unleashing a flurry of glowing projectiles towards Seok Jin-ho below. With fierce determination, Tang Murin challenged Seok Jin-ho, demanding to know how he would close the distance against her simultaneous use of both chasing soul flying butterflies and backstab nails. Seok Jin-ho observed her, an analytical gaze in his eyes, recognizing her effective use of two poison-laced throwing weapon techniques, and pondered the true skill of the young successor. Tang Murin pressed her fierce attack with glowing energy, but the narration emphasized that regardless of how deadly the poison was, it meant nothing if it failed to land. Tang Murin unleashed both her chasing soul-flying butterflies and backstab nails simultaneously, boldly challenging Seok Jin-ho to bridge the deadly gap. Seok Jin-ho observed her calculated use of two poison-laced throwing weapon techniques, recognizing the deep understanding of Tang family combat methods that marked her as the young successor. Yet, Seok Jin-ho knew that no matter the poison's lethality, it held no power if it couldn't find its mark, and he burst forth defensively. Violent energies erupted as Seok Jin-ho and Tang Murin clashed in a blinding flurry of powerful attacks. A jolt of pure shock ran through Tang Murin, his effortless defense and terrifying speed left her wide-eyed in horror. With an explosive impact and a metallic clang, Tang Murin desperately struggled, her face contorted in a silent scream as she pushed against a surging red attack. Despite the explosive impacts, Tang Murin forced herself to remain calm, desperately searching for an escape from Seok Jin-ho's relentless assault. A choked gasp escaped Tang Murin's lips as the sheer speed of his strikes overwhelmed her, each explosive impact met with a searing sizzle of spiritual energy. The constant metallic clash and whistling air reinforced Tang Murin's inner dread, the speed of Seok Jin-ho's sword swings was utterly overwhelming. The relentless metallic clashes and whistling air hammered home her panic. Tang Murin realized she had no time, nowhere to retreat. Confronted by Seok Jin-ho's calm power, Tang Murin finally understood the true chasm between their abilities. Even an inch of movement against him felt like abandoning her very body. Tang Murin couldn't reconcile his power with any known Murim master. A shimmering whoosh of red energy around Seok Jin-ho's sword left her utterly astonished, questioning the very nature of his technique. Her defense was crumbling under the strain. A series of sharp cracks echoed her desperate realization that merely defending herself was now an impossible struggle. A resounding thud, then a cry of pain, as Seok Jin-ho delivered a powerful kick that sent Tang Murin flailing backward. Through gritted teeth, Tang Murin resolved to uphold her family's legacy, determined to prove that in her hands, anything could become a lethal weapon. With a quick whisk, Tang Murin gathered the shattered fragments of a throwing knife, intending to turn them into her next attack. "In my hands, they'll become deadly projectiles," Tang Murin cried, unleashing a flurry of razor-sharp fragments that zipped through the air. The sharp impacts and rushing air indicated the projectile's swift approach, yet Seok Jin-ho stood calmly, unmoving as they neared. With a soft hum of power, Seok Jin-ho calmly assessed the decent technique, knowing most late-stage practitioners would find it inescapable. But the projectiles were useless if they couldn't pierce his defensive energy, which rippled subtly before him. Sharp clangs and a final metallic ping confirmed Seok Jin-ho's effortless defense, as the projectiles bounced harmlessly from his energy field. With a sharp exhalation, Seok Jin-ho delivered a powerful blow that cracked Tang Murin's defense, sending her collapsing to the ground. Seok Jin-ho smirked, coldly declaring the dagger useless, a chilling pronouncement that pulled a shocked, horrified gasp from Tang Murin. With a decisive whoosh and an explosive impact, Seok Jin-ho delivered the final blow, cementing his belief that challenging him was Tang Murin's greatest mistake. Seok Jin-ho stood over the groaning Tang Murin, delivering a stern, weighty lesson: failure, in their world, inevitably led to death. Tang Murin coughed weakly, a soft sigh escaping her as she humbly admitted that she was no match for Seok Jin-ho. With a deep, respectful bow, Tang Murin offered genuine thanks for his guidance. With a shy smile and a faint blush, Tang Murin extended an unexpected invitation to her quarters, hoping to finish their tea and discuss martial arts further. Seok Jin-ho accepted gracefully, a subtle rustle of his robes accompanying his internal thought that Tang Murin's inherently upright nature made it difficult for her to truly wield poison's cunning. The family head, Tang Cheonggwang, let out a hearty laugh, a pleased hum escaping him as he clapped a firm hand on both young warriors. Tang Cheonggwang beamed, declaring his delight at seeing young martial artists forge bonds through combat, a sentiment Seok Jin-ho met with silent resignation. Seok Jin-ho sighed internally, realizing he had, yet again, acquired another troublesome person to deal with, a thought humorously juxtaposed with Tang Murin's sparkling cheer. The story continued under the title, Reincarnation of a Martial Prodigy. From within the grand traditional building, Seok Myung commented that her brother, Seok Jin-ho, seemed quite startled. Seok Myung firmly warned Tang Erin not to bring it up in front of her brother, prompting a defensive, flinching retort that she was no longer a child. Byaxiol's unreadable silence left Tang Erin feeling utterly confused and defensive, prompting a whine about the odd greeting after such a long absence. With a soft chuckle, Byaxiol reflected that even half a year felt like a long time, confessing how much she had missed them. Byaxiol declared her intent to leave Tang Erin in the capital, believing she suited its vibrant life, but Erin vehemently protested, asking why her sister got to decide and refusing to leave her alone in a stranger's house. Byaxiol's smirk revealed her true understanding. Tang Erin's real motivation for staying was Darky and the trio wolf, prompting Erin's embarrassed and defensive outburst. Byaxiol continued her teasing, suggesting a newlywed life sounded rather good, a comment that elicited an exasperated shout from Tang Erin, "Mom, why are you like this too, seriously?" Byaxiol then gravely discussed strategic marriage prospects, outlining how a son from the Seok family with formidable abilities would make an ideal match, but her true concern was for Harin's happiness, urging her not to be too hurt if things didn't go her way, to which Tang Erin quietly understood. With a small gasp of surprise, Seok Myung acknowledged her sister's underlying competitive pressure. Seok Myung clarified the identity of the competition, asking if they spoke of the sword flower from the Habukping family, which drew a resigned, knowing response from Tang Erin. Byaxiol spoke with clear pride, describing her Harin as possessing skin like ice-cold jade and delicately beautiful features. A vision of the formidable sword flower appeared, yet Byaxiol sternly countered, acknowledging her beauty but highlighting her strong-willed temperament. With a soft chuckle, Byaxiol openly declared her biased opinion that Tang Erin was a far better match for Principal Seok than the sword flower, much to Erin's playful embarrassment. Byaxiol's smile was warm and reassuring as she affirmed her unwavering support, urging Tang Erin to return to them whenever things grew difficult. Looking at both Harin and Erin, Byaxiol spoke their names with tenderness, and Erin responded with a gentle, affirmative smile. A bustling rush of movement filled the courtyard, accompanied by the lively chatter and murmuring of the gathered crowd. Seok Jin-ho looked around, genuinely impressed by the sheer scale and opulence of the Tang family's banquet, finally understanding the true meaning of being one of the 5 great clans, while his sister Seok Myung thought with amusement that it was quite something for a member of the Seok family to be so amazed. Seok Jin-ho mused that while the scale was similar to his own family's, the atmosphere felt profoundly different and overwhelming, likely due to the sheer number of powerful martial artists present, a fact Seok Myung simply confirmed, noting that the Tang family only invited extraordinary guests. Amidst the general chatter, Seok Jin-ho shrewdly observed the hall was particularly full of influential figures eager to marry their daughters to the young lord. Seok Jin-ho then perceptively suggested the young lord might not be the only target of attention, much to the confusion of Seok Myung and a man seated nearby. The young women across the hall let out a small shriek of giggles as Seok Jin-ho pointed out their interest seemed to lie more with him, the principal, than the Tang family's young lord, a fact that amused Seok Myung internally. Tang Cheonggwang chuckled knowingly, observing that even Lady Tang Harin had her eyes on Principal Seok, while other followers exchanged proud, yet subtly denying, laughs about their young master. Seok Myung politely inquired if Seok Jin-ho was enjoying the banquet, to which he humbly deflected, insisting she focus on more important guests, though Myung knew her father and brother were already handling everything. Seok Myung smirked, teasing him about rushing over because of all the staring women, which Seok Jin-ho adamantly denied with a surprised poof. Seok Myung's mischievous chibi form pondered if she should reveal his true feelings herself, barely containing her playful exasperation. Tang Erin exclaimed in surprise, pointing at an approaching man, Gu Zhangjayam of the Sichuan province Gu family sword sect, the one who had been claiming to like her uni. With a sharp rustle of his robes, Gu Zhangjayam formally introduced himself and, hearing of the renowned Principal Seok's presence, boldly proposed a martial arts exchange. Gu Zhangjayam's smirk and Seok Jin-ho's discerning gaze met with a crackle of tension, as Seok Jin-ho chillingly stated he doubted the true intention behind the martial arts exchange. Gu Zhangjayam, with a suppressed breath, then dismissively accused Seok Jin-ho of being eager to cause a scene in the middle of the banquet. With another measured breath, Gu Zhangjayam emphasized his intention for the confrontation to unfold openly, in front of everyone. Seok jin-ho's eyes glowed with fierce, otherworldly determination as he accepted the challenge, declaring he would take on Gu Jangjayam exactly as he desired. A bead of sweat formed on Gu Jangjayam's brow. He was clearly surprised and startled by Seok jin-ho's immediate and resolute acceptance. Seok jin-ho mused there was no need to rush, wondering why someone was so eager to make a scene in the middle of the banquet, especially in front of everyone, his breath sharp with sudden tension. Gu Jangjayam defiantly accepted, telling him it was as he desired, and Seok jin-ho responded he would face him, a powerful resolve echoing between them. A confident man smoothly laughed, acknowledging Seok jin-ho was truly a man of bold spirit with a subtle shift in expression. Amidst the murmuring crowd, a silent voice accused Seok jin-ho, a mere illegitimate son who'd stumbled upon the 1,000-year purple calm, of shamelessly currying favor with Lady Tang. Another woman thought the rumors of him defeating the Kongtong sect's first disciple were so absurd, even a passing dog would laugh, leaving others flustered with disbelief. Gu Jangjayam, smirking, internally vowed to expose Seok jin-ho's lies and claim Lady Tang's heart, while in a whimsical depiction, Tang Aaron exclaimed, "Lady Tang," and another follower praised young Lord Gu as amazing. Peng Mugian suggested they move to the sparring grounds, his voice echoing amidst the crowd's murmuring, and Seok jin-ho calmly agreed, "Whatever you wish." Seok jin-ho's voice rang out, formally requesting permission from a senior for the sake of camaraderie, to borrow the sparring grounds for a moment. The elder, after a moment's hesitation, granted his reluctant approval. The man with a beard subtly snickered, thinking that the Gu family's young lord was truly digging his own grave. A palpable tension settled over the murmuring crowd as Gu Jangjayam and Seok jin-ho faced each other on the sparring grounds. Factions of observers, including the rigid members of the Gu family sword sect, watched with a mix of emphasis and excitement. With a sharp, speculative glint in their eyes, observers declared the spectacle interesting, debating who would win and suggesting placing bets. A supporter, his voice like a sharp hiss, bet on Principal Seok, reminding everyone of the rumors about his victory over the Kongtong sect's first disciple and his rumored ability to help others surpass the wall of wailing. One man exhaled thoughtfully, claiming Seok jin-ho was on a completely different level, but a woman quickly countered, cautioning against the exaggeration of martial world rumors. With a confident sweep, another man argued that Gu Jangjayam's long-established reputation, recognized as the best in Sichuan, outweighed Principal Seok's recent rise, making his bet on the young lord a clear choice, a sentiment met with murmurs of agreement. Buyaxiol hummed thoughtfully, acknowledging both valid points as she pondered who she should bet on. A collective gasp of shock ripped through the onlookers. Seok jin-ho struck hard. A deafening crash. Gu Jangjayam flew. He slammed against the stone, a heavy, pained impact. A collective gasp of disbelief rippled through the stunned crowd. Buyaxiol sighed in quiet disappointment, realizing the fight had ended before she could even place her bet. Gu Jangjayam trembled with disbelief, unable to fathom such an easy defeat. A horrifying thought struck him, could the rumors truly be real? With a pained grunt of determination, Gu Jangjayam refused defeat, pushing himself up. Another sharp, brutal strike landed. A powerful blow connected, tearing a scream of agony from Gu Jangjayam. With a calm, precise whoosh, Seok jin-ho prepared his next strike. Gu Jangjayam's breath hitched, a desperate plea torn from his terrified throat. He squeezed his eyes shut. Was this truly how it ended? A sharp, cutting whistle preceded a stern command from an unseen voice, "Cease this at once." A loud, powerful whoosh of energy confirmed Seok jin-ho had deflected the attack. Seok jin-ho's gaze hardened, he understood stopping the fight, but why the killing intent? With a sharp, intense whoosh, the Gu elder attacked, thinking, this feels like crossing a line. As the blade thrust with brutal impact, Seok jin-ho realized the humiliation of their young lord meant they sought his life to save face. With relentless cuts and heavy impacts, the Gu elder's assault continued, making Seok jin-ho question such behavior from a supposedly righteous sect. No, he thought, a rapid realization striking him, this might actually work in my favor. A quick strike landed, but Seok jin-ho swiftly evaded it. The elder's smirk was heavy with arrogance as he sneered, "So you intend to face me directly? How ridiculous." With a guttural growl, the Gu elder roared, unleashing a surge of blue energy in his next attack. Seok jin-ho's glowing hand met the attack with a resounding clash. A powerful, echoing impact marked the intense clash of energies. The Gu elder gasped, his mind screaming, "This is impossible." The Gu elder's hands trembled uncontrollably, he was being overpowered by this young man, even in internal energy. A sickening crunch echoed as Seok jin-ho crushed the elder's hand, drawing a guttural scream of pure agony. Another forceful impact wrenched a pained cry from the elder. With a final, devastating impact, Seok jin-ho slammed the elder to the ground, cracking the stone beneath him. The defeated elder's hand lay still, a stark symbol on the cracked ground. Seok jin-ho turned, his gaze sweeping over the silent crowd, a single word hanging heavy in the air, "Next." A follower gasped, reeling from the audacity. Seok jin-ho confidently nodded, stating that since he was challenging their entire family, they should not waste time and could all come at him at once. Two Gu family members snarled in enraged unison, "You insolent brat." With a sharp, cutting whoosh, a Gu family member lunged, swearing Seok jin-ho would not leave in one piece. Powerful impacts and sharp slashes filled the air as energy attacks fiercely clashed. Amidst the clang of their clash, Seok jin-ho smirked, warning that losing composure and failing to land attacks would only make their situation harder. Seok jin-ho taunted that his opponent's anxiety was growing as he lasted longer than expected, drawing a furious, hissed, "Shut up." With an ominous, swelling sound, Seok jin-ho leaped high, promising to take care of that problem for his shocked opponent. A powerful, thunderous clash of swords reverberated. Seok jin-ho unleashed a massive, explosive attack, sending his opponent violently reeling. The opponent grimaced, a hiss of effort escaping him as he struggled against an overwhelming pressure that grew heavier with each moment of their fight. A sickening cracking sound confirmed his fear, even his sword was beginning to crack under the suffocating pressure, and he had to escape immediately. Seok jin-ho delivered a final, resounding, powerful strike. The defeated opponent landed with a heavy thud, spitting blood as Seok jin-ho taunted, "You didn't really think I'd let this end so easily, did you?" With a smooth, menacing motion, Seok jin-ho grabbed his opponent's collar, reminding him of his earlier threat. The terrified opponent stammered a desperate, sweating plea to stop. With an ominous crunch, Seok jin-ho promised he would ensure the opponent's limbs remained intact. Seok jin-ho delivered the final blow, and the opponent collapsed with a dull thud. A guttural scream of pure agony tore from the opponent, spitting blood. The defeated opponent trembled, cursing Seok jin-ho as he realized with despair, "My Dantian." Murmurs of shock rippled through the crowd, some gasped at the destruction of a Dantian, others admitted the Gu family's provocation, while some felt it still went too far. With measured footsteps, Man Green Pine approached Principal Seok, who warned that intervention was too late, but Green Pine claimed no such intention. Man Green Pine confidently declared the duel fair, criticizing the Gu family for their humiliation by a younger opponent and especially for their elder's attack with killing intent. Man Green Pine emphasized that if Seok jin-ho's skills had been lacking, it would be he trembling on the ground instead. Man Green Pine then directly challenged the Gu family sect leader, forcing him to acknowledge the truth, "Isn't that right?" The Gu family sect leader remained grimly silent, his stern expression a mask of unspoken thoughts. Amidst the murmuring, the Gu family sect leader grimly conceded, his thoughts admitting their disrespectful actions had embarrassed even the Tang clan head by interrupting the banquet. With heavy, resigned footsteps, the Gu family sect leader conceded, "I suppose I'll have to pay for such insolence." With a firm, decisive step, Seok jin-ho dramatically demanded the Gu family sect leader's head as fair compensation, shocking him to his core. With a furious rustle of drawn swords, two Gu family followers lunged, screaming, "You insolent brat! Are you asking to die?" The Gu family sect leader took a deep breath, his voice tinged with reluctance, "Must we go this far?" He warned that such a resolution would benefit no one. Seok jin-ho sneered, dismissing the Gu family sect leader's hesitation. Had he begged, he might have reconsidered, but he had no intention of doing so. With decisive, firm movements, Seok jin-ho declared, "Then I'll take what's due," leaping to attack the Gu family sect leader as horrified onlookers watched. With a calm reflection on their journey, the man with a beard and his follower hoped their party had safely reached Manhwa County, free from unforeseen troubles. Sipping his tea, the man with a beard grimly noted that news of the recent duel would undoubtedly catapult Principal Seok's fame across the Murim world. Yet, as his follower observed, such renown would inevitably be met with a tide of new enemies, a truth the elder man readily conceded. For Seok jin-ho had beheaded not only the Gu family sword sect leader but also Gu Jangjayam and Gu Youngman, a brutal display of his resolve. While his actions might have been justified, a junior follower reflected on how the Gu family, reeling from the loss of both their leader and young lord, would surely perceive them as excessively cruel. Yet Principal Seok remained utterly unconcerned, for within the Gu family, a desperate internal struggle for leadership had erupted, leaving them too fractured to even consider revenge. He scoffed at the very notion of their retaliation. No one would dare after witnessing such a swift, decisive execution, yet the true question remained, Seok jin-ho's current level of power. With intense focus, the elder declared that Seok jin-ho had undeniably reached, if not surpassed, the transcendent realm, the bare minimum to explain his extraordinary abilities. Reaching such heights at only 19 years old defied belief, yet the facts were undeniable, making the elder understand Haren's unwavering conviction in bringing such a treasure to them. As the junior follower flinched, still concerned that Seok jin-ho's allegiance was not yet secured, the elder firmly declared he had no intention of letting such a powerful asset slip away. His eyes narrowed with fierce resolve, they had to secure Seok jin-ho, absolutely forbidding him from falling into the hands of the rival Habukpin clan. Seok Myung sternly reminded her audience of their past disbelief, now vindicated by Principal Seok's astonishing ascension to the transcendent realm. The Supreme Elder, seated upon his throne, reminded them he had always known Seok Jin-ho was a hidden dragon, now openly revered as both Heavenly Dragon Sword and Secret Heaven Sword Demon. Even the man with a beard had to flinch, admitting that such rapid advancement had defied even his expectations. A closed door, sealed with a talisman, symbolized Naeon's forced seclusion, a painful decision the man with a beard justified as necessary to quell spreading rumors and protect their standing. Seok Myung passionately argued that had they only trusted her and Naeon, Tang Eren would be by Principal Seok's side now, just as the formerly ridiculed Sichuan Tang clan now held an accepted place. Though the man with a beard tried to dismiss the matter, suggesting other suitable matches, Seok Myung's sharp question cut through his attempts to sidestep the heart of the issue. Seok Myung challenged their narrow view, demanding if they could find another transcendent prodigy from a powerful clan to match Seok Jin-ho's stature, emphasizing that Naeon's own desire was paramount. From his throne, the Supreme Elder delivered a sharp rebuke, reminding them of the pain of political marriages and questioning why they would force Naeon to endure the same fate. His stern voice sliced through the tension, the Supreme Elder decisively ending the contentious debate. Seok Myung flinched, offering a quick apology for misspeaking, a gesture the man with a beard met with skeptical amusement, knowing she had voiced every one of her true feelings. Despite the heated exchange, the man with a beard sternly urged reconsideration, finding the idea of sharing the revered title of the greatest under heaven with the Tang clan deeply unacceptable. The Supreme Elder's hand tapped softly on the armrest as he pondered the profound implications of the title, the greatest under heaven. A sudden crash shattered the quiet as a panicked man burst in, frantically reporting trouble to the startled Supreme Elder. His wide, distressed eyes conveyed the urgency before he could even utter her name, Lady Naeon. Amidst a whoosh of air and rising mist from a broken seal, the man cried out the shocking truth: she was gone. After their momentous journey in Sichuan, Seok Jin-ho and his companions returned to the Heavenly Ascent Martial Academy, where news of his decisive duel with the Gu family had already spread far and wide. The pattering of feet echoed through the academy grounds as Seok Jin-ho's growing fame drew an unprecedented number of visitors to their gates. Among the new arrivals were Du Ji-eun and Du Ji-eun, siblings from the Green Pine Escort Agency, who were staying at the academy while preparing to relocate their headquarters. A playful dog tumbled into Du Ji-eun, causing him to cry out in surprise as his sister, Du Ji-eun, looked on with amused concern. Tang Eren, with a soft gasp of affection, introduced the young fox Miho, which she had brought back from Sichuan, determined to raise it as a powerful spiritual beast. Though Seok Jin-ho had initially opened the martial hall for a quiet, peaceful life, the number of followers drawn to him seemed to grow exponentially, almost against his will. He could have easily turned them away, but Seok Jin-ho chose not to, quietly accepting the burgeoning community that formed around him. Unlike his past lives, driven solely by the relentless pursuit of ultimate strength, Seok Jin-ho now found quiet joy in watching his disciples train and grow within his own domain. With the gentle rustle of falling leaves, a sigh escaped him. More followers meant more responsibilities, a growing list of concerns that now rested on his shoulders. After much contemplation, Seok Jin-ho allowed himself a small, content smile, deciding it was time for a much-needed break amidst the quiet whisper of the wind. With a soft thump of her weapon and a low hum from the grand gate, Naeon announced her arrival at the destination. As she sighed, Naeon reflected on her past brashness, now hesitating to intrude unannounced, even as a familiar voice recognized her. Naeon startled, a small gasp escaping her as she recognized the familiar face. "Ah, Maryung, it's been a while." Jong Maryung's excitement boomed through the courtyard as she warmly greeted Du Ji-eun, expressing her genuine hope that he had been well since their last meeting. Jong Maryung noted his profound transformation, which Du Ji-eun attributed to his rigorous training since their days at the Seok family manor, prompting her to invite him inside from the courtyard. Jong Maryung fidgeted slightly, explaining her unannounced arrival and her hesitation to intrude, especially with rumors of the academy not accepting guests. Du Ji-eun smiled reassuringly, inviting her in by declaring she was no ordinary guest, a welcome relief to Jong Maryung. A strange tearing sound followed by a soft hum caused Jong Maryung to blink, utterly surprised by what she saw. The patter of many paws confirmed her bewilderment. A wolf and a fox, running together, was an unexpected sight. Du Ji-eun calmly reassured a confused Jong Maryung that the animals, sniffing and panting around them, were being trained by Darky, a revelation that only deepened her puzzlement. With a wag of its tail, the small fox was introduced as Miho, currently being raised by Miss Tang Eren of the Sichuan Tang clan. Jong Maryung nodded, the pieces clicking into place. She had heard that both Haran and Eren were staying there, adding another layer to the academy's current inhabitants. A voice called out, startling Jong Maryung, "Naeon Uni." Seok Myung rushed forward, her feet pattering joyfully, declaring her happiness at seeing her older sister after so long. Naeon offered a calm acknowledgement, confirming she already knew of Seok Myung's presence. Naeon merely stated it had been a long time, leading Seok Myung to remark on her sister Harin's apparent lack of excitement. Crackling energy almost visibly sparked between the sisters, a silent testament to their simmering, unresolved tension. With a resounding slam of her hands, Seok Myung cried out in utter shock, demanding an explanation. Her voice laced with incredulity, Seok Myung confronted them about the sudden, incomprehensible decision to close the academy. Seok Myung questioned Seok Jin-ho's calm explanation that he merely intended to reorganize and regroup, insisting that the academy was running perfectly fine as it was. Counting off on his fingers, Seok Jin-ho began to list his meticulous plans, utilizing the Supreme Elder's gifted land, renovating the academy's interior, and carefully planning the future training of his disciples. His extensive list continued, covering everything from raising wild horses and developing new dishes to experimenting with Yangmi's beasts, until Seok Myung, exasperated, cut him off, clarifying she was only acknowledging his business, not severing their ties. Seok Jin-ho calmly explained that their contract had simply run its course, and with the depletion of their 100-year-old purple calm, he had no intention of renewing it. With the rush of waves, Seok Myung dramatically declared the sea was vast, but Seok Jin-ho playfully countered that he lived in Manhwa County, far from any coast. Seok Myung conceded his fair point with a resigned tap, knowing he couldn't simply abandon his responsibilities to seek more rare herbs elsewhere. Seok Myung pressed for a timeline on the resumption of crash courses, but Seok Jin-ho only offered an evasive smile and an uncertain reply. With a sigh, Seok Myung agreed to wait, asking to be kept in mind for future enrollment, to which Seok Jin-ho responded with a warm, rhetorical question about the bond of family. The narration reminded that despite the current pause, a long waiting list persisted for the inn, and Seok Jin-ho would eventually resume accepting new disciples, but only those who met his stringent qualifications. Seok Myung, with a small gulp, acknowledged that such a discerning approach was entirely characteristic of him, asking only to be informed when there was good news. Footsteps clicked softly across the floor, breaking the peaceful silence. Seok Jin-ho gently placed his teacup down, a quiet tap marking the end of his contemplation. He took a calm, measured sip of his tea. The narrator reflected on Seok Jin-ho's many accomplishments, noting he had finally fulfilled his long-held dream of proving himself. From behind, the translucent shadow of his original self questioned Seok Jin-ho, wondering if he had finally found true satisfaction. A lingering voice from his past asked Seok Jin-ho if he was finally satisfied, now that he had fulfilled his dream of proving himself. Within the oppressive crimson void, Seok Jin-ho's resolve hardened, internally dismissing the lingering presence and vowing to live the rest of his life without shame. Despite sensing the past presence fading, a persistent, unsettling unease still gnawed at Seok Jin-ho. With a powerful, decisive leap, Seok Jin-ho internally declared that from then on, he would live his own life, choosing whether to linger or leave satisfied. A storm of blood began to sweep across the central plain, with the Jianchang sect becoming the first among the 9 great sects to fall amidst raging infernos. The air thrummed with the clash of weapons and explosive impacts as desperate cries to hold the line echoed through the burning streets. Amidst the desperate scramble through the fiery village, a voice cried out to protect the fleeing disciples from their relentless pursuers. The orchestrators of this bloody chaos were ruthless, one attacker striking out with a tearing slice, as victims cried out in terror. This monstrous assault was the work of the heaven-defying demon palace, whose members cackled maniacally amidst the inferno. As heavy impacts shook the ground, an attacker triumphantly declared the heaven-defying demon palace would reshape the very order of the central plane. In a swift, fiery blitz, the heaven-defying demon palace utterly cornered the Jianchang sect, their warriors standing firm amidst the blazing ruins. An attacker sneered, mocking the so-called righteous bunch for their foolish protection of the weak, when the natural order dictated the strong should simply prey on them. The Gu family sect leader, teeth grinding in rage, condemned their attackers as fools who could never comprehend the choices born of true conviction. The muscular attacker, with a confident stance, declared the Jianchang sect would be erased from history, specifically because of their foolish notions of protection and future planning. The Gu family sect leader defiantly drew his sword, reminding his foe that many had tried and failed to destroy their sect. Amidst explosive impacts and grunts of effort, the Gu family sect leader fought fiercely, vowing that no one had ever made his sect submit. The attacker, with an arrogant click of his fingers, challenged the sect leader, claiming he would be the first to make them submit. Enraged by the demon's arrogance, the Gu family sect leader unleashed his arrow-shooting sword technique with a fierce burst of energy. The attacker effortlessly batted away the technique, scoffing that the arrow-shooting sword, even for a sect master's exclusive art, was disappointingly weak and far below his expectations. The Gu family sect leader gasped, his face contorted in shock and dawning realization of his opponent's overwhelming power. Enraged, the Gu family sect leader roared at his foe to shut up, unleashing another fierce blast of energy. With a powerful guttural cry, the Gu family sect leader channeled his inner blue energy, pushing his limits in a desperate surge. The attacker simply extended a glowing hand, ready to meet the oncoming assault with a powerful burst. The attacker calmly grasped the sect leader's blade, reminding him that his efforts were utterly useless. With a dismissive breath, the attacker mocked the sect leader, asserting that even a prodigy like him had lived barely half the years of his own vast experience. The attacker seized the Gu family sect leader's arm, initiating a raw clash of their internal energies. Confident in his decades of cultivation, the Gu family sect leader declared a desperate contest of pure internal energy, believing his foe could not match him. The attacker smirked, mocking the sect leader for wasting his precious internal energy, as a sickening crackle filled the air, stunning his opponent. A dark, crackling energy pulsed as the attacker began to draw his opponent's life force from him. The attacker declared that all of the sect leader's power would become his own, and as a sickening gurgle escaped his lips, the Gu family sect leader looked on in dawning horror. The Gu family sect leader let out guttural screams of agony as the dark power visibly consumed him. As the Gu family sect leader recognized the dreaded, absorbing star technique, the attacker chuckled darkly, promising his victim that he would not be lonely on the road ahead. The attacker confidently laid out his sinister plan, promising to destroy the remaining elders, then move through the sects one by one, even intending to send the Shaolin monks to join his victim in the afterlife. Staggering from the absorption, the Gu family sect leader, despite his fading strength, defied his foe, vowing that even Shaolin's fall wouldn't bring him ultimate victory. With a grim finality, the attacker grasped his throat, ending the conversation and the Gu family sect leader's life. A violent, tearing burst signaled the completion of the absorption as the attacker declared his intent to use all his victims as nourishment for his quest for ultimate power. With a final, sickening crackle, the Gu family sect leader collapsed, his body broken and bloody, his spirit extinguished. Enveloped in a hum of dark power, the attacker grinned sinisterly, believing he was now closer than ever to a life of true immortality. The echoes of battle faded, confirming the fall of the heaven-defying demon palace and the complete annihilation of the Dianchang sect. This devastating news spread rapidly across the central plain, reaching even the most secluded corners. Yet, even as the news spread, powerful clans and sects across the land were primarily weighing their own interests. Meanwhile, the leader of the heaven-defying demon palace and his 12 disciples scattered across the land, casting a terrifying shadow over the central plains. The news of the widespread bloodshed finally reached Huanghua County, with public reports detailing the escalating terror. The man with a beard reported grave news, confirming the heaven-defying demon palace had secured Dianchang Mountain and 3 fortresses, while their 12 elder-like disciples attacked prominent sects across the central plains. Their influence was growing rapidly, the man warned, as the demon palace targeted disgruntled individuals, luring them with promises of revenge and a new world order. The man continued, revealing a horrifying tactic, teaching these vengeful recruits the exploding corpse art, a technique almost impossible to defend against. The woman, Green Pine, trembling with shock and indignation, cried out in disbelief at such callousness, questioning how anyone could stoop so low as to sacrifice their own followers. Tapping the table for emphasis, the man warned that the situation would not calm down soon, advising the young women to decide their next steps before it was too late. Seok gasped in surprise, demanding clarification, as the man revealed their families were in greater danger than the Heavenly Ascent Martial Academy itself. The man slammed his hand on the table, trembling with conviction, declaring that their family's request to leave them at the academy would not do. Seok, with newfound resolve, declared that despite her father's wishes for her safety near the principal, she could not simply wait for news while her family faced peril. Tang Erin stood, affirming her precious ties to Heavenly Ascent but prioritizing her family, confident the principal would protect this place regardless. The principal revealed he had anticipated their distress, having called them precisely to discuss the very matter of their families, knowing they were struggling to voice their concerns. Seok and Tang Erin looked at the principal with surprised gratitude for his deep understanding. With a shared breath of gratitude, Tang Erin thanked him and promised to return, a vow Seok echoed, if he would have her back. After a moment of quiet contemplation, the principal offered them a solemn farewell, wishing them both good fortune on their journey. The urgent pattering of hurried steps rushed through the forest. The thunder of galloping hooves echoed across the landscape, urgent and relentless. Ma Chongran, breathing heavily with a desperate urgency, questioned their distance from Heavenly Ascent Martial Academy, learning they still had 2 hours of riding ahead. Ma Chongran watched the struggling, injured man, expressing his grim doubt that they could last another 2 hours. When the woman, Green Pine, suggested stopping for a physician, Ma Chongran sternly refused, asserting that they would all be slaughtered if caught, and their only priority was to reach Seok jin-ho. As dark energy visibly crept across the injured man's hand, Ma Chongran could only voice a desperate prayer that the family head would hold out until they arrived. Jin-ho mused about the chaos the heaven-defying demon palace could unleash with its dark techniques, hoping the orthodox sects would act swiftly before the martial world was engulfed. Yet, he knew the sects would likely prioritize themselves, drawing out the conflict, and Seok jin-ho quietly wished to avoid such a mess as his cat purred contentedly. A sudden, sharp realization jolted him, pulling him from his quiet contemplation. Seok Jin-ho's voice cut through the air, sharp and urgent, startling Jong Maryang and Yoon below. Jong Maryang and Yoon, his loyal attendants, looked up in confusion, asking if the principal required their presence. "Follow me," Seok Jin-ho commanded, his steps quick and determined, prompting Jong Maryang to affirm his obedience immediately. As he moved quickly, Seok Jin-ho wondered if the heaven-defying demon palace's insidious influence had already begun to spread even to this peaceful place. He questioned the logic of the situation, pondering why such a powerful force would target Hwangwa County, a place devoid of significant martial sects or families. The urgent clatter of hooves thundered closer, signaling a rapid approach. Yoon reported a carriage speeding towards them, suggesting they intercept it, but Seok Jin-ho, with characteristic calm, decided they would wait. Seok Myung burst onto the scene, breathless and distraught, shouting to Jin-ho that Seok Manho had ambushed their father after allying with the heaven-defying demon palace. Amidst Myung's frantic plea for a physician for the profusely bleeding man, Seok Jin-ho quickly dismissed the need, stating they possessed superior healers and ordered them summoned immediately. Seok Jin-ho decisively commanded Jong Maryang to fetch the Tang family's young ladies for the urgent patient, and his attendant swiftly departed. Seok Jin-ho grimly asked the Supreme Elder about the injured man's condition, who confirmed his deep, profusely bleeding wounds demanded immediate treatment. Jong Maryang announced the swift arrival of the two young ladies, and Tang Aaron immediately pressed for details on the patient's condition. As a hand pressed against the blood-soaked fabric, Seok Jin-ho, in thought, reiterated the patient's critical condition, urging immediate treatment for his deep injuries and severe blood loss. Seok Jin-ho instructed Tang Aaron to prepare for treatment indoors, stating he would manage emergency blood stopping and bring the patient to her, to which Tang Aaron confirmed, adding she would also prepare an antidote. The Supreme Elder, holding the injured man, solemnly declared his trust in Jin-ho, who, in thought, insisted they prioritize moving the patient before hearing any story. "Please take good care of him," the Supreme Elder implored, and Seok Jin-ho, with a steady gaze, promised to do his best. As Seok Myung moved to get the injured man inside, Seok Jin-ho's words cast a new shadow. Hwang Geometry, who had diverted the attackers, remained unreturned. Seok Myung insisted on an immediate rescue for Hwang Geometry, but Seok Jin-ho's stark declaration that such a rash move wouldn't save him left her stunned. Seok Jin-ho's eyes narrowed as he grimly explained that Hwang Geometry's role as bait was itself proof of the attack's desperation. His own battle-hardened past flashed before him, reminding him of the bloody cost of impulse, as he urged them to think rationally lest rash actions only lead to more casualties. Instead, Seok Jin-ho, in thought, advised meticulous preparation for revenge, a duty he believed fell to those left behind, leaving Seok Myung to ponder his words in silence. The Supreme Elder placed a reassuring hand on Myung's shoulder, asserting that Hwang Geometry would not be harmed, as Seok Manho would find him far too valuable for negotiations. He then advised Myung to heed Jin-ho's words, and she, still troubled, reluctantly agreed. Seok Jin-ho insisted that both the Supreme Elder and Myung focus on their recovery first, promising to discuss the matter further once they were rested, to which Myung assented. Under the tranquil moonlight, Seok Jin-ho, in thought, noted with relief that the family head's crisis had passed, and Lady Harin would provide further details. Seok Myung confirmed to a listening Seok Jin-ho that, mercifully, there was no poison, and the ambushers had intentionally avoided vital organs, ensuring a swift recovery with proper care. Seok Myung sighed in profound relief, and the Supreme Elder expressed the Seok family's undying gratitude for the Tang family's kindness. With the immediate crisis averted, the Supreme Elder pressed for a detailed account, demanding to know the full extent of Seok Manho's alliance with the heaven-defying demon palace and the ambush on the family head. The Supreme Elder's grim voice recounted Seok Manho's sudden and unsettling disappearance from Seok Manor. Just as they prepared to search for him, Manho, under the cover of night, led an ambush on the manor with a disciple from the heaven-defying demon palace. The Supreme Elder concluded with heavy certainty that by now, Seok Manor was undoubtedly under their complete control. Thankfully, Hwang Geometry had sensed the impending danger and aided some in their escape, though a witness later confirmed Manho himself had captured the Supreme Elder's eldest and second brothers. Seok Myung clung to the slim relief that the family's crucial official seal, the key to their secret vault, had not yet fallen into the enemy's hands. The deliberate avoidance of vital organs had struck Seok Jin-ho as strange, leading him to the grim conclusion that the attack was a calculated maneuver to extract the seal's location. Seok Jin-ho turned to the Supreme Elder, his question cutting to the core of strategy. What was his next move, knowing he was not one to remain idle? The Supreme Elder declared his immediate plan was to dispatch requests for aid to all potential allies, then, once recovered, to gather their collective strength and reclaim Seok Manor. Then, the Supreme Elder turned to Jin-ho, his voice ringing with urgency. "Jin-ho, I need your help," eliciting a spark of surprise from the young man. "Help?" Seok Jin-ho echoed, his tone unreadable. Seok Myung passionately argued that as Seok Manor's strongest fighter, his involvement would be pivotal, but Seok Jin-ho coldly countered, questioning what reason he had to get involved. Her gasp of, "What?" hung heavy in the air, echoing her disbelief at his callous response. Seok jin-ho calmly stated that he had left Seok Manor, reducing their relationship to mere business, a declaration that sparked outrage in Mir-young, who cried, "But you're the son of the family. How can you say such a thing?" A sudden squeak of realization escaped Mir-young as she wondered if his words alluded to the past story of his gained abilities. Seok Mir-young's voice pleaded his name, but Seok jin-ho merely looked away, his back a wall of indifference. His voice, firm and devoid of emotion, declared that just as Seok Manor once had no need of him, he now had no need of it. He asserted that his previous actions, undertaken despite the grave risks to Heavenly Ascent Martial Academy from its alignment with Seok Manho and the heaven-defying Demon Palace, had more than fulfilled any obligation to Seok Manor. Seok Mir-young desperately tried to argue, but the Supreme Elder's sharp interjection cut her off, signaling an end to the discussion. The Supreme Elder's calm assertion that Jin-ho was not wrong landed like a blow, eliciting a shocked protest from Mir-young. The Supreme Elder then acknowledged their immense debt to Jin-ho for his past aid, requesting him to disregard Mir-young's emotional outburst. Seok jin-ho, with a cool resolve, offered his help should they choose to abandon Seok Manor and stay with him, but firmly stipulated that nothing more should be expected, a condition the Supreme Elder gratefully accepted. The Supreme Elder urged him to rest, and Seok jin-ho rose, his black cat following him out as a door creaked open. The soft rustle of the sliding door followed Seok jin-ho as he walked away, his cat close behind. The quiet corridor remained, holding the echoes of their weighty discussion. Seok Mir-young's voice called out to him, prompting Seok jin-ho to pause and turn back. Seok jin-ho asked if she had more to discuss, but Mir-young clarified, her voice tinged with concern, that she only wished to know if he was all right. With a slight smirk, Seok jin-ho challenged her meaning, reminding her that Seok Manor was, after all, the place of her birth and upbringing. Mir-young conceded the truth but firmly declared that her ultimate loyalty lay in protecting Heavenly Ascent Martial Academy. Seok jin-ho assured her he was fine and urged her to rest for her journey to Sichuan, to which Mir-young respectfully agreed. His footsteps faltered, then stopped dead as a dark thought crept into his mind. Was this, then, his revenge? Jong Mir-young announced to Seok jin-ho that their group, with the carriage and companions, was ready to depart. Jong Mir-young apologized for not being able to stay until the family head's full recovery, but Seok jin-ho reassured her they had done enough and wished them a safe journey. Just before her departure, Tang Erin hesitantly asked if she might request one last favor, prompting Seok jin-ho to inquire what it was. Tang Erin began to speak, her face flushing with a sudden shyness. With hearts floating around her, Tang Erin boldly declared her desire to call him elder brother, and wished for him to speak to her more informally, as her companions cheered her on. Another young woman eagerly chimed in, equally determined to call him elder brother. Seok jin-ho smiled, granting their wish, but his tone became cautionary, reminding them that his promise could only be kept if they survived, urging them to stay safe. Tang Erin, with a confident smile, affirmed her certainty that they would definitely meet again. Her companion offered a warm, encouraging smile in parting. Bound tightly to the pillar, Seok Manho and the man of green pine writhed in pain as arcane energies crackled around them. The captives, Seok Manho and the man of green pine, collapsed to the ground, their pained coughs echoing under the oppressive gaze of Gu Jangjayam. Gu Jangjayam, a cruel smirk twisting his lips, leaned down to taunt Seok Manho, asking how it felt to experience the bitter depths of powerlessness. Fury erupted from the man of green pine as he spat accusations of treachery at Seok Manho, disbelieving such a betrayal could happen. Gu Jangjayam's hand lashed out, grabbing the man of green pine's hair with a brutal tug. As Gu Jangjayam feigned calm, the man of green pine's defiant glare held a chilling promise of death should he be pushed any further. Ironclad Taegun, his presence imposing, instructed Gu Jangjayam to set aside personal grudges and adhere strictly to their strategic goal. The strategist pressed Gu Jangjayam for confirmation. Was the family head seal truly the only key to the secret vault, or would brute force trigger an explosion? As the location of the family head was confirmed, Gu Jangjayam revealed a crucial detail. Seok Jin-ho, the academy's principal, also carried the mark of a concubine's son. Gu Jangjayam elaborated on Seok Jin-ho's bitter departure from the manor, leading the strategist to ponder whether their limited time demanded a personal negotiation. Gu Jangjayam curtly dismissed the need for Seok Jin-ho's cooperation, issuing an immediate order for departure, which the strategist acknowledged with a respectful bow. A scarred man reported the imminent arrival of the Seok Manor's head and his retinue, signaling the beginning of a tense confrontation. A smug grin spread across the scarred man's face as he commented sarcastically on the family head's considerate, personal appearance. The strategist's ambition burned, a silent vow to rise above his perceived weakness among the palace master's disciples who battled for supremacy with brute strength. His thoughts, fueled by a craving for the palace master's favor, turned to the Seok Manor's secret vault, believing its martial arts secrets would guarantee his path to power. The Gu family sect leader's furious voice boomed, demanding the gates be opened at once for the arrival of the Seok Manor head. With a slow groan, the massive wooden doors began to yield. Seok-manho's smug greeting to his grandfather and father dripped with insolence, while the man of green pine clarified his original intentions with a grim resolve. The Gu family sect leader roared in outrage, disowning Seok-manho and condemning him for daring to betray his own kin. Seok-manho defiantly laid the blame squarely on his family, accusing them of preferential treatment and neglecting him for their legitimate children. A profound sadness etched itself onto the Gu family sect leader's face as he whispered, questioning if their family's demise was truly inevitable. Seok-manho's bitter resentment stemmed from an inability to accept an heir chosen solely by birthright, not by merit. He laid bare his soul, revealing how the sidelining of the talented Jin-ho proved that his own birth, not his abilities, irrevocably barred him from becoming the family head. The scarred man, a sinister smirk on his face, cut short the reunion, gesturing ominously to reveal a gift he had prepared for the family head. Seok Jin-ho and the others, bound and suffering, struggled against their restraints, cries of pain escaping them. Disbelief washed over the Gu family sect leader and the man of green pine as they recognized a face they had believed long dead among the captives. Seok-manho extended a demanding hand, promising the captives return only in exchange for the coveted family seal. Seok-manho twisted the knife, warning them that every moment of hesitation would diminish the captives' chances of survival. Seok Jin-ho's adoptive brother, trembling in terror, pleaded with his father to save him, warning of certain death if the seal was withheld. The desperate plea from his son struck the Gu family sect leader, twisting his face into an agonizing mask of distress. Seok-manho sneered, accusing his family of heartlessness for valuing a mere treasure over the lives of their precious, legitimate sons. His hand tightened around the rope, a clear and brutal promise of pain. A tortured shriek ripped from Seok Jin-ho's adoptive brother as his arm was brutally twisted, the pain overwhelming him. As Seok-manho coldly offered more proof, the Gu family sect leader roared in furious condemnation, demanding an end to the madness. The adoptive brother's desperate pleas for mercy met only Seok-manho's cold, smirking indifference, declaring it was too late for pity. Seok Jin-ho arrived, his keen eyes instantly assessing the scene as he calmly remarked on the wicked technique at play. Seok-manho greeted Seok Jin-ho with a challenging smirk, provocatively suggesting he might even enjoy learning the wicked, yet formidable martial art himself. Seok Jin-ho countered, acknowledging the art's power but pointing to a fatal flaw that left Seok-manho genuinely surprised. Seok Jin-ho's voice took on a grave tone as he explained the sinister reason why the essence-devouring chi art was deemed a forbidden technique, hinting at the grim fate of its past masters. He pressed the question, highlighting the unnerving truth that no master of this art had ever met a natural end, simply vanishing from the martial world without a trace. The martial prodigy explained that its extreme danger stemmed from its world-altering power. A true master of the essence-devouring chi art could irrevocably shift the balance of power. He then posed a critical question, asking why masters of such an incredible technique still sought out other martial arts manuals instead of relying solely on its power. While Seok Jin-ho pondered if his opponent knew more than he let on, Seok-manho defiantly dismissed the inquiry, claiming no interest. Seok-manho simply smirked, content with the current recognition of his abilities, his arrogance palpable. The man of green pine extended a tempting offer, urging Seok Jin-ho to join their faction and even promising him the position of manor head, stunning his family. Seok Jin-ho responded with a dismissive smirk, declaring he had no reason to assist in their treacherous takeover of the manor. With a flourish, Seok Jin-ho revealed the family seal, stunning the man of green pine into disbelief. The Gu family sect leader revealed the profound trust placed in him, explaining that the seal was given because no other within the family was deemed worthy. Seok-manho, a triumphant smirk on his face, urged Seok Jin-ho to use the seal and finally unlock the secret vault. But Seok Jin-ho responded with a defiant smirk, asking why he should comply, declaring he owed them nothing. Seok Jin-ho then made a decisive declaration to the Supreme Elder, he had no intention of ever inheriting the Seok manor. With a shocking act of defiance, Seok Jin-ho dropped the seal into the Supreme Elder's hand, stating he would feel no regret even if the manor fell. In a moment of internal reflection, Seok Jin-ho clarified his true motivation, not affection for the manor, but a cold calculation to settle accounts for the substantial gifts he had received. The Supreme Elder could only call out Seok Jin-ho's name in bewildered confusion as the youth vanished in a blur of speed. Seok Jin-ho moved with explosive speed, striking Seok-manho and sending him crashing to the ground in a tangle of limbs. The man of green pine stared in bewildered shock, unable to comprehend the sudden, devastating attack. Seok Jin-ho's blade flashed as he furiously assaulted Seok-manho's fleeing group, demanding they fight back if they were truly prepared to die. The Gu family sect leader and his allies watched in stunned silence, shocked by Seok Jin-ho's sudden, fierce offensive. The man of green pine frantically shrieked orders to his followers, urging them to cut down their opponents before they could unleash the dreaded exploding palm. Seok-manho's followers were struck down with dizzying speed, sent hurtling through the air in a whirlwind of combat. The fierce assault continued, leaving more of Seok-manho's ranks falling helplessly in its wake. With precise cuts, Seok Jin-ho severed the ropes binding his adoptive brother, who hysterically demanded to be freed first. The man of green pine offered a grateful thank you for his freedom, but Seok Jin-ho's adoptive brother's desperate pleas for rescue continued to echo. Seok Jin-ho turned away from his adoptive brother with cold resolve, delivering a chilling declaration that he had no reason to help him. With a swift, precise cut, he freed yet another captive from their bonds. Seok Jin-ho, having freed Hwang Geometry, made it clear that this limited assistance was all he intended to offer before walking away. His voice carried a harsh defiance, declaring he would rather see Lady Miryong as successor than hand the manor to their treacherous hands, coldly telling them to survive on their own. Amidst the rising chaos and the flash of an axe, the adoptive brothers' terrified pleas for Hwang Geometry's help were utterly desperate. Seok Jin-ho, sword in hand, observed the chaotic fight, recognizing the intense struggle in one fighter's expression, a desire to kill, desperately reined in. The man of green pine taunted Seok Jin-ho about the story's ending, only for the martial prodigy to defiantly respond that he had no intention of letting him find out. A sadistic grin spread across the man of green pine's face as he threatened to break Seok Jin-ho, certain that a broken body would force his mouth to open. The unidentified older man, radiating red energy, roared a fierce warning, his massive spiked weapon poised to crush any defiance. Seok Jin-ho merely smirked, his eyes glinting with a dangerous red glow, utterly dismissing the concern of his enraged foe. The massive weapon crashed into the cracked earth, its force erupting in a blast of white energy as Seok Jin-ho swiftly evaded the blow. Moving with a blur of blue energy, Seok Jin-ho taunted his attacker, highlighting his opponent's clumsy style and the glaring openings it left. A swift counterattack erupted as Seok Jin-ho struck, the impact of his blow resonating with blue energy. His fist, enveloped in a swirling white aura, connected with formidable force. Seok Jin-ho's gaze sharpened, an intense curiosity in his eyes as he recognized a hidden defense in his armored opponent. Standing over Seok Jin-ho, the ironclad Taegu confidently taunted his fallen foe, proclaiming his own invulnerability. The ironclad Taegu charged forward, his weapon raised, determined to press his advantage. With a powerful red-infused sweep, the ironclad Taigu's weapon forced Seok Jin-ho to slide desperately across the ground. The ironclad Taigu's weapon slammed into the earth with an explosive force, narrowly missing Seok Jin-ho as he continued to evade. The ironclad Taegu continued his sweeping attack, his red-charged weapon forcing Seok Jin-ho further back across the stone. Again and again, the massive weapon struck the ground, each impact creating more destruction as Seok Jin-ho struggled to avoid the relentless assault. A sudden, chilling realization struck Seok Jin-ho. His opponent was deliberately driving him into the waiting blades of other attackers, his eyes widening in panic as blood began to spatter. The ironclad Taegu laughed, reveling in the chase, promising that blood would soon be spilled as Seok Jin-ho continued his desperate evasion. Seok Jin-ho's smirk hardened, his eyes glowing with an intensified red energy as he declared an end to their game. With a surge of raw power, Seok Jin-ho focused his energy into a glowing red orb, warning his opponent to guard his words, and himself. The ironclad Taigu's face contorted in a grimace of strain and surprise as he felt the sudden surge of Seok Jin-ho's power. In an instant, Seok Jin-ho snatched the ironclad Taigu's massive spiked weapon, leaving his opponent utterly stunned and disarmed. The ironclad Taigu's face twisted in enraged disbelief, cursing Seok Jin-ho as he questioned the purpose of his technique if he merely wielded a weapon like a brute. Seok Jin-ho gripped the massive weapon firmly, proclaiming an end to his opponent's brute force attacks and declaring that now, it was his turn. A discarded sword remained impaled in the cracked stone ground, a testament to the ongoing skirmish. With a formidable blue aura surrounding him, Seok Jin-ho glared with fierce determination, promising to expose the true durability of the ironclad Taigu's armor. Seok Jin-ho's attack struck with devastating force, erupting in a burst of white energy around the ironclad Taegu. The relentless assault sent the ironclad Taegu spinning, enveloped in the white energy of the furious impacts. Panic twisted the ironclad Taigu's face, his eyes wide with disbelief as his defenses crumbled before him. His armor shattered under the barrage of white energy, the ironclad Taegu grappled with a desperate choice, retreat and abandon his weapon, or hold his ground against the impossible onslaught. Dropping his massive weapon, the ironclad Taegu frantically fled across the courtyard, his panic overriding all thought. Even as he fled, the ironclad Taegu shouted a defiant warning back at Seok Jin-ho, vowing a future return. With a final, grimacing shout, the ironclad Taegu swore he would return with the full power of the heaven-defying demon palace, even as Seok Jin-ho's stolen weapon glowed ominously with blue energy. The massive spiked weapon, now infused with Seok Jin-ho's blue energy, struck with a rending force. The ironclad Taegu cried out in terror as his famed armor violently shattered around him. With a pained shriek, the ironclad Taegu was violently launched through the air, a broken figure against the distant silhouette of Seok Jin-ho. He crashed into the traditional building with a devastating impact, a burst of white energy marking his violent end. Standing amidst the silent aftermath, Seok Jin-ho declared the ironclad Taegu dead and commanded the remaining warriors of the heaven-defying demon palace to surrender. Disbelief rippled through the enemy ranks as one bandit questioned the sudden, unthinkable news of their leader's demise. Seok Jin-ho stood resolute, a bloodied sword in hand, issuing a chilling ultimatum to any who dared defy his command. Amidst the shattered armor and fresh blood, the Gu family sect leader rallied his remaining forces, urging them to prepare now that the Taiguha had fallen. The metallic clang of weapons hitting the stone ground signaled surrender, or perhaps, utter defeat. A group of enemy fighters knelt, their grim faces murmuring in a somber, ominous prayer. Another thug, sword still in hand, watched the kneeling figures with confusion, questioning their strange, hushed murmuring. Seok Jin-ho's eyes widened in alarm as he recognized the ritual, shouting a desperate warning. It was the dreaded exploding corpse art. The kneeling men, their eyes now glowing with a fanatical red light, chanted their grim resolve to die in their leader's honor. With a shriek of warning, the remaining thugs scattered, fleeing in a desperate attempt to escape the impending explosion. A series of devastating explosions erupted, consuming the kneeling figures in a chaotic burst of energy. As the dust settled, Seok Jin-ho stood calmly amidst the devastation, observed by Ma Chongran. Seok Jin-ho surveyed the blood-soaked ground, declaring with quiet finality that the battle was finally over. Seok Mir-yong, tears streaming down her face, desperately tried to shield her father, Ma Chongran, from a sight so horrific it twisted his features into a pained grimace. Two lifeless bodies, covered in blood, lay tragically on the cold stone, a crushing sight for those who witnessed it. Ma Chongran's eye, wide and horrified, reflected the profound despair that seized him at the terrible sight. Overcome by an unbearable wave of grief, Ma Chongran collapsed heavily to the ground. Kneeling beside the bloody bodies, Ma Chongran wept uncontrollably, his apologies choked with self-blame for his perceived failures as a father. Seok Mir-yong gently helped her grieving father to his feet, her worried voice reminding him of his duty as the family head. Ma Chongran's voice called out, and Seok Jin-ho responded with an immediate, respectful acknowledgement to the manor head. A subtle shift occurred in the air. The moment hung suspended. Ma Chongran gently took Seok Jin-ho's hand, a gesture laden with unspoken emotion. Tears streaming down his face, Ma Chongran poured out his heart, apologizing for his past failures as both father and family head, admitting he had forgotten their bond even after Seok Jin-ho left the manor. Seok Jin-ho listened, his eyes downcast, a complex mixture of thoughts swirling beneath his thoughtful expression. With a soft, reassuring smile, Seok Jin-ho gently told his father that the past was behind them, and truly, everything was fine now. Tears of profound gratitude welled in Ma Chongran's eyes as he thanked Seok Jin-ho for his understanding. With matters settled, Seok Jin-ho announced his departure, stating he could not remain long away from the martial academy. A cold cynicism crossed Seok Jin-ho's mind as he reflected on the foolishness of a man who suffered at his family's hands, yet asked him to save them, wondering if a simple apology could truly mend such resentment. As his horse carried him away, Seok Jin-ho thought to himself that if his father was content, then it was fine, but he hoped they would never meet again. After Seok Jin-ho's decisive victory, a serene peace settled over the Heavenly Ascent Martial Academy, the very air seeming to breathe a quiet sigh of relief. But the calm was short-lived. The vice head brought urgent news of the Chongbok family manor and other sects, acknowledging the source might not be as extensive as the beggar's sect, yet reliable. The scroll detailed the heaven-defying demon palace's brutal campaign, starting with the Wudang sect, and then the Zhongnan and Manhwa sects, sending a chill through Green Pine as its contents crashed upon him. The swift destruction of the Wudang sect had been terrifyingly absolute. Even with Shaolin's aid, the Wudang sword master had perished, and the Shaolin first master retreated gravely wounded, leaving a bloody trail of casualties. The demon palace's leader absorbed the internal energy of grandmasters and sect leaders, their dark power growing with each fall, glowing menacingly. Though the Hebei Pang and Sichuan Tang clans had repelled attacks with difficulty, the heaven-defying demon palace now gathered at Wudang Mountain, preparing their march on Shaolin under the ominous full moon. A wave of relief washed over Green Pine, acknowledging that at least the Hebei and Sichuan forces had managed to hold their ground with a subtle shift in his demeanor. But the true crisis was just beginning. Green Pine sighed, as scattered disciples were now reuniting with their master, threatening an unstoppable march on Shaolin. With the message delay, their preparations were surely complete, prompting the vice head to ask what horrific plans Green Pine foresaw. Righteous sects of Murim would eventually unite, for historically, threats to the Central Plain had always been driven away when the times were dire, overcoming demonic factions as powerful martial artists channeled their energy. Yet, the vice head questioned the delay, asking why the heaven-defying demon palace's rise had gone unchecked for so long, and Green Pine suggested it was simply pride. Green Pine illustrated the crippling effect of pride with an analogy about escort agencies, quickly eliciting a definitive refusal from the vice head to ever yield leadership. The vice head, smirking confidently, reflected that based on size and capability, his own group should obviously be in charge, a sentiment Green Pine confirmed as the exact issue. It was the squabbling over leadership that caused the delay, Green Pine explained, but since the sects were suffering losses, this stalemate could not last forever. But whether the righteous sects would truly prevail once united, as implied, was a question Green Pine could only answer with an uncertain shrug. If the demon lord absorbed internal energy from so many masters, Green Pine worried, he had likely surpassed the transcendent realm with ease, and his ability to absorb energy mid-battle made him nearly unstoppable. The vice head, aghast, wondered if this meant the heaven-defying demon palace's victory was now inevitable. His fear echoed in the wide eyes of his worried comrades. Green Pine offered a sliver of hope, suggesting that, for now, implied a chance to still reverse their seemingly inevitable triumph. Absorbing energy mid-fight was both a strength and a critical weakness, Green Pine explained confidently, likely why they hadn't marched on Shaolin immediately. The vice head questioned how limitless energy replenishment could be a weakness, and Green Pine prepared to elaborate. But a sudden knock interrupted him, and Green Pine startled, turning his head. A voice identified itself as Seok, and Green Pine granted him entry, the door sliding open with a soft rustle. As Seok stepped into the room, Green Pine immediately inquired about the reason for his visit. Seok announced a guest, and Green Pine, ever cautious, questioned if they were causing trouble or refusing to leave. Seok quickly reassured him that the guest was no trouble, but someone Green Pine should meet, then dropped the bombshell: it was the abbot of Shaolin. The Shaolin abbot Bm, a figure of serene authority, sat calmly, his presence like a sudden, profound arrival. Green Pine found himself marveling internally that someone could approach without his heightened senses noticing, a testament to their exceptional skill. The abbot's mastery of returning to simplicity was extraordinary, Green Pine thought, watching the revered abbot of Shaolin calmly sip his tea. Abbot Bm, observing him, immediately recognized Green Pine's legendary reputation as the Heavenly Dragon Sword or Secret Heaven Sword Demon. Green Pine humbly dismissed his own status, but pressed the abbot on whether it was wise to leave Mount Song unattended, to which the abbot gravely responded that every extra hand was desperately needed now. Time being of the essence, Green Pine urged the abbot to state the true reason for his visit, already suspecting he knew. The abbot's request was direct and unyielding: they needed Green Pine's help in the impending battle between Shaolin and the heaven-defying demon palace. The abbot had heard of Green Pine's reluctance to involve himself in Central Plain affairs, a fact he confirmed the Tang clan head had shared, yet he still came, Green Pine questioned, despite that knowledge. But the abbot had also heard of Green Pine's fierce protectiveness for what he cherished, a deeper understanding that hinted at his persuasive strategy. Green Pine probed, asking if the abbot suggested that his academy would also be unsafe if the Central Plain fell, and the abbot confirmed it from a broader perspective. Many had already suffered, the abbot warned, and if they failed to stop the demon palace, Green Pine would eventually face a true calamity. Therefore, if such a meeting was inevitable, the abbot reasoned, wouldn't it be better for them to stand together? The abbot then asked why Shaolin was their final destination, and Green Pine answered, attributing it to absurd rumors. Only half correct, the abbot countered, while they did seek the place, the idea that it was merely a ridiculous rumor was gravely mistaken. Green Pine leaned forward, surprised, asking if the rumors were true, and what dire implications that would have. Though Green Pine had never witnessed anyone gain enlightenment from that place, the abbot smiled, suggesting that 100 people found 100 truths, and Green Pine himself might find something worthwhile there. A silent, pensive moment settled between them, both men lost in their own thoughts after the profound exchange. The abbot declared he could delay no longer and would take his leave, adding a parting thought: if Green Pine decided to aid them. Green Pine cut in, asking if he could see that place, and the abbot, turning, welcomed him to visit, even without his help, provided Shaolin still stood. Green Pine affirmed his intention, and the abbot, musing on fate's strange ways, realized he had sought help but had found a way to offer his own in return. Alone, Green Pine sat in quiet contemplation, gazing out at the setting sun. He questioned whether that rumor was truly real, pinching the bridge of his nose in conflict, unsure whether to feel pleased or utterly empty inside. Time flowed on since Abbot Bm's return to Shaolin, a silent whistle of wind over the academy grounds marking its passage. Later, around a strategic table, Seok Jin-ho, Green Pine, Peng Jinkuk, Ma Chongran, and other leaders gathered, discussing the enemy's regrouping, acknowledging those bastards were nearly finished. Namgung Hu, stern and direct, asserted the time for debate was over, urging them to discuss real, practical action. Tang Gunsong challenged Namgung Hu to elaborate, framing the discussion around who would take down the Demon Palace Lord and how they would eliminate his remnants. Peng Jinkuk, serious and imposing, invited Tang Gunsong to share his thoughts freely, sensing he had already considered viable options. Tang Gunsong earnestly declared his words were not for clan glory but as a righteous martial artist, for the greater good. He recounted the widespread suffering of sects and families, noting that even Seok Jin-ho and the heads of the Pang and Tang clans were recovering from serious injuries, warning that focusing only on the Demon Lord would leave his 9 demons even more dangerous. Therefore, since he alone had avoided injury, Tang Gunsong volunteered to take his guards and sever the demon lord's lifeline, tasking the rest with handling his disciples and remaining forces. Ma Chongran, Seok Jin-ho's father, deemed it a wise proposal and the best course of action given the circumstances, opening the floor for any differing suggestions. A man asked Abbot B.M. Yul if he had received correspondence from the Heavenly Ascent Martial Arts Academy, emphasizing the great boost their joining would provide, but the abbot replied he had not yet. Suddenly, an explosion erupted, a powerful impact ripping through the air and startling Abbot B.M. Yul and the other men. One man gasped in alarm, realizing the enemy was already upon them, much faster than anticipated, their footsteps echoing ominously. From the swirling smoke, a shadowy figure emerged, representing a gathering brimming with immense internal energy. A powerful, shirtless man smirked, reveling in the sight before him, finding it utterly satisfying. His sinister smirk lingered, a chilling testament to his immense power. Powerful explosions ripped through the traditional building complex, shaking the mountain ridge with destructive force. Within the confined spaces, violent energy blasts erupted in a relentless, chaotic sequence. Green Pine unleashed a ferocious strike with his polearm, his enraged cry to "Die, you demonic bastards," echoing as blood splattered from his opponent. A severely wounded thug crashed to the stone floor, his body soaked in blood, his desperate screams cut short. Green Pine, breathing heavily from exertion, stood defiant amidst the debris, sword in hand, challenging any who dared to face him with a fierce declaration, "Anyone else here want to die?" He stood over a gravely wounded opponent who, bleeding from the mouth, reached out in a final, desperate gesture. Even as death loomed, the defiant thug's body glowed with desperate rage, vowing to drag Green Pine down with him. "I'll take at least one of your legs with me." Green Pine's sword descended with merciless force, obliterating the desperate thug in an explosion of blood. A swift, precise strike tore through the air, marked by sharp, bright blue energy. The bearded man's urgent warning reached the Gu family sect leader, who, mid-action, grimly commanded his forces to crush their Dantian ORM, sever their necks. If not, they'll retaliate with exploding corpse art. Green Pine, focused intently on the fight, acknowledged the strategic command with a determined shout. The bearded man reacted with a sudden, wide-eyed jolt of surprise as something unseen caught his attention. The Gu family sect leader brought his polearm down with immense force, striking a spiked weapon and creating a powerful, red-tinged impact. The scarred man, wielding spiked flails, observed his opponent with a confident smirk, noting, "Your internal energy looks quite refined too." Enraged by the comment, the Gu family sect leader challenged back, surrounded by swirling blue energy, "Shut up. Come closer so I can cut your head to pieces." The scarred man swung his spiked flail, its chains whistling ominously, preparing to unleash his attack. The flail flew towards the Gu family sect leader with incredible speed and force, signaling an impending impact. The Gu family sect leader and the scarred man clashed violently, their combined power erupting in a massive burst of red energy across the tiled courtyard. Amidst the chaotic combat, a female warrior cried out for her "father," as she fiercely wielded her sword. The female warrior, her sword glowing with blue energy, moved with dynamic power as she swung through her enemies. A thug cried out, struck violently in the neck by an unseen attack. The determined female warrior called out "Ch1-50" to another ally, as both continued their embattled fight amidst burning buildings. Standing back to back amidst the fiery chaos, the female warrior reassured Tang Aaron, "The family heads are strong. So let's trust them and focus on staying alive." Tang Aaron, with a soft, relieved smile, acknowledged her previous carelessness. As the battle raged, the female warrior proposed to Tang Aaron, "UNNIE, let's coordinate our attacks from now on," to which Tang Aaron readily agreed. A malevolent bandit leader, flanked by his smirking subordinates, wondered aloud about the sensation of women's internal energy, while another conspirator probed his intentions for absorbing it. The bandit leader declared a gruesome competition, the first one to absorb them gets to be the master, sending his followers surging forward with renewed, aggressive vigor. Tang Aaron, with a determined expression and outstretched hands, shouted, "Now, Neon UNNIE," signaling their coordinated attack. Tang Aaron launched a flurry of needles, while Neon, airborne above her, swooped in to attack. Two male attackers recoiled in surprise, weapons raised defensively as the needles struck. The bandit leader scoffed dismissively at the tiny needle embedded in his arm, questioning, "You think that can stop the power of heaven defying?" His arrogant smirk evaporated as his arm began to tremble uncontrollably, and he realized with horror, "Poison, it's coated with poison." Enraged and poisoned, the bandit leader roared, "Use the exploding corpse art before your body is paralyzed. Insolent wretches. Die with me," as his followers began to contort and explode. Multiple silhouetted figures unleashed powerful blue energy blasts, creating a chaotic display of light. A female warrior, wielding her polearm with aggressive power, struck down multiple opponents as they fell around her. Her eyes narrowed with fierce resolve, the determined female warrior vowed, "I'll cut you all to pieces." The chaotic battle continued in the courtyard, with multiple figures clashing in dynamic, furious motion. The female warrior attacked fiercely, her sword drawn and surrounded by flowing blue energy, as she deflected her enemies. High above the battle, an older, sinister man stood ominously on a rooftop, observing the chaos below. He reveled in the desperate struggle unfolding beneath him, a smirk spreading across his face, finding the thrill of victory truly delightful. Green Pine confronted the older antagonist on the rooftop, challenging him directly, instead of tormenting the younger ones, why not face me instead? The older antagonist laughed, spreading his arms wide, gloating that Green Pine's challenge was simply, a prize rolls right into my lap. Green Pine frowned, his sword held firm, accusing the older antagonist of boundless arrogance gained from stolen power. Do you really think you can become the greatest under heaven with power you've stolen so easily? The older antagonist dismissed Green Pine's accusations, drawing a breath as he condescendingly compared him to others he had easily overcome, the sword master of Wudong, the fist master of Shaolin, and now you. You all spout the same nonsense. Green Pine, enraged, declared that the older antagonist would share the same fate as those he had mocked, and lunged forward with a furious attack. Green Pine's powerful attack connected, sending the older antagonist flying backward in a violent burst of white energy. The bearded man watched the intense confrontation with a grim, focused expression. He stated with menacing confidence, "To witness Namgung's king's sword style is an honor. Die knowing this privilege," signaling the imminent demise of his opponent. Green Pine stood triumphant on the rooftop, surrounded by blue energy, as the older antagonist plummeted from the heights. His face contorted in wrath, Green Pine raised his sword, glowing with blue energy, declaring, "You won't survive a single strike." Green Pine unleashed a devastating attack, engulfing the older antagonist in a massive explosion of red and white energy. The older antagonist, wounded but still holding his glowing sword, reacted with disbelief. How? Green Pine moved with blurring swiftness, his form a streak against the dynamic background. A sudden, painful blow struck Green Pine in the shoulder, and he cried out as blood splattered. The older antagonist, a sinister smirk twisting his lips, mocked Green Pine's reliance on honest cultivation, sneering, "Did you think you could become the greatest in the world with such painstakingly gained internal strength?" As Green Pine coughed in agony, his energy being absorbed, the older antagonist continued to mock him, "The difference in internal energy can't be overcome so easily. Have you not grasped this simple truth?" His bloodied hand clenched, pulsating with dark energy, the older antagonist boasted of his stolen power, "Thanks to you fools, I'll become the true strongest under heaven." Green Pine, grimacing in pain and determination, knew he had to act. "I have to destroy my Dantian, to prevent the monster from absorbing his energy and burdening future generations." The older antagonist, a cruel smirk on his face, declared he had seen through Green Pine's desperate plan, revealing, "It's already too late. Your internal energy decays far better than I anticipated." Green Pine screamed in immense agony, his face contorted in a silent cry. Seok jin-ho ran swiftly across the tiled rooftop, a trail of white energy marking his urgent path. His eye widened in sudden shock, Seok jin-ho reacted with a jolt of alarm. Seok jin-ho confronted the older antagonist on the rooftop, demanding, "Guh. Who are you?" as both attacked with powerful energy. Severely wounded and bleeding, Green Pine looked up and, with great difficulty, began to recognize the figure before him. "Why you are." Seok jin-ho's foot landed quietly and precisely on the tiled floor. Green Pine, his eyes wide in painful recognition, identified Seok jin-ho as Heavenly Ascent Martial Academy principal. As the young man stood sternly over him. Even amidst excruciating pain and blood loss, the principal recognized the young man before him, his words fading into a pained gasp. With a decisive landing, Seok jin-ho's foot touched the tiled rooftop, marking his dramatic arrival. Supporting the gravely wounded principal, Seok jin-ho acknowledged his identity with a grave realization. Green Pine, the scarred man's disciple, first smirked with misplaced confidence, then reacted with alarm as he and his group prepared for a fight. Far away, the Gu family sect leader and Shaolin abbot Bm Yul sensed the powerful surge of chi, acknowledging Principal Seok's significant arrival. Abbot Bm Yul uttered a solemn prayer, the spiritual gravity of Seok jin-ho's presence weighing heavily on him. The scarred man's sinister smirk grew as he realized his opponent was none other than the one who had defeated the formidable ironclad Taigu. Seok jin-ho defiantly dismissed the importance of his identity, focusing only on protecting the injured principal he supported. The scarred man, a grudging respect coloring his thoughts, acknowledged Seok jin-ho's genuine strength, realizing his victory over ironclad Taigu was no mere fluke. The scarred man arrogantly demanded Seok jin-ho wait his turn, but Seok jin-ho's disdainful response cut through his confidence, further infuriating him. Prioritizing the injured, Seok jin-ho authoritatively instructed Jong Maryang and Yoon to escort the now identified Namgung family head to safety for treatment. Seok jin-ho compassionately assured the principal his bleeding had stopped, earning a profound sense of gratitude and trust from the wounded leader. As Jong Maryang and Yoon escorted the principal away, Seok Jin-ho and the scarred man stood watching, the air thick with strategic tension. Seok Jin-ho confidently turned to face his opponent, a taunting challenge in his voice as he thanked the scarred man for his impatience. The scarred man's menacing smirk deepened, his hand glowing with dark purple energy, as he threatened Seok Jin-ho for interrupting his twisted entertainment. Seok Jin-ho's sarcastic compliment about the scarred man's deceptive appearance sliced through his composure, infuriating the antagonist. Seok Jin-ho's voice was grave as he revealed the dark truth of the essence absorption technique: the absorbed souls would forever torment the user. Unfazed by the grim warning, the scarred man smirked, his eyes glowing red as he confidently declared his imminent attainment of eternal life. Seok Jin-ho questioned the scarred man's pursuit of eternal life, prompting a knowing, sinister laugh from his opponent, who believed Seok Jin-ho ignorant. The scarred man's words about those blessed with endless reincarnation struck a chord of profound shock in Seok Jin-ho, revealing his secret past. Over countless lives, by absorbing memories and defying heaven, one could gain immense power, nullifying the shortened lifespan of the essence absorption technique. The scarred man revealed his ultimate destination, Bodhidharma's meditation cave, where he believed he would find the key to this endless cycle. He sought nothing less than reversing heaven, a cosmic ambition of ultimate defiance. With his hand glowing red, the scarred man declared his ambition to defy the cosmic law, retain all his memories through reincarnation, and rule over everything. Seok Jin-ho sighed with a profound weariness, questioning whether the scarred man's plan to overcome death was born of foolishness or sheer desperation. Seok Jin-ho's intense gaze implied a deeper understanding, challenging the scarred man with the chilling truth: "You have no idea, do you?" The narrative shifted to the bleak reality of Seok Jin-ho's past, depicting various violent deaths that underscored the lonely and meaningless nature of endless time. The blood-stained scarred man arrogantly dismissed Seok Jin-ho's words, instructing him to know his place before speaking about such profound matters. Enraged by Seok Jin-ho's words, the scarred man lunged forward, purple energy swirling around him, vowing to tear his opponent apart. Seok Jin-ho stood firm, a controlled burst of purple energy from him meeting the scarred man's onslaught and deflecting it with ease. A massive explosion of energy erupted above the academy gate, scattering the scarred man's other followers in chaotic disarray. The scarred man smirked, mocking his opponent for what he mistakenly believed was a pathetic inability to react to his attack. A sword, imbued with a sharp blue energy, streaked through the air with deadly speed. The scarred man's face contorted in a grimace of sudden, surprised pain as the attack found its mark. A guttural scream of agony tore from the scarred man's throat as he bled profusely from his chest. Observing the scarred man's reaction, Seok Jin-ho calmly attributed his opponent's survival to a mere survival reflex. Seok Jin-ho's intense gaze carried a chilling warning: another moment, and the attack would have pierced the scarred man's very heart. Enraged, the scarred man, dismissing the weapon as a mere sword, furiously attempted to pull the blade from his chest. His reckless attempt backfired, and blood sprayed violently from the wound as he recoiled in surprise and pain. The scarred man's eye widened in dawning horror, realizing his opponent had used a sophisticated, sword manipulation technique. As multiple swords floated serenely around Seok Jin-ho, the scarred man questioned if his opponent had already reached the realm of transcendence. Green Pine, the disciple, along with Jong Maryang, were utterly astonished by Seok Jin-ho's power, realizing he had achieved the legendary wordless sword manipulation as bodies lay strewn around them. For the first time, doubt crept into the scarred man's mind as he watched Seok Jin-ho's formidable display, questioning if victory was even possible. Seok Jin-ho, despite his own bleeding wound, taunted the scarred man, mocking his perceived confidence over such a minor scratch. With a calm, dismissive tone, Seok Jin-ho declared that the scarred man utterly lacked the talent to ever become the greatest, even with endless reincarnation. A section of the tiled rooftop violently cracked under an unseen force. Despite his followers lying defeated around him, the scarred man knelt, radiating red energy, defiantly vowing that he would never be defeated. The scarred man demonstrated his terrifying ability to regenerate, his hand glowing with purple energy, boasting that he could restore himself at any time. Green Pine, the disciple, charged forward with a desperate burst of purple energy, launching an attack. Green Pine's eyes widened in terror and disbelief, gasping at a sudden, horrific realization about his own master. Cowering and surrounded by purple energy, Green Pine desperately pleaded for his life, offering to betray the demon army to his master. Green Pine's desperate pleas turned to agonizing screams and curses as purple energy consumed him, calling his master a monster. The scarred man, holding Green Pine by the neck, brutally tore open his chest, declaring it an honor and a privilege to become one with him. Green Pine's mouth was a silent, gaping scream of unbearable agony. Green Pine's body contorted, his eyes rolling back in excruciating pain, as purple energy fully consumed him. The scarred man smirked, glowing with newly absorbed purple energy, coldly assessing his former disciple as merely a lower-grade offering, but passable enough. Green Pine's lifeless, bloodied body fell to the ground with a sickening thud, a stark end to his existence. The Gu family sect leader, grim-faced and holding his weapon, accused the scarred man of the ultimate betrayal, killing his own disciple. Seok jin-ho calmly addressed the scarred man, asking if he had recovered, signaling the next phase of their confrontation. Seok jin-ho's gaze was knowing as he questioned the scarred man, implying he had anticipated this cruel absorption of his own disciple. The chilling reality of the scarred man's strategy was laid bare. He kept his disciples as mere vessels for internal power, ready to be absorbed in critical situations. As Green Pine's agonizing screams echoed, Seok jin-ho explained the scarred man's casual cruelty. Disciples were simply tools to collect energy, to be absorbed when ripe. The scarred man offered a sarcastic, menacing praise for Seok jin-ho's bravery in confronting him, despite knowing his dark methods. The scarred man boasted of his invincibility and endless regeneration, but Seok jin-ho calmly dismissed it, stating it simply saved him the trouble of dealing with them later. Seok jin-ho methodically tallied the number of fallen foes, including the one just absorbed, indicating he knew the full extent of the scarred man's forces. The scarred man smugly warned Seok jin-ho that he could absorb his disciples faster than his opponent could possibly kill them. Seok jin-ho, with a confident smirk, dismissed the scarred man's boast as nonsense, reiterating his intention to deal with everything at once. The scarred man stood, confused, demanding clarification on Seok jin-ho's cryptic and unnerving statement. With a chilling smirk and glowing eyes, Seok jin-ho gave the scarred man permission to absorb as much power as he desired, promising, "This time, I'll wait for you." The man with the beard, radiating menacing power, defiantly boasted he could absorb his disciples' internal energy faster than any foe could defeat them. Seok jin-ho calmly exhaled, dismissing his opponent's arrogance as nonsense, and reiterated his intent to face all threats simultaneously. With a confident smirk, Seok jin-ho dared his foe, granting him permission to absorb all the power he desired, promising to wait for the inevitable confrontation. The man with the beard sneered, assuming Seok jin-ho planned to escape, but Seok jin-ho retorted sharply, questioning why a defeated monster would project such cowardice onto others. The arrogant man scoffed at the concept of honor, declaring it a weakness, as he moved away, leaving a trail of radiating energy. Gathering dark red energy in his raised hand, the man with the beard commanded Seok jin-ho to remain, his intent clear and threatening. From above, the horrific scene unfolded as the man with the beard aggressively absorbed his screaming followers, their agony consumed by spreading webs of red energy. A disciple's final scream of terror and betrayal echoed as he was engulfed by the red energy, his life force violently stolen by his master. The red tendrils swirled and intensified, forming sinister cocoons as the agonizing absorption of the disciples continued, escalating the dread. The Gu family sect leader recoiled, aghast, as the horrifying truth dawned on him. The man with the beard was absorbing his own disciples' internal energy. An unidentified man confronted Seok jin-ho urgently, accusing him of grave misjudgment and demanding he intervene against the demon lord. Amidst towering red energy vortexes, the man with the beard stood triumphant, declaring the absorption irreversible and too late to stop. Panicked followers scattered, screaming as they fled the escalating red energy, fearing the demon lord would consume their life force next. Shaolin Abbot Bm Yo, with resolute determination, commanded his forces to focus on the palace's demonic servants, entrusting the demon lord to Principal Seok alone. Rallied by the abbot's words, the followers roared their resolve, their swords glinting with fierce determination to eliminate every enemy. Seok jin-ho's eyes glowed faintly as he acknowledged the Shaolin abbot's strategic wisdom with a knowing, subtle smirk. The demon lord's absorption neared completion, his growing power emanating like a destructive wave, signaling an impending, dangerous transformation. With glowing red eyes and a cruel grip, the demon lord mocked his victim for their foolish loyalty, tightening his grasp as blood dripped. As one man questioned Principal Seok's arrogant choices, a woman explained the terrifying martial prowess and internal power of the demonic sect's disciples. An older man clarified Seok jin-ho's calculated strategy. By allowing the demon lord to absorb all the energy, he aimed to prevent any escape and end the entire threat with one decisive strike. The woman understood the logic of the strategy, yet a deep worry lingered within her, questioning if Principal Seok could truly handle such an overwhelming force. The demon lord, now a monstrous figure roaring amidst swirling red energy, felt a surge of strength unlike anything he had ever known. Seok jin-ho, calm and unimpressed by the spectacle, merely questioned if his opponent's transformation presented any meaningful difference. Enraged, the demon lord threatened to tear flesh and shatter bones, generating a formidable ball of crimson energy in his raised hands. With fangs bared and eyes narrowed with pure rage, the demon lord swore to annihilate every single person present. A devastating wave of red energy surged across the courtyard, unleashed by the demon lord's destructive fury. Seok jin-ho stood firm, sword ready, his resolute stance unwavering against the incoming, destructive power. His eyes narrowed to sharp slits, Seok jin-ho focused with intense determination, preparing for the critical moment. A powerful surge of blue energy streaked across the space, dynamic and potent, preceding Seok jin-ho's counterattack. Enveloped in a massive eruption of blue energy, Seok jin-ho unleashed sharp, ice-like constructs, effortlessly countering the demon lord's destructive assault. The man with the beard recoiled in shock, his overwhelming internal energy inexplicably failing, leaving him bewildered and vulnerable. Seok Jin-ho calmly stated his opponent was gaining no true strength, despite the absorbed energy, speculating that the assimilation remained incomplete. The man with the beard recoiled in shock at Seok Jin-ho's insight, but the protagonist dismissively declared he merely spoke obvious truths. With a confident smirk, Seok Jin-ho mocked his opponent's lack of talent, explaining that absorbed energy deteriorated without proper cultivation, rendering his techniques useless. Seok Jin-ho demonstrated his mastery, summoning an array of swords that hovered around him, each gleaming with latent power. The man with the beard stared in disbelief, accusing Seok Jin-ho of bluffing, unable to comprehend the simultaneous manipulation of so many blades. Seok Jin-ho calmly challenged his opponent to block as he unleashed a torrent of glowing swords, piercing the ground with decisive precision. Pure terror etched across the man with the beard's face as he realized his opponent was employing a true, high-level sword manipulation technique. Overwhelmed, the man with the beard realized his defeat was inevitable as the clashing swords battered against him. A sharp blade pierced the man with the beard's side, and he gasped in agony as blood spurted from the wound. The severely injured man grimly calculated his options, realizing that even if he won, he would be too drained to face others, and began to consider retreat. Despite his grievous injuries, the man with the beard lunged forward with a desperate, grim determination. A sickening impact sent the man with the beard screaming as he plummeted through the air. The man with the beard screamed in agony, his legs severed and bleeding profusely, lying defeated on the ground while Seok Jin-ho stood calmly amidst his hovering swords. Seok Jin-ho coolly challenged his incapacitated foe, leading the man with the beard to realize his only chance was to confront the protagonist now. The man with the beard's thoughts were consumed by the impossibility of healing his severed leg with his current, depleted internal energy. Despite his wounds, the man with the beard struggled to his feet, a desperate final option forming in his mind. Veins bulged on the man with the beard's arm, muscles straining as he exerted immense, frantic effort, red energy pulsing through him. Sensing a dangerous change in the Demon Lord's ki, the Gu family sect leader expressed his concern and suggested combining their efforts. Seok Jin-ho calmly explained that the Demon Lord, by forcibly using unassimilated internal energy, was heading for chi deviation, which would make him dangerously uncontrollable. The man with the beard, distressed and surrounded by wild energy, reluctantly warned of far-spreading shockwaves and agreed to the evacuation advice. The Gu family sect leader offered to intervene if the situation worsened, but Seok Jin-ho confidently dismissed the need for his help. The Gu family sect leader urgently commanded everyone, especially the injured, to evacuate to the furthest possible safe distance. Tormented and possessed, the man with the beard knelt as the spirits of his absorbed disciples screamed for vengeance and fought to claim his body. The man with the beard shrieked in terror and defiance, struggling desperately against the shadowy entities that were devouring him. The internal struggle within the Demon Lord culminated in a violent, chaotic outburst of red and black energy. The Demon Lord shrieked in excruciating pain as uncontrolled red energy violently erupted from his convulsing body, cracking the ground beneath him. Massive shockwaves of white energy blasted outwards, creating a cataclysmic scene of destruction. Seok Jin-ho calmly observed the massive explosion from his safe vantage point on a high tree branch. Confirming that everyone was clear, Seok Jin-ho's expression hardened with determination. It was time to end the conflict. The destructive force of the impact ripped through the air. Amidst the swirling aftermath, Seok Jin-ho stood unflinching, a silent, powerful silhouette. A brutal strike sent the Demon Lord reeling, while Seok Jin-ho moved with practiced speed against another foe. The Demon Lord's face contorted, unleashing a visceral roar of unbridled fury. Seok Jin-ho's sword sliced through the air with punishing speed, relentlessly battering his opponent's defenses. Their wills clashed, exploding in a burst of energy that rocked the very ground beneath them. As their battle tore through the landscape, awestruck observers questioned if such raw, untrained power could truly exist, whispering of a monster unbound. The Demon Lord erupted in a furious roar, raw red energy blasting outwards with uncontrollable force. Seok Jin-ho coolly deflected the Demon Lord's relentless blows, observing that his foe still relied on nothing but brute strength, even in his maddened state. With a firm clench of his fist, Seok Jin-ho realized he could not simply defend forever, it was time to unleash his own offensive. Seok Jin-ho's precision strike landed with bone-jarring impact, a stark counter to brute force. The Demon Lord screamed in raw fury as untamed red energy surged from his body, a desperate backlash against the blow. From their vantage point, the martial artists debated the overwhelming surge of the Demon Lord's aura, questioning if they should risk intervention to aid Seok Jin-ho. Shaolin Abbot Bm Yo, with solemn wisdom, advised against reckless intervention, believing Seok Jin-ho had begun his counterattack and that ill-timed aid would only hinder him. Ma Chongran lent his seasoned wisdom, agreeing with the abbot that any half-hearted intervention would only prove detrimental to Seok Jin-ho. With grudging acceptance, the others agreed to continue watching, noting Seok Jin-ho's surprising competence in the relentless battle. Recognizing his opponent's unbelievable resilience, Seok Jin-ho knew it was time to unleash a technique of true mastery. His hand tightened on the sword's hilt, a brute force deserved a corresponding technique to quell it. Blue energy began to coalesce around Seok Jin-ho as he mused how long it had been since he last wielded such a powerful technique. The Demon Lord roared, unleashing another fierce, energy-charged attack. Red and blue energies violently collided as Seok Jin-ho parried the Demon Lord's strike with shattering force. He unleashed the heaven-shaking thunderstorm strike, a lightning-fast gale-fierce technique that ripped through the air with overwhelming power. The Demon Lord screamed in searing agony as Seok Jin-ho's lightning-fast strike connected with devastating force. As the Demon Lord swayed and fell, Seok Jin-ho knew his blade would finally find its mark, unobstructed. Seok Jin-ho's smirk conveyed an almost regal confidence, offering his defeated foe the honor of his unique technique. He proudly declared his foe the first in this life to witness the devastating power of his supreme three perfection. Seok Jin-ho raised his sword high, its radiant glow a testament to the raw power he had just unleashed. A blinding, vertical beam of absolute light cleaved through the very fabric of the scene. Seok Jin-ho stood calmly, the final precise stroke of his technique echoing in the quiet air. The observers gasped in collective awe, Tang Murin herself acknowledging Seok Jin-ho's incredible success with impressed surprise. Shaolin Abbot Biem Yul offered a solemn "Amitba," his gesture conveying profound relief and deep respect. His followers approached, offering heartfelt congratulations and affirming their unwavering faith in him. A triumphant proclamation echoed, confirming that Heavenly Ascent Academy's Seok Jin-ho had decisively slain the heaven-defying Demon Palace Lord. The momentous news of the heaven-defying Demon Palace Lord's fall reverberated across the onlookers, each absorbing the weight of the victory. One martial artist sighed in disbelief, unable to fully comprehend that he had just witnessed the birth of the world's greatest martial artist, even with his own eyes. The Demon Lord lay defeated and bloodied, a stark testament to the victor's power, leaving onlookers to wonder if anything was impossible for such a force. A follower mused that Seok Jin-ho's unprecedented rise to become the strongest at such a young age was a genuine blessing for the entire martial world. His strength, proven before every martial artist present, was now an undeniable truth that none could refute. The profound acknowledgement reverberated through the crowd. Seok Jin-ho was unequivocally the greatest martial artist of their era. As various leaders approached, Seok Jin-ho calmly inquired about the well-being of Head Peng and Head Tang. The Gu family sect leader assured Seok Jin-ho of his relative health despite internal injuries, while Tang Murin voiced her disappointment with his understated account. The Gu family sect leader then respectfully asked for the honor of witnessing Seok Jin-ho's ultimate technique again. He chuckled, admitting his shamelessness, but expressed his sincere hope that it might offer the insight needed to transcend his own limits. Seok Jin-ho extended an invitation to the Heavenly Ascent Academy, and the Gu family sect leader gratefully accepted with a hearty laugh. Off-panel voices suggested that the martial world would enjoy a period of peace, with demonic sects hiding away from his formidable presence. Seok Jin-ho, with a hint of weariness in his gaze, acknowledged that such peace was always temporary, old enemies always resurfaced. When Tang Murin asked if he was departing immediately, Seok Jin-ho confirmed his desire to leave, wanting to avoid any unnecessary complications by lingering. As he walked away, the Gu family sect leader offered cryptic advice, while Tang Murin and Nei Eon erupted in confused gasps, shocked that he would simply leave them behind. Tang Murin's utter bewilderment echoed with Neon's, both stunned by his sudden turn. Seok Jin-ho coolly suggested they return to their families and take time to sort out their own thoughts. Tang Murin and Nei Eon defiantly declared their minds were already made up, rejecting his suggestion with unwavering conviction. Seok Jin-ho's pointed reply suggested that their stubborn resolve was precisely why they needed more time for quiet reflection. The Gu family sect leader sided with Seok Jin-ho, telling a resigned Nei Eon that they should return home for now. He added a gentle reminder that Seok Jin-ho himself would surely welcome some rest. Tang Murin playfully teased Nei Eon about her headstrong approach, prompting Nei Eon to reluctantly concede and agree to return home. In her mind, Tang Murin stubbornly demanded a promise that he would welcome her at the academy, assuring him she would find her way back, to which Seok Jin-ho calmly replied he wouldn't turn her away. Before departing, Seok Jin-ho turned to the abbot, revealing one more crucial place he had to visit. The abbot, though hesitant and unsure of what he would gain, conceded that he would accompany Seok Jin-ho. The abbot then bid him to lead the way, anticipating their journey into a dark, mysterious cave. This was the very place where a venerable Dharma master once practiced, imbued with an ancient, echoing mystique. Seok Jin-ho and Abbot Biem Yul walked a peaceful path, the ancient forest closing around them with a tranquil hum. Abbot Biem Yul's voice echoed with reverence, questioning the appropriateness of revealing such a sacred place to an outsider. Seok Jin-ho calmly reassured the abbot, emphasizing that the cave was merely a place for meditation, not a repository of forbidden martial secrets. Even so, Abbot Biem Yul reminded him that Master Bodhidharma himself had cultivated here, and Seok Jin-ho quietly hoped he might gain something if deemed worthy. The abbot expressed that granting profound insight to the hero who saved the martial world would, in turn, honor Shaolin itself. Seok jin-ho accepted the abbot's blessing with gratitude, who then promised absolute solitude and freedom to explore the hallowed grounds. With a soft motion, Abbot Byum-yeol offered a final, serene, umitba, before taking his leave. A quiet reflection washed over Seok jin-ho as he stood alone at the entrance of the hallowed cave. A profound hum filled the air, resonating with the powerful, auspicious energy Seok jin-ho felt, confirming this was indeed Dalma Cave, where Bodhidharma had meditated for 9 years. With a deliberate step, Seok jin-ho wondered if he could truly grasp the profound teachings of Master Bodhidharma within these hallowed depths. Seok jin-ho had once believed he reached the pinnacle of his strength in this lifetime, but this place stirred something deeper within him. Yet, simply by being here, Seok jin-ho sensed an even higher realm of cultivation, a new pinnacle calling to him. With a soft contact, Seok jin-ho reached out, a silent address to the venerated master who had attained the ultimate state within these very walls. Seok jin-ho settled into meditation, his consciousness reaching out to the ancient wisdom, questioning if the ultimate truth would reveal itself to one like him. A profound, swirling energy enveloped him as Seok jin-ho moved through the ethereal space, questioning if he had truly reached the realm of nirvana. Every mark in this transcendent space held the wisdom of life itself and the very keys to mastering martial arts. Amidst the countless teachings that shimmered around him, he continued his deliberate path. His steps echoed softly as he approached a majestic, ancient structure, a spiritual beacon within the mystical realm. Seok jin-ho wondered if crossing this sacred threshold would finally reveal the truth he desperately sought, allowing him to awaken fully and understand life's true meaning. The endless cycle of reincarnation, though burdensome, had forged him into the pinnacle of the martial world, making him stronger with each life. Now, after countless lifetimes devoted to the relentless pursuit of martial arts mastery, a different longing stirred within him. He reached out with quiet resolve, signaling his profound desire to finally bring this extraordinary life to its long-awaited conclusion. As he stepped through the shimmering portal, a new vision unfolded, a simple life, filled with small joys shared alongside those who chose to follow him. A cascade of vibrant, festive sounds welcomed him to a lively courtyard bustling with people. Seok jin-ho stood quietly amidst the festive decorations, taking in the vibrant energy of the manor. Green Pine's voice cut through the celebratory clamor, finding Seok jin-ho with a familiar, inviting warmth. Green Pine confessed her surprise, admitting she had naturally assumed the wedding would be his own, not for the nanny and the vice-head escort. Seok jin-ho calmly explained that he had simply asked the vice-head escort to look after the nanny, which Green Pine playfully countered by teasing that he had lost her. Seok jin-ho retorted, clarifying that the nanny hadn't been lost, but had truly joined the family by marrying Uncle Diakwal. Green Pine's laughter flowed as she pressed Seok jin-ho about his own marriage prospects, slyly suggesting he wasn't limited to just one partner given his capabilities. Seok jin-ho deflected the probing questions about his future with a pointed remark, prompting Green Pine to playfully note his awkwardness on such topics. Green Pine's attention suddenly shifted, her curious gaze falling upon new arrivals, whom she respectfully addressed as principal. With a knowing smile, Green Pine remarked on the arrival of Seok Myung and another woman, as if summoning them with her thoughts. Seok jin-ho playfully teased Green Pine about the serious moment unfolding, but she swiftly told him to stop. Green Pine greeted Seok Myung and her companion with polite warmth, asking about their welfare, which they confirmed was entirely fine. Green Pine's pleasantries were abruptly cut short by Seok Myung, who declared there was no need for formalities and demanded to get straight to the point, leaving Green Pine momentarily stunned. A profound, silent understanding passed between Seok Myung and Green Pine, signaling a deeper conversation to come. With a decisive declaration, Seok Myung announced their unexpected decision: they would not compete, but instead cooperate with each other. Seok Myung's shocking declaration about Seok jin-ho choosing his primary wife instantly caused sweat to prickle, leaving him utterly bewildered. The third woman stepped forward, chiding Seok Myung for her abruptness and offering to explain the situation herself. She explained that they had dueled for the position of first wife, and unable to settle it, agreed that he would decide who would be the main wife and who the concubine. Utterly distraught, Seok jin-ho's mind raced with confusion, the unexpected proposition rendering him speechless. Seok Myung-woo's voice cut through Seok jin-ho's daze, informing him with quiet urgency that the ceremonies were about to begin. Seok jin-ho, shaking off his momentary bewilderment, quickly assured Seok Myung-woo that nothing was wrong and they could proceed. Green Pine's voice lingered with a persistent, playful tone, urging him to reconsider their surprising proposition. A heavy thud marked the solemn moment as the nanny and her new husband performed their respectful bows during the ceremony. A soft, intimate moment passed between the nanny and Seok Manho, filled with shy, heartfelt glances. Master Green Pine wondered why tears flowed on such a happy day, only for his followers to confess their sadness at the innkeeper's imminent departure from the academy. Master Green Pine, trying to console a weeping follower, found his own stern words humorously backfiring when the follower pointed out his own visible tears. Master Green Pine formally pronounced them husband and wife, sending them to their bridal chamber amidst an uproar of cheers and playful warnings to the groom. The wedding party gathered in the grand courtyard, the red palanquin waiting to carry the newlyweds to their new life. Seok jin-ho expressed his heartfelt gratitude to the newlyweds for all they had endured because of him, wishing them a truly happy life together. The nanny clung to Seok jin-ho, her voice thick with emotion as she apologized for leaving him, a heartfelt hug cementing their bond. Seok jin-ho affectionately scoffed, reassuring the nanny that she wasn't truly leaving, as they would still live next door and see each other every day at the inn. As Seok Manho rode off with a clatter of hooves, he vowed to Seok jin-ho that he would ensure Hajong's happiness, earning a warm congratulation from the younger man. As the palanquin disappeared down the serene mountain path, a profound question echoed, was this truly what a real life felt like? He contemplated a life that burned quietly to its end, rich with laughter and tears born from the simplest of things. Even after countless reincarnations, so much felt new, and he found himself stumbling through this ordinary life, making mistakes with each step. Yet, amidst all the newness and uncertainty, one truth remained undeniably clear to him. He walked forward, certain that at the end of this life, he would finally know no regrets.